Good morning, everybody. I declare open this hearing of the Environment and Communications Legislation Committee into the 25-26 budget estimates. I would like to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on which we meet and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. The committee has fixed Thursday the 29th of May 2025 as the date for return of answers to questions taken on notice. The committee's proceedings today will begin with corporate matters and general questions of the climate change, energy, the environment and water portfolio. Under Standing Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session, and this includes answers to questions on notice. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. The Senate has endorsed the following test of relevance of questions at estimates hearings. Any questions going to the operational or financial position of the departments and agencies which are seeking funds in estimates are relevant questions for the purpose of estimates hearings. I remind officers that the Senate has resolved that there are no areas in connection with the expenditure of public funds where any person has the discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committees unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. The Senate has resolved also that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. The resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanation of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Witnesses are reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised, and I incorporate the public immunity statement into the Hansard. I remind senators of their obligation under the Behaviour Code for Australian parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect, and I intend to uphold those obligations. An officer called to answer a question for the first time should state their full name and the capacity in which they appear. Mobile phones should be switched to silent, and I would now like to welcome Senator the Honourable Tim Ayres, Assistant Minister for Trade, representing the Minister for Climate Change and Energy and the Minister for Environment and Water. Minister, would you care to make an opening statement?
No, thank you.
That's a
Thank you for the offer.
And Mr Fredericks, David Fredericks, the Secretary of the Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water. Mr Fredericks, would you care to make an opening statement?
No, thank you, Chair.
Okay. So before we commence, I will valiantly, as I always do, attempt to explain to people what corporate affairs is. Before we commence with corporate affairs, this is the part of the program that relates to matters concerning central departmental administration, such as building services, ICT, staffing levels and media procurement. Questions relating to individual policies and programs should be addressed to officials when specific programs are considered in subsequent sessions. With that said, we will go to Senator Cadell.
Thank you, Chair. A few questions just around the EAP regulation. The Senate report, Select Committee on Energy Planning and Regulation in Australia, recommendation 5 in the final report said that the department published the terms of reference and operating charter for the EAP. Has that been done yet?
I'm not sure I can help you immediately. We're struggling with that.
Okay.
Senator, we'll have to take that on notice.
Okay.
Do you have... I want to help. We always use acronyms and sometimes we just forget them.
Energy Advisory Panel.
Oh, okay. Then I think if you're okay, can we deal with that, please, in the next item? It'll be in.
Okay.
It'll be in energy.
It was a department question. It was a website thing, but yeah, that's fine. Okay.
Yeah.
Then can we go? Then we'll move on. That COP31 status around that. Can we? What's the status of discussions around Australia potentially hosting COP31?
Well, yeah. So, Senator, strictly this is climate to help.
No. It's not department, so I'm happy to move it.
Okay, all right. It'll be on in half an hour's time.
Yep. It'll be on quicker than that because that's all I've got on.
Okay. We might be up straight away.
Okay. Well,
McCulloch can read this. I've never seen him look so happy.
Ms McCulloch, you can go home now. Well, delightfully, let us move on.
Well, we are good to go, so we'll bring our climate
Excellent.
crew
Let's go there. We're all done. So that concludes the examination of corporate matters with the Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water. And long may this trend last today.
You told me speed dating, I'm trying to...
Yep. Speed dating our way through the day. I would now like to call officers from the department in relation to Outcome 1, Program 1.1, Reducing Australia's Greenhouse Gas Emissions. And we will go to Senator Bligh.
Fantastic. The government has only achieved 2.2 million tonnes of emissions reductions in the past 12 months, yet the Climate Change Authority says we need 15 million tonnes per year to reach the 43% target. The government is running at around a seventh of the pace needed. Is it still on track to achieve 43%?
So, Senator, a few of our officers are still actually coming up.
From downstairs.
I was going to say the pool because it's...
downstairs, so charging up that lift that takes 10 minutes.
Yes.
But Kushla Munro, Deputy Secretary, the short answer is yes.
Okay.
So we published our projections at the end of last year, and so that does track where we currently are and then are expected to be in 2030. So they are the most comprehensive set of estimates that the department has produced.
Based on, and I guess, really, even though we're sort of at a seventh of what is projected, we're still thinking that 2030 is achievable?
So yes, so our projections show that under the baseline scenario, we're projected to be actually 3% below the emissions budget over the period 2021 to 2030 and 42.6% below 2005 levels in 2030. And so that is just shy of obviously the 43% target.
Yeah, sure.
So how many tonnes of emissions reduction has been achieved in the last 12 months?
Thank you, Sandy, for the question. Kath Rowley, head of the Emissions Reduction Division. So the latest estimate of Australia's emissions, which is from the September quarterly published last month, is that our emissions are 434.9 megatonnes of CO2 equivalent. That's 29% below 2005 levels, and it's 0.5% below the previous year to September 2023. So a small reduction year on year, and currently sitting at 20, and it's estimated 29% below 2005 levels.
So 439 megatonnes of CO2 equivalent, did you say?
434.9.
424.
434.
Okay, sorry. My
0.9.
hearing's
That's okay.
on the way out the door. Sorry, go on, Claire.
So can I, and I guess just to sort of go on to that, so what have we achieved in reductions then in the last 12 months? So rather than looking at what I guess we've done in comparison, because I'm just trying to figure out how we get to still be on target for 2030.
Thank you, Senator. So there's two different issues here. There's where we currently sit relative to 2005 or relative to last year. And there's what do we anticipate the policies and measures that are now in place will achieve over the period to 2030. So when we talk about are we on track to our target, we typically look at both.
Okay.
And so we look at are we making progress relative to the end game, but also what do the policies and measures, many of which have either only recently been implemented or recently entered into force and therefore are yet to flow through to economic activity in Australia's emissions, but what are they expected to achieve over time? And so the initial figures that were quoted relate to our annual emissions projections, which is looking at what's the impact of the policies and measures that have been implemented, and what's the outlook to 2030. Those projections run out to 2040 as well, but we focus on 2030 given that's where the target's legislated for. But we also, every year, publish our actual emissions year on year, and we do a quarterly update to those, which is the figures I just cited.
Okay, and I guess that's where, so we're looking at projections, but I guess, well, what are you projecting in the next 12 months in terms of emissions reductions?
So whilst our emissions projections do present the full-time series data, they're more relevant over kind of longer periods because emissions in any particular year tend to move up and down a bit depending upon a range of factors, including climate's impact on the land sector, on consumer behaviour like the transport and travel activities, whole range of things.
So I guess to keep trying to get to the bottom of it. So if in the past 12 months we've had real emissions reductions of 2.2 million tonnes, what did you project would be the reduction in the previous 12 months? So where are we sitting compared to projections that you had versus what was actually achieved? I'm just trying to...
I haven't got last year's projections for the year relative to that to hand, so I haven't. I could take that on notice.
That would be great. If you can get that to us by the end of the day, that would be great.
So happy to see what we can do.
We will take it on notice. We'll do our best. But in this day, I know you're all going to say, can we please have it by the end of the day? I'm going to comply with the rules of the Senate, which is that we'll take it on notice and we'll comply with the rules of the Senate.
Senator, I would note, though, just reiterating my previous point, that emissions projections are about the kind of the medium and longer term impact of policies, and that those methods aren't really geared towards trying to estimate year-on-year change because they are affected by those other factors.
And I guess to sort of try and allow you to understand where I'm going is if we've got projections and then we've got actuals and they're a long way away, how can we keep saying that we're still on track?
Okay, if I could explain that a little bit. The things that are really important in the outlook to 2030 are the policies that have been implemented over the last 3 years. Some of the key ones are the safeguard mechanism, which puts binding emissions baselines onto Australia's more than 200 biggest emitters. And those baselines ratchet down at 4.9 percentage points a year. And there's a legal obligation on those industrial facilities to meet those baselines, and there's a range of compliance arrangements. And so that covers around 30% of Australia's total national emissions, and we've got now a legal regime in place that ratchets those emissions down year on year. That has now commenced. It's already had its first full compliance year, and we're starting to see changes to industrial emissions activity driven by that policy. In addition, the government's implemented a fuel efficiency standard for new light vehicles. Light vehicles account for about 12% of Australia's emissions, and the new vehicle efficiency standard, which entered into force the 1st of January this year, imposes standards on the emissions efficiency of new vehicles entering the Australian market, and will drive over time the change in Australia's vehicle fleet towards cleaner vehicles. And that's another way that we are confident that emissions reductions will start to be visible in the economy. The final, if I could just make one more point, the final policy that's enormously important is the transformation of Australia's electricity sector through the government's 82% renewables target by 2030, and the policies that are backing that including Rewiring the Nation and, very importantly, the expanded capacity investment scheme, which again, through the deployment of new clean energy, is reducing our reliance on fossil fuel energy and therefore reducing electricity sector emissions.
I think it's probably fair to say from that there are a lot of assumptions about what the market will do. I think, vehicles, just to go to one, Australians buy big utes. We've got a workforce. Regional people have. It's unlikely that they will go to a more efficient vehicle because they need particular cars for particular work that they're doing. So is it fair to say then you're saying we're on target as long as all of these things go absolutely right and how you intend?
No, Senator. There's, the first part of that set of observations just absolutely flies in the face of the reality of what's happening in the vehicle market around the world.
What's that place doing?
Well, if you'll allow me to answer the question, I've listened to your questions quietly for the last 15 minutes or so. Major vehicle manufacturers, including the firms who make larger utes, are moving to electric vehicles. That's just the case. As you say, people aren't being required to buy a particular vehicle. Fuel efficiency standards have changed so that we're not hanging out with sort of Russia and a couple of others who haven't had fuel efficiency standards. I know it was something that your colleagues opposed before you arrived here, but Australia had become the dumping ground for the world's lowest fuel efficiency vehicles. And that has adverse consequences for people who buy those vehicles, because what ends up happening, they pay a lot more for petrol and diesel because they have to buy more because the vehicles are less efficient. It is also true that the vehicles emit more. That is the case. Now, I remember your now leader in the Senate running around saying that fuel efficiency standards and all these sort of things would end the weekend, which I think everybody recognises now as one of the sillier things that's been said in sort of recent times in politics. The more substantial point is that the policy inertia over the decade before we came to office has taken a long time to resolve. It is not just turning a giant ship around. It is trying to pull it out of the swamp at the same time. The disinvestment in the electricity sector. New electricity is not built in a day or even in 3 years. It takes time. Industrial firms who work with the government and through the safeguard mechanism or all of the other supports that the government is offering to make themselves less emissions intensive and more internationally competitive, those projects take time. It is what the official has outlined to you is completely reasonable in terms of the initiatives that the government has undertaken and the impact of those initiatives. We have set targets. We have a very substantial program. Australians are experiencing every day the outcome of the Abbott and Turnbull and Morrison government's failure, particularly in electricity prices, where what we are seeing is price rises that are driven by the old electricity system, that is coal generators that every single day of the year have unplanned outages, becoming more and more expensive to maintain, more and more expensive to run. And while I welcome your deep interest in emissions reductions, it is a bit hard to stomach, given that what we have seen as we have tried to recover from a period of disinvestment and utter energy system failure, particularly during the Morrison, during that last Morrison period, where apparently your team wants to go back to, is challenging for industry, challenging for the electricity system, and we are working through those questions in the way that Australians elected us to.
And I guess Australians, they're paying more for electricity. They're going to be slugged more for the ute. They're going to be slugged more for a four-wheel drive. And you're saying that the 2.2 million tonnes that you've achieved is somehow better than the 12 million tonnes that the coalition achieved. So it's hard to stomach the assertions that you're making, because the facts actually say something completely different.
Let's break those things up into a few different pieces. In terms of the prices for vehicles, there are claims that you make about that. I don't see any substantiation of that position. In terms of electricity prices, we are reaping the whirlwind of what happens when government sits on its hands and denies the reality of what is going on in the world. When electricity generation leaves the system and is not replaced, it makes electricity more expensive. When coal-fired generators are retired because they are breaking down and they have not been replaced with new electricity, it makes electricity more expensive. That is not something that happened as a result of the Albanese government's policies. That happened as a result of the Morrison and Turnbull and Abbott government's total incapacity to be able to marshal an effective energy policy response. Famously, 23 times tried to land a policy response. And what that does is send that sovereign risk message to investors and the market, which is why there was disinvestment and people found other places around the world to invest in energy and industrial production. That is why manufacturers just gave up on Australia. That's why they gave up on Australia. Now, we are working with industry and working with the sector and doing the things that are required to happen in order to modernise our electricity system and create investment in our electricity system, and you can see that happening every day of the week. High power prices are a result of your policy failure.
So when will they come down?
Well, the electricity prices will rise if Peter Dutton is elected as the Prime Minister, because your plan, if you can call it a plan, it's the loosest possible interpretation of the word plan.
Senator Dunningham, you've been asking for there to be a respect for the answer of questions. So, certainly.
Yes. Senator Blythe asked a question about when prices would come down, and I'm not 100% sure whether talking about someone else's plan is an answer to the question Senator Blythe asked.
Well, given that the Minister hadn't finished answering the question and was broadly in the zone of the topic...
Broadly. That's a very broad definition.
I would allow him to finish.
I also note that, like a number of your colleagues, Senator Dunningham, you say someone else's plan now as if it isn't your plan.
Oh, no, it's our plan.
It's not yours. When challenged, everybody's gone awfully quiet about the $600 billion nuclear reactor plan.
I think your numbers.
The proposition that works in a slogan, I suppose, at some level, if you're talking to sort of Liberal Party branches, unfortunately doesn't work in reality. And in reality, in the real world, your plan just returns us to disinvestment and energy system failure. More of the same, back to the Morrison period, where nothing worked and nothing went well.
That might be a nifty place to rotate the call.
What was the answer? When are the prices coming down? You said you were going to answer it. There was a lead-in. What is the answer?
Well, electricity prices are lower in an environment where investment is occurring in new low-cost energy than if nothing is being built. And under your show, nothing got built. The idea that it's a successful approach to the electricity system to sit on your hands and do nothing, if that's the case you want to make the Australian people, go right ahead.
So sorry, when are the prices coming down? I mean, where are they at today compared to when you were?
Well, you know that prices have been very challenging in the electricity system, driven by two principal factors. One, the disinvestment when you lot were in charge. It is driven by that disinvestment and largely by the legacy generators, not new generation. The legacy generators, which are, as anybody who has ever worked in them or been to them would know over the last 20 years, running out of life. Mr. Littleproud said we should sweat them, I think, as if that's a real thing. They've also been driven by developments in the international energy market, principally Russia's illegal war of invasion in Ukraine. What we are going to do is take responsibility for building an electricity system that drives down prices as quickly as possible. Of course, while this is going on, particularly while there are broader inflationary pressures in the economy, we have provided support to Australian families and businesses. That's our approach. Your approach is a return to the same policy torpor and failure which characterised your period in government without having learnt any lessons about that, and in addition a $600 billion taxpayer-funded plan that will at the best deliver electricity in the mid-2040s. It's a pretty strong contrast, and we're very relaxed about making that case.
Okay, and we'll rotate the call. Senator Darwin.
I had some questions about the safeguard mechanism. Wondering if you could just take us through what the emissions projections show about the role of the safeguard reforms in reducing emissions over the next 15 years to 2040.
Thank you, Senator. Kath Rowley, Head of the Emissions Reduction Division. I might make some opening remarks and then my colleagues responsible for the safeguard mechanism might want to add. But the emissions projections take a detailed look at the expected emissions impact of the safeguard mechanism, and that they drill into a range of the impacts of that, both on the firm behaviour on site as well as its participation in the flexibility mechanisms that sit under the safeguard. But at the headline level, I mean, if you want to look out as far as 2040, then we anticipate that the safeguard mechanism could drive cumulative emissions reductions of around 1,000 million tonnes of carbon dioxide equivalent. So it's a very significant abatement measure. And that impact builds over time. So it starts basically, baselines start from where they are, but they ratchet down year on year. And so we anticipate in the order of around 40 million tonnes in the year 2030, growing to, I think, around, from memory, 90 million tonnes by 2040 in the year. A couple of other things I'd talk about in terms of the emissions projections, and this is, as I said, set out in detail in the document, is that because it provides a direct incentive for emissions reductions, the safeguard drives changes in fuel use, and so the projections look at and provide details of significant reductions in the use of natural gas, coal and diesel. They also highlight the increased use of clean energy sources, particularly things like electricity and biofuel. And they also, because of those flexibility mechanisms that I mentioned, drive demand for emissions reductions in other parts of the economy through the Australian Carbon Credits Scheme. But I'll hand over to my colleagues now. Nothing to add?
Nothing to add. Okay. You talked about some numbers there. At figure 16 of the emissions projections from my reading. So I don't know how these add up compared to what you just talked about. So 40 million 2030, 90 million 2040. I don't know if that was 1 year or not, but that figure 16 shows that the reforms result in 500 million tonnes of on-site abatement.
That's right, yeah.
To 2040, and another 400 million tonnes of cumulative abatement from ACCUs.
That's right.
So how significant is this amount of abatement in reaching net zero?
So the safeguard is, and as I mentioned in my response to the previous question, one of the key measures that is going to help decarbonise Australia's economy. As I mentioned earlier, the safeguard covers about 30% of Australia's greenhouse gas emissions, and it establishes a mechanism that can credibly ratchet those emissions to net zero by 2050. And so even in its current form, and note that, of course, like all of our policies and measures, it will be reviewed and adjusted over time as appropriate, but in its current form, it could credibly take 30% of Australia's emissions to net zero. It's a very significant measure.
Yeah. And so then if heavy industry that's covered by the safeguard doesn't start making significant investments to cut emissions in the next decade, what would the risks be to achieving those targets of net zero by 2050?
So I guess it depends a bit on what the alternative is, and I'd rather not speculate about what might happen. I think that we just focus on what current policies are and what they're contributing. But as you know, even just referring to the figure that you pointed to, if no safeguard facilities took action to reduce their emissions, which seems an unlikely scenario, then all of that on-site abatement that you referred to, that's around 500 million tonnes over the period to 2040, would not occur, absent other drivers for that activity.
But on current assumptions and current planning, it is a significant reduction according to your analysis.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks. Senator Dunniam.
So if I can just go back to price, Minister, you were talking about we were asking about the timeline to achieve price reductions in electricity. At the last election, the promise was to bring down power prices by $275 from memory. When do you intend or expect that reduction will be achieved?
What I expect is that in an environment where there's a government that has a plan to put more generation capacity into the grid, that prices will be lower under the alternative that does three things. Firstly, a sort of return to policy in action means that investors just find other places to go, Senator. That's the thing. That's the thing about sovereign risk. They go to places where there's a stable policy environment. They might go to the Philippines, for example, which is a more stable policy environment for energy investment during the Morrison period than Australia was, almost anywhere else in the world. That's why nothing was built and why electricity generation and transmission projects stalled. Secondly, in an environment where the alternative policy is far more expensive, funded by taxpayers, puts electricity prices up and is predicated on a core assumption that electricity-intensive manufacturing goes offshore, like the aluminium sector, then that is a worse environment for investment. That is the alternative plan. That is the alternative plan, where the incapacity to be able to bring new generation and transmission to the system means that generators that have finished their productive life will cost billions of dollars more every year to try and keep them, puffing along, and are unreliable closing down every day of the week because they just can't be sustained, that will mean that electricity prices will be more expensive, both in the short term and in the long term. Now, you might want to wish it away with sort of slogans and cheap politics, but at the end of the day, that's the fundamentals of the electricity market. It behaves just like other markets do. That's the plan that we've got on with. There's been very substantial new electricity introduced into the system. There is a long way to go. It is not possible to fix a decade of economy-wrecking failure in 5 minutes. And if your team hasn't learnt the lessons of that, that is, I suppose, a matter for you.
Thank you. So my question was around when the government intends to meet the commitment that was made, around $275. You didn't answer that. I wonder if you could. And I guess let's talk about what's possible. I mean, you were talking about whatever cards have been dealt. You talk about the previous government. You talk about international factors. So taking all of that into account, and, I'll just let you go with that, when do you expect power prices will go down to the point that was promised at the last election?
Well, I answered the question, and you say it as if there's no responsibility.
No, I'm just
for the Morrison period. As if it was just an accident. As if you don't, and your colleagues don't bear responsibility for what is now a less competitive Australia because of your policy failure, of higher prices and more market dysfunction because of your policy failure. It turns out government actually matters, and decisions that governments take actually matter. And policy inaction and sovereign risk are big factors in investment decision making. The Electricity Market Commission projects that retail prices will fall by 13% over the next decade if we stay the renewables course. The Albanese government's position here is more renewables, more storage, gas peaking capability, modern transmission capability. There is not a single sensible expert who believes that will do anything but produce lower prices and more reliability than a plan that isn't a plan. There's nothing on offer that would do anything but put electricity prices up from the Dutton Barnaby Joyce David Little proud show.
Okay, no, look, thanks. Again, I'm just seeking to understand when your policies will assist in having Australians... I'll just finish my question if I can first.
Of course.
Thank you. Yeah,
of course. I'm anxious to answer it and to assist you, Senator Dunningham. So I don't mean to interrupt. I'll try not to interrupt.
This is the longest non-interruption I've ever heard. But
really for comic effect and nothing else. But
Yeah.
Go for your life.
Look, it's a serious matter though. People's power prices.
If only your side of politics took it seriously.
So that's why I'm asking when you think...
It's not why you're asking, Senator.
I'll ask my question. You can try and impugn my motives as much as you like, but I'm trying to understand when, with your policies, you will be able to achieve the promise that was made to the Australian people at the last election, which was a reduction of power prices by $275 a year, and I believe it was this year it was supposed to take effect. Given that will not happen, and power prices are, as I understand it, $1,300 higher on average than they were at the time you took government, when that will happen. As you say, being in government matters, and so what a government does matters, and so I just want to explore what your government has done, and therefore what you've done. When will it result in what you promised last time round? What date do we expect to see that reduction of $275?
Well, all I can say to you, in an effort to assist coalition senators to understand something which, has been, willfully misunderstood, is that electricity prices will always be lower under a government that has got a sensible plan for the electricity system than under a Dutton government. That is all I can tell you. If we have a return to the Morrison period of nothing being built, everything, plenty of generation capacity closing down, then it is axiomatic that electricity prices will rise. If we build a publicly funded, because no private sector investor on earth wants to do it, nuclear reactors in communities that don't want them, that will produce too little power sometime in the 2040s, even if we accept the sort of conservative assessment that says it'll cost about $600 billion, that will make electricity more expensive. And in addition to that, as Mr Dutton has had to concede, it will involve very significant cuts to the public services and support that Australians expect from their government. I would have thought it hard to make things worse than the Morrison period, but that appears to be a course of action that your side of politics is committed to. It's what happens when you try and project energy policy into your Liberal Party branches rather than into economic reality. That's what the sort of sad fact of this is.
So I wonder if you can tell me when the government, under its policy settings, expects to be able to give Australians a $275 per year reduction in their power prices. What year, what month?
All I can say to you is that electricity prices will be lower under an Albanese government than they would be under a Dutton effort to try and return to the policy catastrophe that was a cause of disinvestment, capacity failure and increases in prices under the Dutton, Turnbull, under the, I keep getting Peter Dutton and Scott Morrison confused, forgive me, under the sort of Morrison, Turnbull, Abbott catastrophe. Try and ask it in a different way and see if you get a different response.
And I guess this is, a promise was made prior to the last election based on where we were at the time. I don't think it's unreasonable. You're saying that power prices, you're asserting that they will be higher under a coalition government, but what we can see is people are paying more now than they've ever paid before. On what basis are you making those assertions when you can't even deliver on a promise that was made 3 years ago as to when you can achieve that as a government? I think it's fair for the Australian people to sort of get to the bottom of that.
Yeah, look, it's as we've been canvassing this morning, very straightforward. If you don't build the generation capacity, prices go up. That's what happens. If you do that for a decade, it has a long lag in the system.
But you made that promise based on what was happening at the time. So
if you don't build the system, prices go up, and that's what causes. We're very happy to have the officials answer questions and be very open about this. The government's been very transparent about these things. If you behave like the last government did, then not only does that have an effect in terms of disinvestment and sovereign risk, right? Something that we associated with other countries, not Australia, in the past. We used to have an approach, and I thought the Liberal Party was all for trying to create the right conditions for investment, not scaring investment off, sending billions of dollars worth of electricity projects and manufacturing jobs offshore, which is the current core economic proposition from you guys. It causes, what it causes is the kind of corruption of the political system that we saw last time around. Mr Taylor, before the last election, rather than being honest with Australians as he was required by law to do, he hid. He secretly changed the regulations so that Australians found out after the election that electricity prices were going to go up by 18%. Now your side of politics just carries on as if that's not a problem. I mean, a dishonest approach from Mr Taylor, hiding things until after elections. So I suppose it's consistent with the approach that Mr Dutton's taking to cuts to Medicare and cuts to education, and it's consistent with what Mr Abbott did last time around. We're very open about, being very transparent about what's going on in the system. I encourage you to ask the officials questions in the hope, as Senator Dunningham says, that you can try and understand what's going on here. We're not afraid of transparency here. Mr Taylor, when he had the chance to be transparent, consistent with the law, hid 18% price rises. You shouldn't be in politics anymore if you do things like that. Couldn't be more shonky. Couldn't be more shonky. That's what happened last time around, and never been repudiated. Never been repudiated. Never been apologised for. 18% power price rises for ordinary people that were kept a secret.
Look, we've tried a number of times now to ask you to tell the Australian people when they can receive what they were promised, and that was the $275 per year reduction in power prices scheduled to come in 2025. You have not been able to tell us this. Is it still the government's promise that power prices will go down by that amount, $275 per year?
Well, all I can tell you is two things. So we don't go through a long answer, I suppose. Number one, power prices will always be cheaper under an Albanese government with a plan for the electricity system, and we will never do what Mr Taylor did before the last election and keep price rises a secret in order to try and secure some political advantage. That is the kind of corruption of the political system and public accountability that was a characteristic of the Morrison period, and it is clear that the same approach is being taken now. It's why we're in the position that we are, where we've got an alternative government with no policy program except for a $600 billion taxpayer-funded nuclear reactor plan that will make electricity more expensive, push prices up and make Australia less competitive.
So it's not the government's commitment. Yeah, thanks, Chair. It's not the government's policy anymore to reduce power prices by $275?
Well, all I can indicate to you, Senator, is what I just did, which is that power prices will always be lower.
That's all we need. Thank you.
Under an Albanese government that has a plan for the electricity sector, is working with the investment community to deliver more generation capability, a transmission network, and tells Australian people the truth about what is going on, than a government that keeps the fundamentals of the electricity market a secret and allows investment to go offshore.
Great. We'll go to Senator Billick.
Just a quick one. Minister, I was wondering if you could help me out. Can you just sort of talk us through what's in the budget for electricity relief for people?
Well, there is, of course, an extension of the support that the government has provided of $150 for households and for small business to support people through this period. It is a carefully designed set of measures that come through on Australians' electricity bills. So it's not a cash support, very carefully designed with the impact on inflation in mind, and it has worked to make prices lower for ordinary households and for small business in particular. It's a modest support, but it's an important support. And in the budget, we made sure that that support was continued to be offered for Australians. Of course, the alternative proposition is to oppose that support for Australians, to make cuts, cut everything except income tax, as it appears. And as from another of Mr Taylor's very strange interventions into public policy, it appears that the plan of the alternative government is to repeal tax cuts, which have offered very significant benefits to every Australian income tax earner. So there's a range of supports. Energy bill relief is just one of those supports. We believe it's had a very positive effect in terms of prices and in the economy more broadly, and has provided support for households right when they've needed it.
Thank you.
Great. We will go back to Senator Duniam.
Thank you very much. Well, moving on from the matter we were discussing before, I just want to go to the net zero spending measures, page 83 of budget paper number 1. So I just wanted to try and quantify. I think it mentions there underneath table 3.0 box 3.6 talks about 3.3. It talks about table 3.6 setting out a range of costs. So can I just get an understanding of what those figures broadly encompass? The 4.3 billion, 6.9 billion, 24.3 billion, so on and so forth.
So thank you, Senator. So that is in budget paper 1
Correct.
That you're referring to. Yes, and so those figures represent new spending in this year's budget. So these estimates are actually put together by the Treasury, and so detailed questions probably best directed to them, but happy to go through as we best understand.
As far as can be, yeah. So it's quantified here, and we'll do what we can here. So you say new spending measures. I just wanted to be clear on that. So it's got 4.3 billion in new measures, then it's got 6.9 billion over the medium term. Then following spending commitments of 24.3 billion over the medium term in the 24-25 budget, and climate-related spending to 2030 of 4.6 billion committed in 23-24, and 24.9 to 2030 committed in the 22-23 October budget. So when you say new spending, you mean new spending since this government was elected? Is that? Mr. Mundy.
Senator, good morning. Senator Jason Mundy, Division Head, Climate Change Policy, Adaptation and Risk. We're looking here at talking about the Treasury's budget paper, so there's a challenge for us in that the Treasury's methodology for pulling these together comprises measures and programs from within this portfolio, but also from other portfolios as well. And the questions about how they've derived those figures and put them together are best put to Treasury. The officials here from DQ can be helpful on the individual elements of it, which are programs delivered by this portfolio. So if there are questions about the individual measures, then perhaps we could have the folks with responsibility for those programs speak to them.
Yes, of course.
So just to give clarity to help you, this has long been a tricky issue in budget papers. This has long been a tricky issue in budget papers, including going back to the previous government.
Sure.
So this is Treasury material.
Yep.
And it is defined as net zero, so it goes beyond climate change per se.
Yep.
So there'll be a range of measures included in this that we don't have any visibility of.
Sure.
including
so
as
I'm happy
to
to move
quantum.
on to DQ specifically.
Okay, all right, all good. Yeah,
So
so I suppose my point is we can't really give you any evidence on aggregates here.
No, I'm not going to pursue
or methodology.
Treasury
Treasury can do that.
and I will come to Treasury on that.
No worries.
So, I mean, the aggregate is, on my maths, I think if I'm not wrong, around 60 billion, 59 billion there. What is the DQ component of what's been outlined here? So over the same period with so you've got 4.3, is there anything from DQ in that over the forward estimate? 6.9 over the medium term, is there anything from DQ in that, etc.?
Oh, hi, Nicole Thomas here, Acting Branch Head of Climate Change Policy. So we don't have the details, we haven't got the maths that went behind the Treasury table, so we can't talk you through exactly what proportion of that is DQ measures, but we can...
Can you tell me the DQ dollar amount then? I mean, surely this department could...
In the portfolio budget statement for DQ, we can set out the amounts that are under outcome 1.1 for climate.
Sure. Would you be able to, just in shorthand perhaps, run us through that?
Yep, so we've got the portfolio budget statement published on the 25th of March. Shows how much the department intends to spend on Program 1, which is reducing Australia's greenhouse gas emissions.
Can you give us a page reference?
That is page 33 of the PBS, the portfolio budget system statement. Which shows the total administered expenses for Program 1.1 in 2025 so that's $498 million.
498 million, so that's for this coming financial year or budget period? Yeah, okay. So then just trying to understand, again, I know it's a Treasury document and they've aggregated across a range of portfolios here a number of measures, so that would come out of, I assume, the 4.3 billion. I know you can't comment on that because it's Treasury data.
So just on that, not necessarily is the answer to the proposition.
Yeah, I'm going to have to go and ask
So I think it's going to be apples and oranges. So we can only report to you on what's in our PBS according to PBS standards. So there might be a bit of apples and oranges, which I think Treasury will be able to explain to you.
Yeah, I love the consistency across the Australian Public Service.
It's, well, across budgeting methodology, and it has long been the case, Senator.
I know. I'm not in any way casting blame here. So then, in terms of since the October 22-23 budget, how much of the item you've just read out to us, the 498 million, how much has been expended or budgeted for those specific matters since 22-23 October?
Sorry, can you repeat that question?
So you just read out a figure on page 33 of your PBS there, $498 million for Program 1, 498 million. Since 22-23, how much has been, of the October budget of 22-23, how much has been budgeted for that section?
Senator, so you're asking what's been the spend against that? So
correct.
I can give you a spend figure for the actual spend for 24-25 against outcome 1.1 was 348.81 million. As Ms Thomas mentioned a minute ago, the budgeted amount for 25-26 is 498.971. I don't have to hand a current spend against that number, but I'm sure we could provide that.
Sure. Yeah, we would have to take that on notice of just actually going back.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Take that on notice, and we'll ask those questions. And the rest of this I will ask in outcome 1.2. Hydrogen highways, does that fit in here?
It does.
Yes, it does. Okay. How much of the $80 million has been spent thus far from the hydrogen highways program?
Can you just have the officers
Yeah, sure.
join us?
Thanks, Senator. Matthew Ryan, Branch Head of Land and Transport, Branch in the Emissions Reduction Division. Of the 80 million, 5 million has been committed to a project in Tasmania. I'd have to probably take on notice how much of that's been spent.
Is that the Bell Bay project, or is it? Oh no, sorry, it's Hydrogen Highways. What's the name of that project?
I think it's Line Hydrogen is the name of the project.
Line Hydrogen. Okay, all right. So the remaining 75 million, is that currently in a process where there are applicants for it being assessed, or what's the status of the balance of the program?
So the Hydrogen Highways program, the remaining 75 million in the budget was taken as a saving and redirected to other areas within the climate change portfolio.
Right.
It was a measure that provided $10 million to each state and territory for long-haul hydrogen infrastructure and vehicles. So the program's been out there for 3 years. It was led by the states and territories for them to identify projects and the Commonwealth to match that funding. And over the 3 years, there has been some interest in progressing that program. Most advanced during that period was New South Wales and Victoria had got together to do something from Sydney to Melbourne, and they'd worked through a process and couldn't quite make it work in terms of the money and funding, but most importantly for Hydrogen Highways, the availability of the vehicles was one of the key sticking points. So long-haul hydrogen vehicles weren't as prospective as was to be expected. So it's probably a little bit longer off than we'd hoped with that program.
So when the program was designed, budgeted for and announced, were those vehicles more prospectively available at that point in time than when the decision was to scrap the program or the balance of the program?
Certainly with hydrogen and transport, we had seen the beginning of some programs that had been funded through ARENA for back-to-base models, so more running around or lower weight, and there was certainly the expectation that the vehicles would be available within that period. We have a very a little bit different like road transport network for road, for trucks, long haul, B-doubles, longer, heavier loads on our roads. So the vehicles that might be more heavy related coming from Europe might not necessarily be adapted to Australia readily. And I think working through that process certainly, and the Commonwealth was co-sponsoring with states and territories, so the states and territories working through that process, I think they got to the point where it wasn't quite where it needed to be in the time frame they were looking to. Now, I do know they were trying to make it still work and how long it'd take, but it has taken quite a while for us to get to where we are now.
Okay.
So, Donnie, will I rotate the call? Or?
Sure.
Yep. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for being here again. It seems to me that everyone in government and the bureaucracy is incapable of telling people how much reducing Australia's carbon dioxide...
I'll stop you right there. We will be respecting the people who are sitting at the table. If you would like to rephrase your question.
I can't get an answer from the government or the bureaucracy on how much it's going to cost in total, overall, for cutting Australia's carbon dioxide production to meet your targets. Why is that? Well, I've heard everything from a couple of $100 billion here or there to 1.9 trillion. What is the number?
So, Senator, I know we've had this discussion before. I just think the generality of your question makes it very hard for us as officials to answer it in any meaningful way. And we always do want to try to assist you because it's legitimate, your questions as a Senator.
Thank you.
So, if there's a way you can, in some way, refine it, we can have a crack. Otherwise, if you think it'd be better to put it on notice and we can give you responses on notice, I'm happy to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Fredericks. I'll accept your invitation. I'm talking about all the costs, the wind and solar generators, the power lines needed for the scattered wind and solar, the killing of coal, the killing of the farting cows, the banning of petrol and diesel engines, killing off the V8 Toyota Land Cruiser. How much is it all going to cost Australia to get to where you somehow think we're going to be in 2050 compared to just letting Australians be. What is it going to cost to do all of that versus what does it cost to do nothing?
So, Sarah, I think if it's okay with you, we'll take that on notice. Because you've given some specificity, we are in a position to be able to describe, as it appears in the budget, costs associated with a range of the measures, some of the measures you just described, so we can legitimately do that. So we'll take that on notice and do that.
So you understand what I'm after now? Even though I haven't named every single component, there are a hell of a lot of components. I'd like to know the cost of doing.
I think, Senator Roberts, that Mr Fredericks has said, I'll answer it as far as I can. I mean, I can say to you that in your question were a couple of assertions. Killing off the Toyota Land Cruiser, the V8 Toyota Land Cruiser, is not an initiative of the Albanese Labor government. Killing the Australian auto industry was an initiative of the Morrison, Abbott and Turnbull governments. The vehicles that now international automakers make, because Australia doesn't make cars anymore because they killed the industry, is not something that can be costed, Senator. It's the economic harm that is done by coalition governments to Australian manufacturing that is entirely the responsibility of Mr Hockey, who I saw featured in the newspapers yesterday, a pretty interesting article, Mr Abbott, Mr Turnbull, Mr Morrison, Mr Frydenberg, all these characters who thought it was an act of total genius to kill 40,000 jobs and Australia's capacity to make cars. You can see that there is a contrast with this government. $2 billion, for example, in your home state of Queensland, backing the aluminium sector, so that that investment is sustained in Australia. Now, they are going through their own process. You might not like it, the aluminium sector. They've just on the back of that announcement... No, I know you like the aluminium sector. You might not like the fact that they are shifting to a lower carbon profile. They have on the back of the Albanese government's investment in the aluminium sector that has given them the confidence to invest themselves $2 billion in renewable energy capability in Queensland. So that's more jobs for Queensland, with a government that's got a local content plan for the renewable sector, which will mean more engineering and more structural steel and more jobs
Minister, the key
in Queensland.
In producing aluminium is electricity prices.
I didn't interrupt you, Senator. I'm just trying to make the point that some of the assertions that you make go to things that are not the government, not what the government is up to here. What the government is up to here is supporting Australian manufacturing and Australian industry and rebuilding a modern electricity grid so that we are competitive for the future.
Thank you.
That's what we're up to, and the fruits of that are most starkly evident in regional Queensland at the moment, where 5,000 jobs sustained in Gladstone and central Queensland because of that one announcement and investment in new renewable energy capability. And the alternative is the plan that these jokers have for nuclear reactors that will force the aluminium sector offshore. Just like the auto industry was forced offshore.
Minister, I'll ask you to refer to our colleagues. Yes.
What was it? What did I say? I'm sorry.
You called them jokers.
We don't normally repeat these.
I'm sorry.
Things, but I don't know, in the vein of respect.
My friends over here. Yes.
Lovely. Thank you very much, Minister. Appreciate that.
Sorry, Senator Roberts.
Gladstone is under threat because of both this government and the previous government's passion for net zero. That's why it's under threat. Electricity prices are the key ingredient to an aluminium smelter. I happen to have been living in the Hunter Valley when the alumina smelter at Kurri was built, and I know it's shut down and others are under threat now because of electricity prices, because of the conversion to net zero. So I'd also like to understand the subsidies, the support, what that is going to cost, because we've got these net zero policies increasing the cost of electricity. Then we've got the government milking the taxpayer and electricity users to subsidise people who are vulnerable. So I'd also like to know that specifically.
Can I just make two observations about that?
By the way, Minister,
yes.
you introduced the ute tax. That's what's hurting V8 Land Cruisers.
Can I make a few observations about this? Firstly, Senator, the most disturbing thing I've heard this morning is your assertion that you were around in the Hunter Valley when the Kurri Kurri smelter was built. I cannot believe that you look so youthful. You look so youthful. It is not. I just cannot. Like that. Really, there's a set of cognitive dissonances there. I'm going to have to adjust to this idea. I went past the Kurri Kurri aluminium smelter
on my way to high school at Kurri Kurri High School every day.
I once persuaded somebody who didn't come from the Hunter Valley that there were two towns in the Hunter Valley, one called Kurri and the other called Kurri Kurri, and they
Wagga Wagga?
Indeed, that's right.
So,
Senator,
did you not introduce the ute tax as killing V8 Land Cruisers?
Well, there's no arrangement called the ute tax. You know it. If people want to buy Land Cruisers or any other kind of vehicle, they're very, very welcome to.
Are you aware
the broader point, though, is I think because the questions that you ask go outside the scope, apart from the assertions that I don't agree with, and the ones like your relative age that I can't reconcile myself to, we will take those questions on notice, and the department will do their best to look within the scope of their responsibilities to be able to answer on the cost of measures, you know, I'll.
It's disturbing that you are now qualifying Mr. Frederick's.
I think I'm saying exactly the same thing as Mr. Fredericks. That is, we'll take those things on notice and they will answer to the extent that they can.
That they can?
Yeah, because they can answer questions that go to the scope of the department's activities. If you want sort of economy-wide measures, and even if you end up at PM&C or Treasury, a very substantial amount of these investments are private investments. Encouraged or facilitated by developments in the international market and developments that the Australian government is supporting. What I can say to you is that you say government support. I mean, we unequivocally support Australian manufacturing. We've got the biggest pro-manufacturing...
It's being killed by your policies and net zero.
The biggest pro-manufacturing package in Australian history, to back investment in areas like critical minerals, iron and steel, aluminium, backing current jobs and prospective investment. That is the kind of thing that I would have thought your political party would support. The alternative is zero in industry policy and forcing important industries like the auto industry offshore, which is what my friends over there, when in the era that they want to go back to, right?
Well, we're very pleased, Minister, to say our policy.
The sort of Morrison period, where they want to go back to, 40,000 jobs gone. Now, I think it's a very strong contrast and one that I'm very happy to talk about over the coming weeks and months.
Our policy is to end net zero and restore manufacturing. Do you admit, Minister, that a Toyota V8 Toyota Land Cruiser simply cannot survive under your vehicle emissions rules, and that you effectively killed it off?
What? Look, I can't answer in terms of... I can answer in terms of my own practical... I went into work this morning. There are all sorts of vehicles on the road. Some of them were old vehicles, some of them were new ones. Some of them had been purchased new, some of them had been purchased second-hand. The government has, as we canvassed a little bit earlier before you
Minister, everyone
came
can see you on TV.
Before you came
everyone can see you answering this question.
The government has introduced a set of fuel efficiency standards. Right? Well, that is, before that, Australia was operating on the basis of standards that had been developed in the 1970s. We were the dumping ground for vehicles, just like the Russian economy and a couple of other places around the world that hadn't taken this step. It's in the interests of...
I'm deeply concerned about Australia.
It's in the interests of people having to buy less fuel, right? So it's cheaper for people when there's a vehicle efficiency standard. That means that cars aren't overusing petrol or diesel. To cost less to get from one place in regional Queensland to the other because you're using less fuel. It's a good thing. And it's a good thing for consumers. It's a pity that we don't have an automotive manufacturing sector in Australia that would be able to take advantage of those things as well and build Land Cruisers and Hiluxes and all sorts of things for the Australian market and the international market. We lost that opportunity because the previous government decided to force the auto industry offshore.
And we'll move on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Senator Dunningham.
Thanks, Chair. If I can go to the 2030...
Timing's in your hands for what happens next.
Oh, excellent. The 2035 targets, please, if I can go to that. So I just wonder where we're at with the work to progress and establish the 2035 emissions reductions targets.
Thanks, Senator. As I stated at the last estimates, we are awaiting the Climate Change Authority's advice, and that is required under the Climate Change Act before the government can set the 2035 target.
So we're no closer. We've had no correspondence with the Climate Change Authority to indicate any progress on that work since our last conversation?
Understand the Climate Change Authority will be here later today to answer questions about where it is up to on its work program.
Has the department received any correspondence or done any work with the Climate Change Authority since the last estimates on this matter?
So the Climate Change Authority is independent, so it is undertaking its work program. Across government, the department...
Can I just interrupt? The Climate Change Authority are not coming today?
No, they're not.
Oh, are they actually
Monday?
on Monday?
Just
sorry,
for
sorry, they are on Monday. Yeah, sorry.
I was looking forward to that.
Yes, so was I.
Sorry.
Thank you for correcting me, Secretary. But we may still be here for that. But please, Ms Munro, sorry, we cut you off quite rudely.
Not at all. I'm glad I was corrected. So obviously, independent Climate Change Authority undertaking its work program.
Yes.
The department has a role across government in looking at what some of the policy options may be, but we also need to receive the Climate Change Authority report to finalise our advice to government.
Sure. So is there departmental input into this Climate Change Authority's work, though, or not? They do it completely separately and then come to you and then you form your policy work after that? Or?
Sorry.
Senator Catherolli, Head of the Emissions Reduction Division. It is absolutely correct to say that the CCA's advice is prepared by the CCA and that is independent from the department. That doesn't mean that we don't work with our colleagues in the CCA, including on things like public consultation. Is an area where we have worked quite closely with them through the course of their advice, both on the sectoral pathways, which they provided a report late last year, and that's been very closely related to the work that they're doing on the 2035 target. And we've certainly done joint sessions with them, engaging with stakeholders, and in part that's a response to the feedback we've got from stakeholders themselves about the risk of consultation fatigue and taking a more joined-up approach. We're very clear about the respective roles and responsibilities of the different organisations and always careful to respect the independence of the CCA, but we have certainly done some work together.
Okay, and since our estimates when we last met, has the CCA communicated when they expect to have their work to you?
There has been no further update on that.
No. What was the projected date last time we met?
So I understand that was drawn from statements from the chair, and my understanding, let me just check.
My understanding, Senator, is, and this was comments by the CCA chair in December last year, that they were undertaking additional analysis in light of international developments and would be providing their advice to government in the coming months. But that's probably a question best directed to the CCA when they appear at this committee on Monday.
Sure. I'm just
I mean, the difficulty, of course, is it's an independent process, you see, Senator Dunningham, which is why, I refrain from giving a political answer. Mr Keane, I think, said that, and it seemed sensible to me that developments in the international arrangements, including trade arrangements, they are assessing and weighting those questions in terms of making their report, and that they're entitled to do that. If I was giving a political answer, which I would refrain from doing, I would say it's an extraordinary thing to do to really ask a question about 2035 targets when you haven't been able to manage a process in your party room to tell us what the Liberal and National Party would do if they were elected in 2030. And it's that kind of dysfunction that means that you've got people like Mr Constance and Mr Joyce on a unity ticket, your candidate for Gilmore, the sort of 9 times round candidate, saying he wants to pull out of the Paris Agreement without much contradiction. So that dysfunction from your show, it would be open for us to spend time on a sort of political response on those things, but as I said, I refrain from doing it because it's an independent process that the Climate Change Authority will manage, and they'll make their assessment and they'll do it as soon as they can, I'm sure. The deadline for countries to do these things was in February. Very few have, because they're all responding to the same set of questions and concerns around the world. And now, when you stump up with your 2030 targets, I reckon Australians will take you a little bit more seriously.
Okay, thanks for that non-political answer. I just wonder, so we've got, I think, as I understand it, the UK, New Zealand, Canada, Singapore, Switzerland and Japan have submitted their targets. And there may be others, I don't know. I understand the chair of the CCA said in December that they need to reanalyse, etc. These countries somehow have found a way to do it for their jurisdictions, and I'm sure they can answer for themselves. But does the government intend to have targets out, given the chair did say coming months in December, months, goodness knows how many, but do you intend to have your targets out before the election? Minister, perhaps?
Well, thank you very much for the question. Each of those economies has a different shape to the Australian economy, responding to their national interest. And there's, I guess, 2 dynamics shape our approach to this. One is, as the officials have outlined to you, and I've tried to explain, I suppose, the Climate Change Authority will independently make that assessment, and that organisation will do that in the way that they see fit, because I think it is reasonable, and most Australians would understand that we are operating in a very disruptive global trading environment. That's the truth. Okay. And that means that we have to measure and weight those things properly. So there's competing demands here. One for certainty about what the arrangements are, but the other to deliver something that takes account of that properly. The second imperative that I think certainly shapes my thinking about these questions is we will act in the Australian interest. A foreign concept, I know, for our opponents, but we will act in the national interest, and we will provide certainty for... We have a 2030 target. We're introducing the policy measures there that are all about making sure that Australian industry is more competitive than it otherwise would be. Mr Dutton and Mr Constance and Mr Joyce and all these characters have been unable to reach a position even on 2030, 5 years away. And apart from apprehending that we're in the Paris Agreement or out of the Paris Agreement, this is the kind of policy uncertainty that creates sovereign risk. It's why investors in boardrooms around the world have choices about what they do, and a return to the Morrison period of policy instability is the politest way of describing the catastrophe that the last government was in these questions. People go and find somewhere else to invest.
I will just note that we have a hard break at 10:30 to move to the next witnesses.
If we're concluded with these ones. I mean, the Minister's providing extremely lengthy
we will be moving on at 10:30 is what I'm saying.
The standing orders provide for us to...
Standing Order 26.4 will tell you that because these people are appearing again on Monday, that does not apply.
Well, regardless, I'd like the Minister to perhaps be a little more succinct in his answers. I enjoy the political commentary, but if you're... Is it the government's intention to tell the people of Australia what the 2035 emissions reduction target will be for this government prior to the election?
I live for the stand-up comedy of these routines, right? Like, honestly.
It's a pure and simple question, Minister. I don't know why you can't just answer it.
The characters who can't tell Australians...
You're the government.
Whether they...
You were going to deliver it in February.
Targets are now insisting...
What's your answer?
That we come up with, over the next few minutes, you're going to hear it.
Yeah, a few minutes. And it won't be an answer.
You are insisting that somehow...
You have no respect for this process.
A target a decade away to suit your political convenience, Australians will take the coalition seriously on energy policy when you start acting like adults.
I asked the question,
when you start acting like adults.
Will you give us a target or not?
What I've explained to you
and if you won't, why not?
Carefully and succinctly as I can, is that the Climate Change Authority is due to provide a report to the government.
When?
I think Mr Keane was clear in December and clear, I think, in February. I think we traversed some of these issues in February as well. Given the developments in, at the very least, the global trading environment, that they are going to make sure that they provide a proper assessment for government. It's a uniquely sort of Morrison-Dutton sort of position to take, right?
Will you provide a target or not?
That oblivious to the national interest, that some target should be provided, even if it damages, even if it's the wrong thing to do. Even if it's the wrong thing to do.
Election.
Now, we're going to wait for the Climate Change Authority, independent organisation, run by your Liberal colleagues.
So Australians won't know how much you'll drive up prices in the next
term. And
we
will make a sensible set of decisions based upon that input about how we approach a 2035 target. When we receive it, we'll take time to assess it as a government. The Minister will, in the normal cabinet processes, talk to colleagues.
So after the election,
and it will happen in an orderly way that's in the national interest. We don't respond to the sort of
the needs of Australian
political
community.
Imperatives.
Certainty.
That argument could be advanced, Senator.
You're in government.
If you had the slightest bit of credibility on these questions, and step one is having an approach to 2030. Step two...
So you don't have to, but you want us to. Minister, how about you apply that standard to the government?
What I want you to do...
And we might just wrap it up there, gentlemen, because we have hit that hard marker where we are moving on. And I will call officers from the Emissions Reduction Assurance Committee and welcome Dr. Karen Hussey, hopefully. Great. Good to see you, Dr. Hussey. Would you care to make an opening statement at all?
Thank you, Chair. No, I won't. Happy to go straight to questions. And for the record, Karen Hussey, Chair of the Emissions Reduction Assurance Committee.
Thank you. Look, I'm going to start with just one question. I only have one question. There does seem to be a lot of misinformation about what carbon crediting is. Obviously, there's an awful lot of surround sound that we've heard. Can you just explain to us why a high-integrity carbon market is important and what exactly it is that what the ERAC is doing and how the scheme's being regulated?
Thank you, Senator. So the carbon crediting scheme essentially allows the economy to pursue least cost or lower cost abatement opportunities by virtue of deploying carbon offset projects. The ACCU scheme, which used to be the Emissions Reduction Fund, which before that was the Carbon Farming Initiative, enables the deployment of those projects through the deployment of activities that are captured under what we call methods or methodology determinations. And there's 30 methods that are caught or included in the ACCU scheme. And essentially each of those methods sets the rules around how carbon abatement can be achieved, either through sequestration or through the reduction in emissions, or indeed the avoidance of emissions. The methods themselves, because they set the rules, demand a real emphasis on integrity for one reason, and then another reason which has emerged since the safeguard reforms a couple of years ago. So the first reason is that if you're going to say that you're generating an Australian carbon credit unit and it represents 1 tonne of avoided or sequestered carbon, then it ought to. Right, it's very basic. It's not it's fairly fundamental. So it should be what it says on the tin. So that's the sort of fundamental floor, sort of basic expectation that one would have, that if you have a private property right in the form of an ACCU and it says it's going to be 1 tonne, then it ought to be 1 tonne, and the rules and regulations around it need to make sure that that's true. I think the emphasis on integrity that we've seen in the last couple of years is driven by this sort of second development that has occurred in recent years, which is prior to the safeguard mechanism reforms, the ACCU scheme was voluntary. Right? So you could be engaged or not, it was entirely up to you. It became a compliance market after the safeguard mechanism reforms, because the safeguard mechanism reforms saw safeguard facilities given the opportunity to achieve their obligations under the mechanism by virtue of either generating safeguard mechanism credits or using ACCUs. And as long as you're using ACCUs for the purposes of offsetting emissions arising from another economic activity, you need to be really, really certain that you are genuinely seeing real and additional abatement reduced, and your ACCU is delivering on that. Right?
And do you think we're there? Is that what's happening?
I do. I think we are.
Because there are a number of, including people on this committee, who are detractors from that.
Yep. So it's a scheme that has a range of checks and balances embedded in it that ensure at different points in time and at different scales the integrity of those ACCUs is monitored and corrected if there's any issue. So coming to your second part of your question in terms of the Emissions Reduction Assurance Committee, we're responsible for the integrity of the methods that underpin the scheme. It is absolutely the case that we are working in a contested, complex, scientifically uncertain environment where we are having to weigh up the evidence and information available to us at the time in order to be able to design those rules and regulations in order to ensure the integrity of each ACCU that's generated out of a method. It's a continuous improvement paradigm, if you like, Senator, in so much as we as a committee will open up a method for review for a number of reasons, but including if we feel that there are concerns with the integrity of the ACCUs being generated under the method. So in that way, I think the system is really well designed. and I would certainly have confidence and do have confidence that at the method level, and I'd leave it to the department and the regulator to speak to their two levels, but certainly at the method level, the committee has what it needs in order to be able to monitor and ensure the integrity of ACCU's under methods over time.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Senator Duniam?
Yeah, thanks. Just in relation to the improved native forest management and multiple use public forests we discussed last estimates, I just wonder if I can understand what the steps and timeline for the approval process is at this stage.
So the department is working through what the process will look like with each of the prioritised proponents. The piece of the puzzle that the Emissions Reduction Assurance Committee owns is in relation to consultation on an exposure draft of the proposed method.
Right.
We anticipate that method probably being with us earlier than the other three. I don't have a precise time for you, and some of that, or most of that, will depend on, first of all, the progress that the proponents make, and secondly, the way in which the department chooses to handle the drafting of the exposure draft. But our piece of the puzzle will look like us doing a preliminary review of an exposure draft, putting it out for consultation for a period of time, inviting relevant stakeholders to provide whatever information and input and evidence that they feel is relevant to the exposure draft to us. We then work with the Secretariat to assess and synthesise and analyse those submissions, and to the extent that we think there are required reforms to that exposure draft or revisions to that exposure draft, we will say so.
Okay, and so, sorry, the submissions arise purely out of the consultation process that you engage in, is that right?
The submissions that come to IRAC will come out of that process.
The consultation process. Okay.
My understanding is, and these questions are best directed to the department, but my understanding is that there will be consultation in advance of IRAC's piece of the puzzle.
Yes. Okay. So just to your piece of the puzzle, if you can answer it in that prism, that's great. If not, I'm sure I can try with the department. So just in terms of the consultation process on your part of this, how does that actually work? Can you step me through that, sorry? So is it those submissions arrive from participants in the process? Or?
Yes. So we will receive an exposure draft. We will publish the exposure draft on the department's website. And there will be some commentary around inviting anybody who's interested to provide a response to the exposure draft in relation to its alignment with the offset's integrity standards, which is the piece that we are legislated to have regard to and ensure alignment with. Those submissions are then, Senator, submitted through an online portal, would be my guess. They will then be collated and reviewed and read by the Secretariat and by me. Certainly me, I will read every single one of them. The committee will have access to all of them, and then there will be a synthesis provided to the committee. The committee will then essentially land on any decisions that need to be made vis-a-vis the alignment of the proposed method with the offset's integrity standards. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, no, that does help. And if there's a proponent of one of these methods who has run their own sort of consultation process, are they able to submit to you that there should be a shortened process in terms of your consultation, or it doesn't change?
I mean, they can ask, but
you wouldn't.
We would.
In theory, you wouldn't sort of go there. Okay. All right. So obviously, a number of commentators have highlighted issues with a couple of the proposed methodologies there. So the government will commit. Well, what is the actual? I'll have to ask the department. Is there anyone, Ms. Munro? Are you able to talk about, in broad terms, the overall consultation timeframe the department would engage into? Because we've heard about IRAC's piece of the puzzle. What's the overall timeframe from the department's point of view?
Well,
Yeah, happy to. Kath Rowley, Head of the Emissions Reduction Division. Thank you, Senator. The timeframe for development varies enormously from method to method. Some are relatively more straightforward and there's a strong evidence base, and some are more complicated. And so method development can take anywhere from like a year to many years. As you know, we've moved to a proponent-led method development process, and the native forest management method that which I think is the one that you're particularly interested in.
Yes.
Improved native forest management in multiple use public forests. The development of that method was proposed by the New South Wales government, and they are leading its development. As you're aware, they're undertaking their own consultation and analysis and work to prepare that method. And we're really in their hands with respect to how long they spend doing that. They need to get it to an adequate state of development before it really comes to the department to progress legal drafting. So you need to have all of the details settled in terms of the proposal. That would then the department would pick up the task of the legal drafting to get it, because these methods are legal instruments.
Yeah.
And then that's the point at which it goes into the ERAC's formal review process. And then there is a full, as the chair outlined, public consultation process for the committee to conduct for themselves. Sure. But we haven't yet got a fixed timeline agreed with New South Wales, and even once we agree that timeline, it will be subject to change depending upon how their own consultation, analysis and method development goes.
Okay, so Professor, just back to the ERAC specific component of it. I mean, are we sort of talking 2 weeks, a month, 8 weeks in broad terms, do you think?
It's usually 28 days.
28 days for that. So from exposure draft, publication invitations, etc. Yeah.
To the deadline for submissions being received.
Okay, and then beyond submissions received, and you reading every single one, which I don't envy, but how long do you expect?
Depends on how many submissions we get and the level of sort of complexity that we think has arisen as a consequence of those submissions. A general rule, if I look at for example, the periodic review process that we've undertaken in recent months on 3 methods, I would really like to see a turnaround of about 2 to 3 months.
Okay, all right. Thank you. That's very helpful. Thanks, Chair.
Excellent. Thank you so much for coming. We really appreciate it. That was very, very helpful. The committee will, you are released. The committee will now suspend until 11 a.m. When we will return with program 1.2. Okay, welcome back, everybody. I would now like to call officers from the department in relation to program 1.2, support reliable, secure and affordable energy. And we will go directly to Senator Duniam.
Thanks, Chair. So the Treasurer has claimed that power prices have fallen by 25%. I'm just wondering if the department can provide the committee with an example of a household where power prices have gone back by 25% than as at the date of the last election.
So thank you, Senator. Simon Duggan, Deputy Secretary, Energy Group. So I believe the reference that you're referring to most likely to have been a quote from the December quarter 2024 CPI release, which reported a 25.2% decline in electricity prices over the previous 12 months. So that 12-month period through to the end of December 2024. So that wasn't a comparison back to 2022.
Okay, so do we have a comparison back to December 2022?
So, Senator...
sorry, just for clarity, Senator Duniam, so I'm clear before Mr Duggan answers, is this before or after Mr Taylor hid the price spike in electricity?
I'm asking about the date that the Labor Party took office, about what the power prices
But when
were.
we took office, it was still not apparent
I've asked my question.
because Mr Taylor had conspired
seriously,
to hide electricity price rises from Australians. So I'm very happy for the official to answer, but I was wondering if you could just...
it would be good.
Because there's an 18% difference between those two figures, you see.
Right, okay. So you bear no responsibility for anything.
When Mr Taylor was keeping it a secret, people didn't know that electricity prices were about to go up. So
you've had your say.
Very happy for you to ask the official, but...
That's good. Maybe the official could answer.
It'd be good to know whether you're prepared to concede that dishonesty.
I'm asking the official a question. They know the question.
So, Senator, again, taking the same source of data that you quoted from the Treasurer, I have in front of me, and my colleagues may have further historical data than this. I have data in front of me that goes back to June 2023.
Sure.
And so, inclusive of government electricity rebates, the ABS has stated that electricity costs for households have fallen by 15.8% since June 2023.
Sure.
They also give a figure for what would have occurred in the absence of rebates, and they say that electricity costs for households over that period would have increased by 16.9% over that period.
So without the rebate, it would have increased by, what did you say, 16.9%?
Yeah. So that's published information from the ABS.
Sure. You don't have December 2022, though. You only go back to June 2023.
Yeah, that's all I have in front of me, Senator, but happy to take on notice going back that additional couple of quarters.
Sure, if you could, that would be good. So, are you able to? I mean, do you provide an average dollar figure per household for power as part of your analysis?
So, Senator, there's a number of different reference prices in the market. There's, of course, the standing offer prices. So you'd be aware the Australian Energy Regulator, who's appearing a little bit later on today, produces standing offer prices for New South Wales, South Australia and South East Queensland, also the Victorian equivalent for Victoria. So certainly I can tell you what the standing offer prices are. In terms of market prices, the AER in its publications produces information around market prices. Again, they're appearing a little bit later on. They're probably better equipped to take you through.
Sure.
It's their published information, so I think they're best placed to provide that too.
Just back to the figure, the 25% figure we were talking about before, was there a version of that exclusive of rebates as well?
Senator, let me just check what I have. I don't have the exclusive for the past 12 months figure of rebates. As I said, I only have back to June 2023 exclusive of rebates.
So sorry. Okay, so the June 2023 figure does include the most recent. Is that across that period of time? Or?
Yeah, so just to clarify what I indicated earlier. So inclusive of government electricity rebates, the ABS has stated that electricity costs for households have fallen 15.8% since June 2023.
Yes.
If you exclude the rebates, the ABS has calculated that the increase since June 2023 would have been 16.9%.
Okay, all right.
So the rebates make a big difference for households, Senator Duniam.
So does cheaper energy, frankly. And you don't have to use taxpayers' money to pay down for your more expensive
It's made a
power.
big difference. It's made a big difference for households. For reasons that I don't understand. See, if you're interested in cheaper power, the last decade would have been very different, wouldn't it?
Well,
wouldn't it?
And so would the last three.
It would have been very different.
So are we able to establish, based on the information the department has, whether electricity prices today are $275 cheaper than they were in 2022 when the election was held?
So, Senator, different households are on different plans, different offers. So again, it will depend on the region in which the household is. It depends, including for the reason that, of course, there's a nationwide Commonwealth rebate, but there are also a number of state rebates. So there are a number of things that go into that calculation as to whether a household is, what the electricity bill of any individual household is at this point. So, yeah.
And that ABS data of the 15.8% decrease, inclusive of rebates, does cover state rebates too, is that right?
That's correct. So it's a nationwide figure inclusive of both Commonwealth and state rebates.
Okay. So has the department got any advice or information or evidence around Australians paying less for electricity than they were before the last election?
So, Senator, there are, again, it depends very much on which region you live in. So,
is there a region where that has occurred?
Yes, in fact there are, Senator. So again, inclusive of rebates, in Queensland, for example, if you look at the standing offer price in Queensland and the fact that the Queensland government, of course, has a $1,000 rebate. So adding to that the $300 rebate provided by the Commonwealth government in the current financial year, a Queensland household is on average about $790, effectively lower electricity bill in the current financial year than they were in 2022, 2023. Okay. So again, but there is a range, and the range, even inclusive of rebates, has increases in some other jurisdictions.
And so without the rebate, have you got a figure there of what that standing offer price would result in without the $1,300 of combined rebate?
Yeah, so in Queensland case, the equivalent would be a $510 increase over that period.
The rebates have been very effective, Senator Duniam, in keeping energy prices more affordable than they otherwise would have been. And we have got a lot of work in front of us to recover from the damage that your government did to the electricity system. We're going to keep doing it.
So is it still the government's policy, and I'll ask again, and it might be the department might be able to tell me whether it remains policy that they're adhering to, that power prices be $275 less than they were in 2021 as promised? Is that the policy the department's working to?
So, Senator, I'll just note that was a policy that was set by the government prior to the previous election, so it was not one that we advised on at the time.
No, understood.
And we certainly haven't done any modelling in that regard. So it's really a question for the government, Senator.
So you haven't modelled anything in relation to the promise the incoming government, then incoming government, now government have, or had, I should say, because I don't think it's their policy anymore, I'm not sure.
So the $275 figure comes from modelling that was done by the current government when it was in opposition. We haven't sought to replicate that modelling. I mean, one of the challenges with any of this type of modelling is you need to compare to work out whether or not electricity bills have fallen by $275. Your counterfactual matters enormously here, and of course in 2022 we had a number of significant shocks occur in global energy markets and in fact domestically, which changed the baseline quite significantly. So it's a challenge, and we haven't sought to replicate that.
So there's been no modelling done since the election on that particular dollar figure and the promise and whether it can be achieved. So, which I find passing strange. I mean, it was government policy for the incoming government?
Yeah, so no, we haven't sought to do that. I mean, our interpretation of that policy was it was the impact of government policy on electricity prices over that period. We haven't sought to do that analysis.
So flowing on from that, has any modelling been done about when power prices will decrease by what the now government promised before the last election to that dollar value, 275?
Yeah, so Senator, there has been public modelling done of this by one of the market bodies. So the Australian Electricity Market Commission has produced their residential price trends report. So they released that on the 28th of November last year. And so they sought to look out over the next decade at what residential electricity costs would be. So they have produced figures, and their projections are that you could expect to see a decline in the order of about 13% under their base case over the next 10 years.
So 13% over the next 10 years, and I accept that there is a range of different, because you've got different markets and rebates, etc. Yep. Does that 13% include the rebates that have been applied, or is that just on?
So, Senator, we're getting into a level of detail on the AEMC's publication that I don't have, but my colleague, Ms Gowans, may be able to help.
Kirsty Gowan, Senator, Head of the Electricity Division. So the Australian Energy Market Commission modelled a series of different scenarios to understand the impacts of different cost drivers on the trend in electricity prices. And they were developed considering the factors that could be influenced by policy. And as you know, there's some uncertainty about the policies that governments will introduce over a decade or period. But the AEMC price outlook is quite robust across the scenarios. They look at a drop over the upcoming 3-year period. They look at supply-side scenarios involving consumer energy resources, and also the scenarios for networks. And they look at them compared to a base case scenario. And they have produced also what they call the energy wallet. So looking not just at electricity costs, but at energy costs for Australian households. And they've forecasted that overall, for example, electrification, energy efficiency is likely to reduce the cost for household energy by about $1,000 a year, about 20% of the current spending on energy. And households, of course, with solar and batteries will benefit significantly and could potentially reduce their expenditure by up to 70%. And they look at effective integration of CER. They also look at delays to the entry of renewable energy. So overall, I think the AEMC has taken a scenario-based approach because retail prices for households vary so much by, for example, how much does an individual household use, etc. And we benchmark often against the standing offer, but without really referencing the fact that perhaps 9 to 13% of households are on a standing offer and market offers tend to be better. So it's not easy to say what dollar figure is for an average household, depending on the number of people who live there, depending on their energy use, depending on the extent of their energy efficiency and investments in energy efficiency, and also depending on much greater trends in the wholesale market in electricity that are hard to predict.
The $1,000 figure you mentioned, over what period was that projected to be?
The AEMC outlook is over a decade, Senator.
So that's out from 2025 or?
It will be from their base scenario year. So they published in November 2024.
Right.
So they will be using the November 2024 year as the baseline scenario and using price forecasts. And as you may be aware, Senator, they're currently doing a retail price inquiry, the Australian Energy Market Commission, and they're looking at the types of tariff reform and rule changes that could support better offers, better retail offers across the electricity market.
Okay, all right. So 2034, AMC, in their range of scenarios, say 10 years from November last year, households may be $1,000 better off.
The AMC scenarios project
not putting that to you.
Residential prices declining more steeply in the next 3 years, but then over the decade.
Has that well, I'll need to ask the AEMC at some point about that.
They don't model policy alternatives. That there's a range of officials have explained what of course, dumb ideas like nuclear reactors that cost $600 billion, push electricity prices up immediately for Australians, cause disinvestment in the electricity generation and transmission sector, and provide 4% of our energy requirements in 2045 at best after forcing electricity-intensive manufacturing offshore. They haven't modelled that particular madness, no.
So have they modelled the government's capacity to meet their commitment to reduce power prices by $378 per year by 2030?
I think you asked the officials the same question, and they've been through that. I mean, I
haven't asked that question yet at all.
I'm just.
Is it still the government's commitment?
Pointing out that there are two alternatives in front of people at the moment. One costs you 3 times. It costs you your job. It costs you in terms of cuts, and it costs you in terms of your electricity bill. If Mr. Dutton goes to this program of building nuclear reactors in communities that don't want them.
Is it still the government's policy, Minister, to reduce power prices by $378 per annum by 2030?
I can tell you what the government's policy is. We'll do 2 things. We'll work with experts to deliver more generation and more transmission into the system that makes power prices cheaper. What we won't do is what the last government did, which
is your promise to be
force
kept?
generation out of the system, have scores of power generation facilities closed with no plan about what to do,
not committing
about that, and then hide the price impact in the most dishonest way that Mr. Taylor did. The most dishonest way.
Oh my God, Chair.
He hid price rises from Australians. We won't be doing that. I know Mr. Dutton wants to return to the Morrison period.
All right.
We will not be doing that.
So is it your policy still to reduce power prices by $378 a year by 2030?
We are going to continue with sensible investments in the energy sector in a planned and certain way that will deliver the lowest cost, most reliable electricity system for Australians and for Australian business. What we won't be doing is embarking upon a sort of investment deterrence approach, which appears to be what
the sector's saying.
Dutton plan.
About your plan.
If you can find a private generation provider who supports your proposition, I'd be
mate.
I'd be delighted to meet them.
Interesting things about your plan.
I'd be delighted to meet them.
So-called. Will you apologise to the Australian people for not honouring the commitment to reduce power prices by $275 a year?
Well, what we're going to do...
You won't do that either?
Is we're going to drive an agenda that has already been making progress over 3 short years.
Wow.
New generation capacity, new transmission capacity.
It's all good, people.
We will not adopt dumb ideas, which is what the nuclear reactor plan is. We will not do fraudulent costings that obscure the fact that your nuclear reactor plan requires Australian electricity-intensive manufacturing to go offshore.
Will you apologise?
It's the China plan that Mr. Dutton is advancing.
You won't apologise, will you?
It's the overseas manufacturing plan.
Can you say
just like Mr. Constance, Mr. Dutton's all about moving manufacturing offshore. And if we're talking about apologising, Senator,
would you like to?
If Mr. Taylor had a shred of decency,
we'll promise lower power prices.
he would have apologised and then resigned.
Okay, and so those people that made the promise...
The idea that you obscure price rises from Australians in the hope of evading accountability is pretty consistent with the corrupted approach that the Morrison government took to public policy matters.
Unbelievable.
You want to talk about apologies?
Yes,
go downstairs
I do.
And see if you can find the fella from Goulburn who kept price rises from Australian people.
So will you apologise for not honouring your promise of reducing power prices by $2.75 or not?
Well, as I indicated,
no.
What we are going to do
That's fine.
is to continue
We
to
do everything but that.
Approach these questions on the basis of common sense, in the national interest, rebuilding the electricity sector, which was falling apart when we took government.
And apparently
Scores
you had
of
no
generators
of what you're now
announcing their closure. 4 gigawatts left the system, 1 gigawatt went in. Transmission infrastructure not looked after, and a corruption of the public policy processes by Mr Taylor to obscure price rises. Now, if you want to talk about apologising,
yes, I do.
Go downstairs and find Mr Taylor.
How about you do it on
march him out the front and see if he
Would you
will
like to make an apology?
in an uncharacteristic burst of honesty from that character. We could look forward to an apology from him.
Okay, so you won't apologise to the people of Australia who, on 97 occasions, you and your colleagues promised price reductions of $2.75.
Well, as I indicated, electricity prices would be more expensive, $1,200 straight away, because your nuclear reactor plan creates disinvestment, drives electricity-intensive manufacturing offshore, costs $600 billion, takes too long to deliver, delivers far too little electricity, and we won't be doing that. We won't be doing that.
Clearly.
What we will be doing as a government is working hard to develop the low-cost, reliable electricity system that Australia will rely upon in the future for lower household bills, more reliable electricity than the legacy generators that keep dropping out of the system, and makes Australian manufacturing more competitive. We're for more industry, not less, which is the sort of Morrison-Dutton plan.
So given the head of the market operator recently said that he couldn't guarantee that energy prices would be cheaper under Labor's plan, how much more do we expect people to pay for electricity in the years 2026, 27 and beyond? Do we have any modelling on that?
I think, Senator, I'd give the same answer around the most authoritative source we have around, public source we have around future electricity prices is the AEMC's residential price trends report that they released last year. So just refer to the evidence we've just given.
Sure. And so in the year 2026, what does that actually stipulate?
We have to pass to one colleague.
Sure, that's fine.
Now, as you go into more detail,
Yeah,
Senator.
thank you. We'll go down the table for more detail.
Hi, Senator, Electropapis Branch Head, Electricity Markets Branch. The AEMC does provide an annual cents per kilowatt figure, but I will have to take it on notice to get that cents per kilowatt figure for 2026.
Okay, and I take it on that basis we don't have it for 2027?
They have it for each year of the forecast period.
Yeah, okay, but you just said you have to take it on notice to be able to provide us an answer?
It's not in front of me right now.
Oh, right,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Do you think, I know that the rules are that we fit in with the on-notice provisions, but surely there's someone there with a document listening along in these offices? You've Googled it? Okay, all right. Well, perhaps we'll see if anything does
Senator,
come
just
to
to clarify,
yes.
what's published in the AMC report is chart-based, and it's by jurisdiction, so by state.
So there's no aggregated figure?
So no aggregated figure that we've got in front of us, and also, as I said, it's chart-based, so short of reading off the chart, there's no precise figures in what we have in front of us. So we'll take that on notice, Senator, and endeavour to get back to you.
So can I just clarify some of the, in terms of projecting what costs may be for the consumer, the policy settings that happen obviously in other departments, are they ever considered in terms of what some of those policy settings are? So if we're setting policies that are aiming for certain targets, are we considering what that costs the consumer at the other end and providing that advice to the government
Senator,
every day?
So there are, I talked about the AEMC publication, which is a public figure. You'll have the opportunity to talk to Treasury about what the electricity price forecasts are that underpin their inflation forecasts.
Yep.
So that would be a subcomponent, and so they'll be able to help you out in that regard. The department, what we focus on is providing advice to the government on the impact of individual policies on all manner of outcomes for the electricity sector, be it reliability, be it emissions impacts, be it price impacts, etc. So we're more focused on modelling at the individual policy level rather than trying to construct a series of forecasts or projections. As I said, that's really the role of the Treasury, and the AEMC, as I said, have done that publicly.
So in terms of some of the policy settings around renewables, is it fair to say, you know, we've got to have a backup generation for when wind's not blowing, sun's not shining? Do you concede that going down that path of running two networks is potentially more expensive and may have... Because we're sort of seeing, you know, costs will keep... Yeah. We're projecting costs decreasing, but I'm just trying to piece that together, how we get those projections.
Yeah, so Senator, all of the projections that we've seen, and certainly this is consistent when we model things on an individual policy basis, is that by introducing firmed renewables into the system, and by firmed you're absolutely right, that it is renewable generation, but it's backed by storage, pumped hydro, by gas peaking when it's needed, that you can move into an electricity system where the wholesale cost of electricity declines, and that's really what drives predominantly the AEMC price projections, that you do move into a lower wholesale price scenario. And a predominant reason for that is one of the things that has driven prices higher in recent times has been some of the challenges around unreliability with ageing infrastructure in the electricity sector. So when you, in a sense, are reliant on the coal-fired power fleet to provide you with that power at points where renewable energy isn't operating, and that coal-fired power generation isn't available to the market, you need to go to the next most meritorious source, and that tends to be gas. And that gas, the price of providing that gas is relatively high compared to the other generation sources. So what we have seen, and this was particularly the case towards the end of last calendar year, was more reliance, and that led to more high price events, which meant that the average price was increased over that period. So the focus is on trying to get more renewable energy in as quickly as we can, again firmed by gas peaking technology, so that you're in a position where you're driving wholesale prices down in a more reliable way. So you only have to rely on gas 5% of the time, rather than at the moment relying on it more as a mid-merit source of technology. So that's what, in broad terms at least, gives that sort of downward trajectory to wholesale pricing.
What does the impact of some of the hydrogen programs that have been sort of abandoned for various reasons, what impact do you think that will have if, I'm guessing you would count that as a firmed renewable source of energy?
Yeah. So to the extent that hydrogen could be used as a substitution fuel rather than, you know, liquid natural gas or some other form of fossil fuel gas into a generator, you know, that could help to meet our electricity needs. You know, the costs of doing that will depend, of course, on the cost of producing the hydrogen. At this stage, you know, we don't have any hydrogen in our electricity system, so it's not something that's contributing to prices at the moment. There are plans for various gas-fired power generators to look at transitioning over time into some blend of hydrogen and gas over time, and so I think in the future it will become a part of our mix, but as at today, it's not part of the electricity system.
And not part of your projections? Being in the mix
well, again, we don't
project
project aggregate prices, but you know, certainly not something that we've looked at.
I think it's fair to say that I mean there is.
Sorry, can I just hear? Sorry, I think your department had something else to say.
A lot more focus at the moment on hydrogen for industrial purposes than. You know, there's I think research and some effort into making sure in some areas of the gas fleet that there's some hydrogen capability there, but it all requires additional investment. At the moment, the approach is, as Mr Duggan has outlined, moving away from reliance upon a very expensive, ageing and sort of falling apart coal fleet, more low-cost renewables backed in by storage and gas. Like that is the less gas you use in the system because of high price at the moment, the lower the cost. But gas is part of the mix, contrary to what some of your colleagues say, that it's reliance on renewables-only strategy, and that is not the case. It is the case that gas plays a very important role in stabilising the sector. So some of your colleagues have a fixation with the hydrogen questions. You know, if a hydrogen investment stalls, it's like Christmas. You know, there's a lot of yahooing and celebrating going on. If a hydrogen investment moves ahead, it's like someone's run over the cat and everybody looks sad. You know, we actually just have to have a sensible approach that's based on what is, as Mr Duggan said, that the next best meritorious stabilising source at the moment. That's storage and gas, and that's we're focused on that because that's what that's the approach that's calculated to bring prices down. Now, alternative approaches like nuclear also involve, I think you indicated, 2 transmission networks. Well, add a third and see what that does to electricity prices. But in any case, that's the program that the government's focused on.
Can I take from that you'll be maybe removing some of the red and green tape to look at new gas fields then as part of your policy?
Well, I'm looking forward tomorrow to talking at great length with Senator McDonald and you and whoever else wants to come along to talk about what we're doing in the area of gas policy. We've got a gas approach that was set out in the Future Gas strategy. That is a practical approach to making sure that there's sufficient gas to meet not just the requirements in the electricity sector, which is important, but also the requirements more broadly for industrial purposes for gas, which, as you can imagine, I'm focused on because it's those East Coast manufacturers in particular require sufficient gas supply. That is an area of real focus for the government. I've heard breathless reports that there's something big coming over the course of today. If there's a policy position advanced by Mr Dutton and Mr Taylor tonight, I just can't wait. Can't wait. It would be novel because it would be a policy proposition which we haven't seen over the 3 years of this sort of continuation of the Morrison period into the Dutton opposition. We've got a plan on the gas front. We're working very hard with the sector to do it. Electricity is a component of that. Household supply for gas, important. Industrial gas, and of course very significant export markets and our partners who rely upon certainty and policy stability because they are undergoing their own industrial transformations, particularly our partners in North Asia.
Chair, if I could just add to
Certainly,
the
Mr.
evidence
Duggan,
that I
please go
gave in
ahead.
response to Senator Dunningham's question about the next 3 years in terms of residential electricity prices. I said in my evidence that the information we had in front of us was at the jurisdiction level, not a national aggregate, and also that it's chart-based. That was accurate when I gave the evidence, but I've now been given the report. And on page 11, there is a national, again, chart-based, and on page 12, it disentangles it into the drivers of that. And one of the things there is that, in fact, almost all of the decrease is over the next 3 years.
Thank you. Can I move?
Yes. Yes. Yeah, if I feel like having a little follow-up question, otherwise keep going.
Okay then, all right. Can I go to the renewable energy target of 82%? I just want to know, since June of 2020...
Sorry, I didn't hear your introduction.
The renewable energy target, 82%. And my question was going to be, how many gigawatts of large-scale renewable energy capacity, generation capacity, has been added to the grid between June of 2022 and today? So that is not inclusive of rooftop solar.
So, Senator, colleagues will be coming to the table to assist. I'm able to...
I've learned over the last couple of years that is a desperate cry. Please come to the table.
It also gives me time to turn to the right page in my briefing book. So, Senator, utility scale solar in terms of the annual build rate for 2020. So I'll read out the figures for 2022, 2023 and 2024. So utility scale solar, we have in gigawatts, 1.2 gigawatts, in 2022, 1.8 gigawatts in 2022-23, and 1 gigawatt in 2024. In terms of wind, we have, again, gigawatts on an annual basis in 2022, 0.9, 2023, 0.8, 2024, 2.8.
What was, solar utility grade 2024 was 1 point?
So utility solar 2024 is 1 gigawatt.
Which is 1.0, okay, all right. Okay, so how does that put us in terms of the target of 82% by 2030? I don't know what the annual requirement for additionality is in gigawatt terms, but are you able to run me through how that places us in terms of meeting that target?
Yeah, so certainly. I mean, I've previously, Senator, in response to this question, I've given evidence that we absolutely need to see an acceleration of renewable energy investment to achieve 82%. I've also given evidence that we would never have expected this pathway to be linear. We would never expect the pathway to be linear. We would anticipate there to be an acceleration in the latter part of the decade for a couple of reasons. One is responding to the incentives and the policies that are being set, but also as we see more coal-fired generation exit the system, both mathematically, the share of renewables goes up, but also the signal that sends to investment for renewable energy. So it's always been our perspective on this that we would expect to see things accelerate towards the latter part of the decade. But AEMO, helpfully in last year's integrated system plan and their step change scenario, forecast that we will need around 27 gigawatts of wind, 6 gigawatts of utility solar and about 15 gigawatts of rooftop solar above what we had in 2023-24 in order to reach 82%. And they broke that down and said that basically requires 6 gigawatts a year of grid-scale renewable capacity to be built on average, as well as 2.5 gigawatts a year of distributed solar capacity to be built on average over that time. So one of the things, and I again gave evidence on this last time we appeared here, we are actually starting to see some, what I'd describe as quite positive signs that we are seeing that acceleration that I referred to. So in late last year, what we saw, the Clean Energy Regulator put out a report which identified that it had approved an additional 7.4 gigawatts of renewable capacity last calendar year. We also have a further 4.3 gigawatts of additional capacity that reached final investment decision in 2024. And so bringing all that together, the Clean Energy Council noted effectively their projections that essentially what we're starting to see now is the sort of build rates, the sort of commitments to investment that we're going to need in order to hit 82% by 2030.
Okay, so in a linear fashion, it's 6.5 gigawatts of large-scale, or utility grade, I think is the term you use, each year between now and 2030 to reach the target. What sort of, as you know, you said it's not linear, it could be lumpy, it could be a J-curve. At its peak, how much are we going to require? In your modelling, is there some sort of estimation of where it might peak out in terms of...
Senator, we haven't done sort of annual projections of... I think the best source for this is the integrated system plan, as I mentioned earlier, and that provides numbers as at today, and then it provides numbers as at 2030. So no annual breakdown between those 2 points in time.
Okay, I understand the Chair's...
I think Senator Van needs a few moments to prepare.
Oh, right, okay.
So feel free to... We'll give you another couple of minutes.
Sure, okay. So if I can just understand then, the gap between what would equate to 82% of our generation needs in 2030 and where we're at today, in how many gigawatts is that?
So if I use, based on the ISP, the latest outcomes data that was published, so for 2023-24, in terms of variable renewable energy, we need to go from what at that stage was 21.5 gigawatts in the system to, by 2030-31, 63.7. That's where you get your annual build rate of around 6 gigawatts. In terms of storage, currently we have 2.4 gigawatts. We need to get to 19 gigawatts broadly to be consistent with the step change scenario in the ISP, which reflects the 82% target.
Sure, okay. And sorry, that second category of generation was?
Storage.
Storage,
so just adding up the variable renewable energy, but also the storage component to give you the total renewable.
Yeah, okay,
element.
all right. And so, sorry, the 2030 target was 31.63, did you say, or?
So for 2030-31, and again, this is coming out of the integrated system plan, which is consistent with an 82% target in 2030. Yes. So for variable renewable energy, 63.7 gigawatts.
63.7, sorry, yes, yep. Okay, all right. So we're a third the way there on that, and on storage, based on those 23-24 numbers, we are at 2.4 of 19. And so in terms, did you have equivalent numbers around what's coming online with storage as you provided with regard to wind and solar?
So this is where I turn to my colleagues because I need more detail.
Who are here now. So.
Correct, Senator. Ready and waiting. So we do have a good sense at the moment of which of the projects are in the pipeline in terms of large-scale energy investment in Australia. Mm-hmm. So under construction in Australia at the moment, we have 7,190 megawatts of renewable generation, which is a combination of solar, wind, hydro and biomass. Mm-hmm. We also have under construction 9,132 megawatts of dispatchable capacity, which comprises battery systems, gas and also pumped hydro storage. So there is a considerable amount that's reached a financial investment decision. But there's just one other thing that I think is really relevant when you talk about the 82% target, which is 82% of what. So the way that demand evolves and energy efficiency evolves is really important to understanding how we approach getting on track to that target, because it's a percentage of demand. Sure. And as demand grows through electrification and is reduced through energy efficiency, we will see over the decade some movement. But the acceleration of the deployment of projects is a very positive sign in terms of getting towards that target.
Okay, and so when you say, for example, in terms of the variable generation, I think you said 7,190 megawatts, was that right? Or
that's right, Senator.
Yeah. Do we know what stages in the pipeline they're at?
So that's the percentage of projects that are currently under construction. If you look at the number of projects that are in the pipeline expected to proceed but not yet under construction, that's a further 13,620 megawatts of capacity in renewable generation in total, and a further 1,200 megawatts of dispatchable capacity. So that's where we're including batteries, gas and pumped hydro storage. Yeah. That is in the pipeline with reasonable confidence that it will proceed, but not yet under construction. So we have, as I was saying, 9,190 under construction now, and a further 9,132 megawatts of dispatchable under construction in Australia, and then in the pipeline but not yet under construction, obviously that's the figure of 13,620 megawatts of variable bulk energy, as it could be described, and 1,200 megawatts of dispatchable capacity. So that's the stage of the pipeline that's a bit further back. And I just would say about that pipeline estimates can differ. Some use calendar years, some use financial years, and the capacity of the project sometimes varies as it develops through the pipeline. So we've used Rystad energy data and data from the Clean Energy Regulator and data from Rystad Energy and AEMO. And they're all slightly different to come to those figures, and it's the best estimate we can make at this stage.
And just bringing together all of what you have mentioned there in terms of those projects under construction in both categories, those in the pipe, I can't remember what nomenclature you applied to that, but the balance that are not yet under construction, how many megawatts does that bring us to, and over what period are we talking here? I mean, those ones that are not yet under construction, are they intended to be completed by 2030? Is that sort of... Because you're able to tell me that these projects, there is confidence around them completing that process and getting to construction. Do you have any visibility on timelines?
So it's hard to estimate. I think if a project is under construction in 2025, given the build time of renewables projects overall, particularly solar and wind, you're talking 2 to 4 years of construction. With hydro projects, that timing, as you know, can be longer. Exactly. So it's going to be difficult for me to give you a really accurate answer about that.
Okay. And just in terms of total number then of megawatts of those, I guess, 4 categories, how much is there coming online, both under construction and yet to commence construction?
Now I've got an economist to the left, an economist to the right, and a maths challenged member of the team in the middle. So I'm going to...
You've got a maths challenged committee as well, so
I'm going to pass along again.
I'm terrible at
and we'll...
if I can...
Oh, I'm passing up.
Yeah. Okay. So make it quite tight, that'd be lovely.
So based on... So Ms Gowans is taking you through the different categories of the pipeline. I think it's not unreasonable to add those 2 figures up. So you get a figure of broadly 20 gigawatts worth of projects where it's assessed as either probable or actually has already reached financial close, is committed or has been constructed. Now, if you go back to the figures that I gave you earlier, so if we assume that all that adds to the 2022, 23, 24 VRE, you are effectively... There are enough projects in the pipeline at that stage of commitment to get you at least halfway to 82%. So you go from 21 gigawatts to something like 40-something gigawatts on your way to about 64 gigawatts. But as Ms Gowan said, the pipeline here, the solar pipeline, 2 years ultimately for construction, and that's a big part of the new build that we see coming through, which means that's what gives us the confidence that there is a pathway here through to 82%.
And I suppose the other thing about the idea of a pipeline is that what that connotes is that that's an assessment of the projects that are either under construction or reaching financial close in 2024, 2025. Policy certainty and stability, a sort of knowable investment framework, means that new projects will be approved, going through that process of getting to financial investment decision and beginning construction in 25, 26 and 26, 27. In order to keep the pipeline moving, if I can mangle that metaphor, requires policy certainty.
Okay, and on that we will go to Senator Van.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you all very much for appearing, Mr Duggan. Good to see you again. Great to have you here. Mr Duggan, a couple of very quick questions for you. Question on notice from last estimates. You very kindly produced a table of would you like the question number? What would assist you?
Question number would be great. Thank you.
SQ25-000017. breakdown of the utilisation of interstate connectors. Thank you for doing that. I've done a back of the envelope with calculations with just some smaller data sets, so that's been really, really helpful. Have you looked at those numbers?
I have, yeah. I've got them in front of me.
Great. Have you noticed anything about them, or when you look at them, maybe not the numbers in isolation, but when you look at them in conjunction with other work, particularly from AEMO, does anything jump out at you about those?
So, Senator, what's probably going to be more useful than me giving you my assessment is for me to get my transmission experts to the table, and I'm sure I'll be able to give you a much more educated sentiment.
We're not going to go too deep. Won't have time to nerd out today.
No, we've got a hard crossover at 12.
Yeah.
Paul Johnson, Special Advisor, Electricity Division. Senator, I take it your question is about the capacity flows over these interconnectors?
Correct.
So the information in the answer, the QAN, is average export levels? So
yeah,
they're
I'm
not,
very familiar with
not
that.
maximum
I'm
capacity
not seeking
flows?
clarification on that. Just, does anything jump out at you about those numbers, or have you done any further analysis using those?
No, we have not done any further analysis.
Okay. And I can table something if I need to at some point, but I don't think I will. You're familiar with the AEMO's interconnector capabilities? I think I've got the most recent one, April 2024.
No, I'm not.
You're not aware of that?
No.
I will definitely pass you my copy once I'm done with these questions, because you should be. Because if you take those numbers that were in the question on notice answer, and then you look at the capacity of each of those interconnectors, there's a very real gap both in import and export between what capacity currently exists and what's being utilised. And we've heard, I don't know whether AER are here yet, but we've heard from them previously about utilisation of assets, and they're driving to utilise assets a whole lot more. On my calculations, there's anywhere between 4 gigawatts and nearly 7 gigawatts of interstate interconnection transmission capacity that's not being utilised. Did that surprise you?
No, Senator, because this is to do with average figures. The value of an interconnector is more related to peak demand periods.
Mm-hmm.
So I would, if in terms of the value of the interconnectors, their true value comes at those peak demand supply and moving energy between regions at peak demand.
And very good point, and you're absolutely correct. Can you talk me through, do you know those numbers?
No, I don't.
Because it's a very interesting exercise to then go back and try and engineer where the value of them, even of the current ones, comes from. And I can't yet, even with my very basic, or probably because of my very basic data skills, see where we get to a point that these current interconnectors are economically valuable, not viable, but valuable. Would that surprise you? Have you ever looked at that?
The value, Senator, I think is not revealed by this analysis here. The value really lies. No.
As I said, there's more analysis.
And it's not just at their maximum physical capacity or thermal limits, it would also be at the maximum operational limits. As you're aware, they will be constrained at various times because of the constraint equations.
Yeah, and that document takes those into account. So we can go with more or less for the purpose of this exercise. Would you take on notice to do that piece of analysis for the committee of, you were saying peak demand, where peak demand is being met by the interconnector. Will you be able to do that on a, I don't know whether you do it on a market value of that transmission, or because obviously with, once you hit capacity, there's no more megawatts that can be transmitted. So I guess it comes down to a value calculation, doesn't it?
We could look at that, Senator.
If you take that on notice for me.
And Senator, we probably have a shared interest in network efficiency, very important for the future of the electricity system, and you may have seen the grid optimisation package in the MyEFO, looking at grid-enhancing technologies. Yes, in budget, looking at grid-enhancing technologies and how they can play a role, and an important role in assisting us to achieve greater network efficiency.
And what sort of technologies will that include? Can you...
The type of technologies we think is out for consultation at the moment, Senator, with the consultation closing on Friday, but it could include a full range of sensing technologies, dynamic rating, various uses of AI or other sorts of technologies, some grid optimisation software or mapping that we see around the world as right across in every electricity system in the world. We look to try and achieve a build-out of transmission and distribution while in really lifting efficiency, because we won't be building like for like in a new electricity system, and there are new technologies, carbon fibre lines that are lighter, that are able to transport more electricity, that reduce friction in the system, all sorts of interesting technologies that we are looking to incentivise the deployment of in Australia.
And how much was that package? Sorry.
I need to check my pack, excuse me.
Ballpark, I'm just...
It's an investment of 36.9 million, Senator, over 6 years, and followed the MyEFO in 2022, 24-25.
I'm not sure whether it's worthwhile doing, putting another question on notice until you've done that other piece of work. But it seems to me if there's, did you say $43 million for those efficiency measures, doing an analysis of that amount of expenditure versus the $16 billion on current numbers that's set aside to build the mega interstate interconnector project, transmission projects. It'd be interesting to see how we could get to a more economically efficient use of money in terms of, are some of those efficiencies going to drive even more? VTLs, virtual transmission lines included in that? We seem to always rush to the big transmission project versus the more efficiency driving ones. If I'm not putting all my eggs in one basket there, and I can see Mr. Duggan's itching to answer that one.
Yeah, no, thank you, Senator. I think Ms. Gowans gave exactly the evidence I would have given, which is I don't think it's an either or. I think it's optimise the assets that you have. I think your point is absolutely right. We need to do that, and as Kirsty went through, Ms. Gowans went through, government's making investments in trying to prove up new technologies to do exactly that. But I don't think it necessarily detracts from the need to build new infrastructure in order to open up opportunities, particularly, given the geographic diversity of where the best renewable energy projects potentially are. I think it's, the integrated system plan, which I know you know well, would say it's a combination of the two.
And we are out of time.
Out of time. I did have a question for the Minister, but I'll spare him and buttonhole him another day.
Fantastic.
I'm in the chair's hands, Senator Van.
Yes, and I am going to be pretty hard today. We have a lot to get through, so thank you very much. We will release program 1.2, and I will call officers from the the Australian Renewable Energy Agency to come to the table. I'm on this. God damn.
I'll see you then. Yeah.
So who's got questions for Rita? Okay, and I'll ask you to please move as swiftly as you can. We are a little time constrained today.
Hello. How are you? Good to see you. Good day. Hi, Christian.
Welcome, Mr. Miller. Do you have an opening statement?
I do, Chair.
Please go ahead. Have you tabled the statement?
I think we have, yes.
Excellent.
Good. Not yet? We can do so. Would
Yeah,
you like
it's very handy for the committee. Thank you.
Sure. Thanks for the opportunity to appear on behalf of ARENA. I'd like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the lands we're meeting on, the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people, and extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Island people here today. Since our last appearance at estimates recently on the 24th of February, we've made 3 significant announcements, which I'd like to just note. Firstly, on the 26th of February, we announced up to $10.4 million in funding for 2 projects from our Sustainable Aviation Fuel, or SAF, funding initiative. ARENA is providing $8 million in funding to Licella and $2.4 million to Viva Energy for separate studies to develop renewable fuel alternatives for Australia's airline industry. As we know, aviation is a challenging industry from an emissions reduction perspective, with domestic flights currently accounting for 2% of Australia's GHG emissions. And ARENA will be working to ensure the lessons from these 2 important projects help inform the broader development of a SAF industry in Australia. Secondly, on the 21st of March, ARENA opened our second round of the Industrial Transformation Stream program of the part of the Powering the Regions Fund. This new round has a $70 million allocation available to support industry to decarbonise. Heavy industry accounts for about 45% of Australia's emissions and energy use, and ARENA is committed to support industry, the backbone of many of our country's regional communities and our economy, as it continues to advance the critical task of decarbonisation. Through the Round 1 application process, ARENA has developed a strong pipeline of industrial decarb projects. The pipeline reflects a diverse mix of the innovation taking place within industry, from feasibility studies through to low emissions metals and transport demonstrations. And the second round is now open until the 15th of July this year. Round 2 is expanding our focus to support innovation and advancement in commercial deployment, viability and adoption, including supporting trials, speeding up demonstration and deployment timelines. And the widened scope highlights the need for impact and momentum in the industrial transformation space and seeks projects that will drive real, tangible and scalable benefits. And finally, and I know this came up at the last estimates, I'm pleased to inform the committee that subsequent to the last estimates, we had an announcement of the first recipient from ARENA's Hydrogen Head Start program. This is a grant of $814 million in funding through to Copenhagen Infrastructure Partners' 1.5 gigawatt Murchison Green Hydrogen project in Western Australia. Australia, as we know, has immense potential when it comes to hydrogen projects, and many projects face challenges due to the current gap between what the market is prepared to pay, the market price for renewable hydrogen, and the production costs. And the Hydrogen Head Start program commits funding to bridge the current commercial gap in the form of a production credit, meaning funding is only provided once projects are actually constructed and operational. And enabling hydrogen projects through Head Start is essential to ensuring our economic prosperity as the world transitions to cleaner forms of energy, especially in hard-to-abate sectors such as ammonia, iron and alumina. CIP's Murchison project is an example of how we can leverage Australia's high-quality solar and wind resources to produce low-cost renewable hydrogen and ammonia at scale, increasing export opportunities and embedding Australia as a key enabler of global decarbonisation. We remain focused and energised on our work that we do to support Australia's net zero transition. Thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Senator Bligh.
Thank you, and thank you for that opening statement. I'm going to go to what you sort of ended your statement with, which is the Hydrogen Head Start program. How much money is allocated to the Hydrogen Head Start program in total?
Senator, the first round, which we have been working on, has a $2 billion funding envelope.
Okay.
And there's a further round that was announced of a further $2 billion. And so we are essentially able to use that envelope to support projects through round 1, and any remaining funding will be applied to round 2.
Okay, and the one program that you mentioned in your opening statement that's been granted $840 million, are there any other projects that are still waiting to be announced? If so, what's the status?
Yeah, Senator, I think last time I was here, and to be fair, consistently over the time, we've said that the first $2 billion allocation for Hydrogen Head Start, we would see as being able to support 1 to 3 projects in that range.
Yep.
As you note, we've announced the first one. We are still working diligently with the applicants that have come through. The 6 shortlisted parties, as you know, came through. We've been working with a subset of those parties, and there may be further announcements in due course. I think we'd all appreciate that these are extremely large, complex projects that require many steps and many counterparties to all come together to get to the point of an announcement like that. And I would just note that we're optimistic about the prospects for both the Murchison project and some others coming through, but we should also just remain cautious that these projects are not done yet. They still have a lot of things to do to reach financial close for the consortia in each case to take the final investment decision. And ultimately, as noted, the Commonwealth is only on the hook for payment when the projects are actually built and actually producing hydrogen. And so the $814 million for Murchison is really an upper limit. If they don't produce as much hydrogen as they expect, or it takes them longer, it obviously may result in a smaller payment, but that's all part of the contractual negotiations that we're working through.
So have some of those, shortlisted of those other 5 projects that are sitting there, have some of them sort of exited and sort of not going any further, so your shortlist is?
Look, Senator, it's complicated because there are commercial interests at play, and I'm reluctant to provide a great deal of information about what's happening in the background. There are commercial contracts being negotiated, there are various counterparties, boards involved. We ask all of those 6 projects that we've been assessing to retain confidentiality, and they oblige us by doing so. And to be fair to everybody involved, we just want to let the process run out its normal course in the background before we come out with a public statement that we are actually supporting a particular project. But we are in close contact with all 6 applicants, and they know their status.
Okay.
Yep.
And I'm from South Australia, so we've had our hydrogen plans have been shelved for now, and we're sort of seeing this replicated across the country. Is ARENA looking at reviewing the feasibility of this program, or are you sort of all in moving ahead?
We're all in moving ahead with the program, Senator. We think that hydrogen has an important role to play in Australia's decarbonisation journey. It may not be the 50% of decarbonisation that many years ago would have hyped in terms of the industry, but it's got an incredibly important role to play, particularly where electricity is hard to implement. So we're looking at heavy industry, aviation fuel, shipping fuel, the decarbonisation of iron ore into pure iron, the production of ammonia. All the numbers that we look at say that hydrogen's role is in the order of 10 to 15% of world decarbonisation. Currently, hydrogen is produced at the rate of 100 million tonnes a year, and it represents roughly 2% of the world's emissions profile. So hydrogen's future use is multiples of that we need to produce. And even getting to the 100 million tonnes, replicating that with green hydrogen is a significant milestone. And so we are deeply committed to making that work. And Australia stands to be in the prime position amongst world economies in production of hydrogen through the resources that we've got, sun, wind, land, and a trusted trading relationship with key partners in Asia. And so ARENA has always played a middle ground. We've never been overhyped, and we've never been dismayed by the progress. And of course, there have been evidence of pullback in the commercial market. We think that's just the nature of things as you try and get a new industry up and running. But we're very confident in the work we're doing.
But certainly, the government's approach to these questions is some of your colleagues, if a hydrogen project doesn't reach final investment decision, it's like it's Mardi Gras. They're so excited. If one's approved,
I think that's unfair.
If one's approved, it's like when Molly died on a country practice. I think
the South Australian taxpayers would disagree with that too.
The position that the government takes, if you look at other analogous technologies, right? Solar around the world, to get to its first terawatt took 68 years. The next terawatt took 4 years, right? So as some of these technological uncertainties are dealt with, there'll be an uptake of the technology. The real question for Australia is it commercialised in Australia, or do other countries get the benefit of that technology?
I think
and that's
consumers
why
are
the
paying.
approach that we've taken has been, the Hydrogen Head Start project. It's not like the old Morrison government approach, which is to sort of hurl money at technologies that you like and your friends, basically. It is an approach that is reward upon performance. That is, when manufacturing of hydrogen takes place in Australia, there is a production credit. As Mr. Miller said, there's the outward limit of that for the Murchison project is sort of north of $800 million, I think, if I remember correctly. That relies upon that project meeting its production targets. If it's less, it's a lower payment. If it's zero, it's a zero payment. It's a risk-free approach. We're taking a much more pragmatic approach to this than your colleagues have been, which is a sort of emotional response to new technology. I understand that, but it's not very helpful when we're trying to build Australian manufacturing.
Great. We'll go to Senator Billick, and Senator Billick, I'll ask you to be swift.
Okay, thank you. You mentioned the industrial transformation project, or stream, sorry, and that's the stream that supports the industrial facilities in the regional areas to reduce their emissions. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes, that's correct.
And how much did you say that received? Was that 70 million or billion? Sorry, I've got a hearing.
So, Senator, the program funding envelope that ARENA was provided was a $400 million fund. Actually, 440, it's across two streams, the 400 million industrial transformation stream and 40 million for the National Industrial Transformation Program. The $400 million fund is regional focused only. The $40 million fund can be metropolitan too. But when we approach the market, we don't offer all 400 million at once. We talk to the market, understand technology-specific areas where we can focus, and then appropriately size an envelope. And that's the envelope that I mentioned before. That $70 million envelope is targeting particular areas and designed to inspire people to come forward in a short amount of time. And once we've filled that bucket, we'll carry on and open up other rounds under that fund.
So I'm interested in how that stream, the industrial transformation stream of Powering the Regions Fund, has been in attracting interest from regional facilities in decarbonisation. Are you able to...
Sorry, what's the question there?
Can you talk to me about how successful that stream has been in attracting interest from the regional facilities?
We've just announced very recently that stream of work is open. So the only success is just interest through our pipeline process with our business development and transactions team. But it's too early to give you a meaningful update on the progress in that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So can you just quickly tell me where to from here?
We have that stream open for applications. Mr. Farris could probably give me the closing date, but I think it's a matter of months. That will garner interest from industry. We will collect that up, and in a future, committee hearing, we can kind of be more explicit about the number of applicants that have come through and progress on that.
Great.
Yeah.
Want me to keep going?
No. Thank you. Senator Van.
Thank you. Mr. Miller, thank you for appearing. Good to see you again. Just referring to your opening statement, you talk about sustainable aviation fuel, the $8 million that you've invested recently with Lysella and Viva. Is that correct?
Correct.
A very good, worthwhile investments, I would say. Although, can I just check, Viva aren't looking at doing any of their own production, are they? Are they still importing, or are they looking to doing offtakes from other producers?
Senator, I don't have the details at hand of the nature of that project, so if that's of interest, we can take that on notice.
It's okay. I think I know the answer. Going back to the hydrogen point, and this may be a question for the Minister rather than you, Mr. Miller. Talking to the industry, a lot of the headwinds that they're running into isn't being able to produce it. It's not the technology. It's not getting moving. It's having the offtakes, having the markets to sell it into. Is any of the government's thinking towards how do we ramp that up? For example, and I'll give you a good case in point. Next month, the IMO is having its meeting looking at adopting standards around using renewable fuels in shipping. In shipping. So any of the programs you've got looking at how do we develop those hydrogen offtake markets? And if I've got time, I'll ask a similar question about renewable fuels.
Yeah, look, it's certainly the case that investors in projects, whether it's hydrogen production or producing components for hydrogen production, offtake is absolutely one of the things that they are focused on. I was recently in Singapore with an Australian business delegation in shipping, where the global shipping operators are absolutely engaged in that was the discussion that was happening around the table, and in that conference that thousands of delegates from businesses and shipping companies around the world. So there is a mismatch. It's why we say these things are lumpy. There is a mismatch between immediate offtake arrangements. Some firms have very broad offtake arrangements. Some are seeking to secure that. And what we know that the medium-term and long-term demand is going to be. There is a role for government in terms of our facilitative capacity, working with the investment community in these areas. Mr. Miller might have more to say about, without going into the sort of commercial in confidence discussions that they're having about the kind of discussions that are going on about offtake security in the sector. It's something that more broadly private investors and the other agencies across government who are investing and co-investing in these kind of projects are engaged in. There's no one answer to this problem. The government is not a procurer of hydrogen ourselves, so we're not in a position to offer, offtake certainty ourselves, but we certainly understand that is one of the things that makes these kind of makes it lumpy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if I can, Minister
Please.
Senator, just one other example is actually the Australian government has partnered with the German government. So it's an initiative called H2 Global. So that's German money. Effectively, they'll run an auction which will shore up supply actually in Germany, and then that difference will be coming out of this joint fund. So
if only we could
that's
get
a great
more of
example
those around the world.
Of the offtake kind of arrangements.
Thank you. That's really helpful, Ms. Munro. It's slightly different, so with renewable fuels, and I applaud the $240 million announcement from the government recently. I assume some or a lot of that will come through ARENA, so hopefully that will go well. But there's a different problem with renewable fuels, renewable diesel and SAF, in that the markets already exist. You know, the products that they make, you know, can go into trucks and mining equipment and aircraft even, you know, right now. So the markets exist. So rather than that 240 million sounds like it was being earmarked for more startup, you know, leaning into it, whereas the problem they have at the moment is they need off-takes, mandates and ways to be able to get to FID on the huge number of projects that are out there, which off-takes or mandates will definitely help them achieve.
I think, look, if I can provide more information, like specific, I mean, this sustainable aviation fuels is dealt with in some respects within the scope of DQ, but is also Department of Infrastructure and Transport. All of the decisions have not been made about how the government is going to approach this question. I guess at its simplest, a coherent approach to all of those questions that you raise requires certainty and stability and the right investment signals. That you can't get those settings perfect, but we are very focused on that as a manufacturing opportunity for Australia, but also to make sure that, for example, our national carrier and the other airlines in Australia remain competitive. That also our tourism sector, very focused on this. There are constant representations from our tourism sector about their apprehension that if Australia doesn't secure investment in these propositions, if the airlines don't move fast enough, then Australia will become a less attractive destination, particularly for convention and conference tourism, where firms will just decide to go somewhere closer rather than come to Australia, and that's a very important part of particularly our big cities and regional cities' tourism market. Gone if we don't get that right. So we will.
I'm going to have to wind this up because I know you're just having a chat.
I was going to say let's wind it up and catch up.
Absolutely focused on that. If the government is re-elected, we will continue to work on that. If Mr Dutton is elected, those efforts will die.
Thank you. We'll go to Senator Roberts.
Do you ever think about this? How much taxpayers' money your agency has spent on net zero policies, only for power bills to continue to get more expensive? Do you ever think about that?
Senator, that doesn't occupy much of my time. We're working on innovation to help lower the cost of the core technologies that go into lowering power bills in the long term. And as you'd appreciate, this innovation cycle takes a while. We've obviously seen the success of solar PV, which was, maybe written off many years ago, but has come through as the lowest cost form of generation in history, as we've noted in past conversations. I'm very confident, actually, that wind technology, solar technology and battery technology, which is coming down the cost curve rapidly, combined at scale, will actually reduce energy costs for Australians.
Is your job to bring down power bills or give money to solar and wind energy? How much does the Australian Renewable Energy Agency currently administer in deployed capital in terms of loans or equity stakes?
Senator, the objects of ARENA, the agency, is set out in the Act, is to improve the competitiveness of renewable energy technologies, increase the supply of renewable technologies, and support Australia's decarbonisation and emissions reduction objectives. You'd be aware that we're a granting agency, so none of our funding is provided through debt and equity. It's all through the provision of grants. In some circumstances, those grants are recoupable based on performance of the projects, and we make that decision on a case-by-case basis.
Thank you. How much did ARENA issue in grants in the most recent year?
I can get you in a minute or two. My colleague, Mr. Farris, could probably find that number in the pack. When we think about the progress of our work in terms of projects, we look at approval rates. Is the key milestone for ARENA when myself in my delegation or our board
of getting a
or the
project
minister
to approval stage.
When we provide an approval, we then, in most circumstances, are working through to a contract which ultimately lands to be grant money flowing. But that can take months and years in some cases. But I think in the last financial year we provided approvals of 544 million. I think was the 497. I think in the year before was 540. So per our annual report, funds approved in 23-24 total $445 million, and contracts written, which is a later stage, with $392.5 million in that financial year.
So your key measurable indicator is, what did you call it?
Approvals, yeah, funds approval. Well, it's one of many, but so yes, that's an important...
What do you categorise as
an approval?
Yep.
Is a decision by the CEO, the board or the minister with respect to their relative delegations to provide funding to a particular project in that amount.
Approve the funding.
Approve funding, yes.
Do you know what's your total budget allocation over the forward estimates, the next 4 years?
That'll be in the PBS, Senator, and we will get that number for you if we can. Otherwise, we'll take it on notice and provide it.
Okay. And is that located in one area? All the different components of the money located in one area?
Senator, it's an aggregation of various programs and funding pools that we have been provided by the government over time. Well, let me say governments, because we were well supported by the coalition government a number of years ago and have been even further supported by this government. But it relates to what we call our baseline funding, which is the money that is provided to ARENA, where ARENA's board essentially is the primary decision maker on policy and programmatic objectives. And then in addition, there's about a dozen programs that ARENA is running with specific funding amounts, with specific instructions through the policy instruments, and we're managing all of that through the funding, but it all gets amalgamated ultimately into the forward estimates amount. So I'd be very happy to read you the figures in the forward estimates for each year, revenue from government, if that would help you. So current year's revenue from government is $425 million. The budget for next year is $709 million. The year after that, $735 million. Then we're at $1 billion and $1 million, and then we're at $1.117 billion for the final year of the forward estimates.
Thank you. That's a lot of money.
Last question, Senator Roberts.
Ever since, when did ARENA come on the scene? And ever since then, you've been issuing grants and loans in solar and wind. Have people's power bills actually got cheaper?
Senator, it's not my jurisdiction to talk about power bills, but we came on the scene in 1 July 2012, and as I mentioned
2012?
Before, 2012, and as I mentioned before, we don't do loans, we do grants.
Don't do loans?
We don't do loans.
No, okay. Yeah. Well, issuing grants then, so you've been spending billions of dollars and power bills have gone up.
Well Senator, I mean, you should...
I'm asking Mr Miller.
Yes, and I'm entitled to drop in from time to time. It's one of the inconvenient bits of estimates for senators who ask questions. If you go and talk to your constituents in the main street of a country town somewhere in Queensland,
which is what I do.
Yeah, I know. We saw you beaming in.
But I do more listening than
talking. Yeah. But if you talk to them and then listen to the answer that they give you, engage in a conversation, what you will find is many of them have solar technology on their roofs that substantially decreases their electricity costs.
Well, I'm actually talking to a shopkeeper yesterday in Kirkhaven, and she said...
fascinating as that is, I'm just going to keep
with power bills. Power bills have gone up dramatically.
Answering your question.
It's a number one concern.
That is technology that is invented in Australia, right? Invented in Australia. All of the IP and solar panels all around the world, Australian, right? Something that we should be proud of as a country, invented here, substantially reducing costs for households. Some of them earning a quid because they're under
without
residual...
Without your subsidies, without your energy relief, their costs would be higher than ever.
They are substantially...
You're minimising the costs.
Just let me substantially benefiting from that technology. Now, it's different for different households. Our job as a government is to make sure that the lowest cost technology is in the system, and also to make sure that more of that those Australian inventions are commercialised here in Australia, manufactured in Australia, which is Mr Miller and Arena's work, is to make sure that more of that technology is commercialised in Australia, and they're doing a very good job indeed.
Your policies are driving up prices.
At that point, I'm afraid we have to thank you very much for coming, Mr Miller, Mr Farris, and release you from this program and call officers from the Australian Energy Regulator.
Thank you, Chair.
Bye.
Excellent. Yes. Hello, Mr Oliver. Thank you so much for coming. Mr Justin Oliver, Deputy Chair, would you care to make an opening statement on behalf of the Australian Energy Regulator?
Thank you, Senator. I won't make an opening statement. I will, of course, you'll have observed that I'm not Claire Savage, the Chair of the AR.
I had noticed, yes.
Sadly, she's a bit unwell.
It's not our place to judge.
Wasn't able to get on a plane to be here today. She's fine, but not 100% well, and felt she didn't want to share whatever she had with everyone else here, so made the decision not to attend. So,
yes,
send her apologies.
Yes. Our thoughts and hopes for a speedy recovery.
Thank you very much.
We'll start with you, Senator Roberts.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you all for being here today. The default market offer, for electricity prices is going up yet again. You've published a draft notice, I understand, contemplating rises between 2.5% and 8.9%. For 20 years, Australians have been told that wind and solar are the cheapest form of energy, yet electricity prices are going up again. Mr Oliver, are you seeing any kind of indications in the bill stack that show you will be able to actually cut the default market offer for electricity prices in the near future?
Thank you, Senator. There's a few different components, as you mentioned, in that stack that go to comprise the default market offer. It is ultimately, of course, only the benchmark offer that's applicable to standing offer contracts. That's less than 10% of customers in most regions. Most pay less, of course, because they're on market offer contracts, which typically sit under those default levels.
But it is representative, isn't it?
Not representative, no. I'd say it's more of a safety net. So it's more at the upper end of what most consumers would pay. So, for example, a customer who had not gone into the market, had not shopped around for a market offer, might be on a standing offer contract. And as I say, that's generally less than 10%. But the vast majority of consumers pay less than the default market offer price. And indeed, the ACCC put out a report in December last year as part of their electricity price monitoring, saying roughly 80% of consumers could pay even less than they are today if they continue to shop around.
So do you see any signs of it coming down, the default market price?
There's a few key components. The biggest variable is wholesale cost. And that's the one, network costs are reasonably steady year on year. Retail costs have gone up, at least in our draft decision this year, but we're still studying those. In terms of the wholesale cost component, we have seen over the last year some high price events in the spot market, some volatility in the spot market. That is continuing to put upward pressure on the contract market, the forward contract market, so prices that ultimately are responsible for setting a lot of the wholesale energy cost. They're difficult to predict year on year. We don't necessarily see them continuing to increase. If market conditions alleviate, that wholesale cost can potentially come down. And we will, of course, look at those again more closely before we put out our final decision.
So my next question was going to be, but I think you've answered it. In the data you have, or you're seeing, is there any realistic hope that electricity prices can go back down to what they were 5 years ago under the current policy settings?
Well, it's a question of time. I mean, we don't anticipate that kind of decline between now and the final decision. But there are obviously plans in place to continue the rollout of renewable generation and other forms of generation as well across the energy market, across the NEM. And as we see more of that generation capacity coming into the system, that will alleviate pressure on wholesale costs. There's work underway at the moment to look to orchestrate and utilise all of the consumer energy resources that we have in the system at the moment. 20 gigawatts of rooftop solar, for example, which can be utilised more effectively to also bring down those wholesale costs as well. And there are various ways. It's a number of pieces that need to be looked at to do that. But yes, all of those trends will over time see the wholesale cost of energy come down.
So those trends will help reduce the full bill stack?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Emissions reduction was recently added to the national electricity objectives of price, quality, safety, reliability and security of supply. Can you provide an example of a project that went ahead after the emissions objective was added that would have been rejected under the previous objectives, or a project that was prioritised higher?
I can't think of one specific project that would meet that criterion. We would probably need to take on notice to see if we could identify one. It is, as you described the objective quite correctly, one that has a number of different facets. And so whenever one is making a decision that requires the application of that objective, it's about weight and deciding how various things are taken into account. What the amendment does is say quite explicitly one of the things to be considered is emissions targets and objectives that are enshrined in policy and legislation, but that doesn't necessarily point to a project which then gets up that might have otherwise failed. I can't think of one now, but we might take that on notice as well just to confirm that.
So you've got 4 factors. You had 4 factors: quality, safety, reliability and security of supply. You've added now emissions reduction. You've had added that. So you can't see any emissions reduction project or any project that has been brought forward because of emissions reduction at the moment?
I can't think of one now, okay, and I'm glancing at my colleagues and they're not nodding either, but we perhaps take that on notice just to see. Okay. But it may well be that that specific, the answer would be not, there'd be no project that would meet that specific criterion. It affects other things, of course, in terms of proposals for expenditure in a network proposal, for example. There might be a stronger case for investment in a particular area that might otherwise not have been a stronger case. But those are very complicated and multifaceted decisions where you're looking at a lot of different things.
How do you assess the relative weights of those now 5 criteria?
We don't do it in any specific quantitative sense. It's about, if for example it is an expenditure proposal, we would be looking at the driver behind the proposal, why the network, for example, if it is a network project, says that they wish to undertake that expenditure, who they've consulted with, which of the objectives that they're trying to meet, and whether they're doing it at the most efficient cost.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We'll go to Senator Cadell.
Quick one. On the DMO that's just come out in New South Wales, I was told, I don't know other states, I haven't delved into it much. In network charges, it includes things like the Energy Co consultation, Climate Change Authority, there's a fee in there, and it went from like 190 to 250 million. It was in your... Does that happen across all the states, or is that specific to New South Wales? What are the non-network charges that are in the network charges side of?
There are some costs that are specific to New South Wales associated with the New South Wales roadmap.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
Yes, and we make a contribution determination each year under the New South Wales. I call it the EII Act. I'm now trying to remember the exact words, which is the New South Wales legislation that governs the roadmap. They do include some network costs around some of the projects that are being undertaken there. They also include certain other costs, fees, costs that might be incurred by Energy Co, some costs incurred by the Australian Energy Regulator as well,
Right.
although I'm pleased to say it's a smaller component. So there are some additional costs associated with the administration of the roadmap and also the administration of other features of the roadmap, like the long-term energy supply agreements and other functions that find their way into those costs as well.
And has that, the numbers I were given by our energy provider, is that's increased $60 million over the last year? Would that be accurate?
I would need to take that on notice. It sounds like it might be right in terms of orders of magnitude.
190 to 250-ish is what I was told.
I don't know if we have the figure to hand. It might be right. Can we take that on notice perhaps and we'll confirm the figure? But it's possible, yes.
And that side of stuff is specifically New South Wales?
That is all New South Wales.
On New South Wales legislation that those contributions are made via the network charges on their energy bill?
That's correct.
Okay. Any other states do something similar?
Nothing exactly the same as that. No other state has a scheme that's exactly the same as the roadmap scheme in New South Wales. There are different ways that different costs are taken into account, but that's unique.
And the DMO for New South Wales was 8.9%. That was the highest?
I think that was the highest. I'll just check the figures, but I think that would be for Endeavour Energy Region residential with controlled load was 8.9%. Yes, that was the highest. It's still a draft, of course. It's not final.
Yeah.
But yes, that's the highest figure in that draft determination.
So Endeavour was 8.9. What are the other regions in New South Wales?
So there's the Ausgrid region, the Endeavour region, and the Essential Energy region.
Yep.
And then there are 3 customer categories in each. So for Ausgrid, residential, and I should say these are nominal, not real. Residential without controlled load for Ausgrid proposed increase year on year of 8.8%. Residential with controlled load 8.2%. Small business without controlled load 8.2%.
Yep.
For Endeavour Energy, again year on year nominal 7.8% for residential without controlled load.
Yep.
Residential with controlled load, as I mentioned, 8.9%.
Yep.
Small business without controlled load, 7.7%.
Yep.
And then in the Essential Energy region, residential without controlled load, 8%. Residential with controlled load, 8.3%. Small business without controlled load, 7.8%.
Okay.
It's worth perhaps mentioning as well, I mean, that's taking just some of those figures. The DMO's a lot of numbers. It's the actual benchmark charges, the benchmark consumption, et cetera, et cetera.
And I think that's no, I was just getting that thing because I was concerned that New South Wales Ledge might be putting extra burdens with the way they're doing things. Like it was clearly the highest across the country.
I think it's two things about this. So firstly, it's the draft, right? So perhaps Mr. Oliver might be able to explain the process that the AER goes on from here. And yes, you're right. The different market conditions, different generation and transmission infrastructure, different regulatory frameworks in each of the states, different distributors and retail. There's a lot of information that the AER deals with to reach that draft determination. It goes out for a process now. And whether or not the final determination is close to the draft determination will be determined by that process. I say all this, of course, to make the point that the two outcomes can be different. In 2022, Mr. Taylor allowed this draft determination to go out, which said one thing, and then the final determination that he sat on and kept a secret from Australians had a radically different outcome, 18% increases for households. And on the 7th of April, 72 hours before that, in a completely secret way, he changed the regulations to allow him 3 days before the election to, instead of immediately issuing that determination so that people could see it, to keep it a secret, so that it only arrived for people and for the incoming government to see after that sordid government had departed. So it's just important, that set of process points are important. The AER's still got important work to do in terms of the DMO.
So if this is a draft, when is the final due?
Towards the end of May, I think the 26th is the current target date.
So after the election? It can be
We
late.
don't know when the election is going to be called.
It can be no later than the 17th of May.
Well, indeed. But that deadline was set a long time ago, last year.
There's no tricks here. Unlike Mr Taylor's corruption of the processes, this has been there for all to see all the way through. All the way through.
You take it.
Okay. All done?
No.
Oh.
No, sorry.
Because it's totally fine if you are.
I figured, well, yeah, we could all go home, given the election apparently is going to be called tomorrow now. Just under this draft default market offer, so as I understand it,
it's maybe the Prime Minister
determinations in 21-22 relating to the yes, the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet tweeted the caretaker conventions now apply and then deleted the tweet.
I don't have social media on my phone because I try and keep my mind clear for sort of occasions like
earlier on, which Western Sydney, I think, were just over $2,000 for a controlled load customer, and in the draft determination prices for that same customer group are going to be a bit over $3,000. Is that correct? Endeavour Group, yeah.
I'm going to have to, I hate to say this, but I'm going to need you to repeat the question because I didn't
hear
all.
There's a bit of noise going on there, I know. Totally irrelevant to anything we were talking about. But so the 21-22 prices on the Endeavour Network Western Sydney customers was, as I understand it, just over $2,000. And the same group of customers under your draft determination are facing prices of just over $3,000. Is that correct?
Those figures, use the word prices, I think those figures sound right, but of course they're not the benchmark rates in the default market offer decisions. So for a standing offer customer with that profile, which is an assumed profile, that would be what they would potentially pay. But of course for an actual customer, it's going to depend on whether they're on the benchmark price or a market offer price and their actual consumption as well. So the changes in numbers, I would have to check the specific details. They sound about right, but that isn't necessarily reflective of prices being paid by a customer in that region.
Do you think the prices being paid by a customer reflect a reduction of $275 on 2021 prices?
Well, we don't monitor prices actually paid. The ACCC does do that through their price monitoring.
Right.
So we talk about the rates. They've not gone down in market offer terms or standing offer terms to that extent, but prices actually paid would be a different outcome.
See what happens if you add $1,200 to it. But say if an alternative government was elected, $1,200 on top of that.
So then, have they gone down at all? You said they haven't gone down to perhaps that extent of the rates.
From 2021 to now, the rates or the default market offer? No, I don't think they'd be lower today than they were then.
Okay, so they're no lower than then, and I suspect higher?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, all right. So, Minister, I mean, look, we were just talking about the 82% target with previous witnesses, and based on the numbers given, I'm not 100% sure how the government intends to reach their 82% renewable generation target, which so many other plans are predicated on. We've just had further confirmation that 275 is a dream long gone now for Australian households. There's no reduction in line with the promises made by your government, and of course, as we know, the 43% emissions reductions target by 2030 is something you're struggling to meet as well. So I just want to know, are you going to apologise for any of these policy failings? And will 275 remain part of your government's policy offering at an election you're about to call?
Having questions about electricity prices from the Coalition is a bit like Hannibal Lecter talking about public health.
So do you really think that we should joke about the power prices people pay?
I didn't interrupt.
Is it funny?
I didn't interrupt your
You're making
inane
jokes
question.
about a serious issue. Inane question about power prices.
Okay,
I will answer it. I will answer the question.
Fair enough, that's all right.
I will answer the question.
This is an inane issue.
It is a product of a decade of energy policy failure that scores of generators closed under your watch, that disinvestment in the electricity system, whether it's in terms of generation or transmission. Like these things are all facts, inconvenient facts perhaps, but facts nevertheless. The less supply, the more constrained transmission is, prices go up.
So nothing to do with the current.
And that is substantially the result of the failure of the Morrison, Abbott, Turnbull sort of miserable trajectory of energy policy failure.
Yet you have no plan to fix it.
Don't take my word for it. Talk to anybody in any boardroom who makes investment decisions about where electricity infrastructure goes, and you will find that the driving reason for disinvestment in Australian electricity over that period, which is why more capability left than came in, was because of the electricity policy incoherence of the last government. Now, when we look at what's going on in the system now, price rises are driven by coal-fired generators dropping out all of the time.
Right.
And if we look to the future...
What have you done?
If we look to the future... Well, what we've done is we've introduced new capacity, new generation capacity, and we continue to rebuild after the smoking ruin that your government left. Now,
fair enough. All right.
The only alternative plan on offer... The only alternative plan on offer comes in two parts.
So here's the list.
$600 billion of taxpayer-funded nuclear reactors in communities that don't want them.
275.
That will require substantial cuts in health and education and public services for ordinary Australians if it's to be afforded.
275?
Will deliver... Well, $600 billion is a very substantial sum.
And so is
that will deliver 4% of Australia's electricity requirements sometime in the 2040s. And in the meantime, because your team has adopted the progressive change scenario
Australians are paying more for
good
power
outcome,
and you've no plan to
as a
fix
good
it.
outcome for Australia, manufacturing goes offshore. So
everyone's paying more under you.
The problem with your analysis,
your government,
or what passes for analysis
people's power bills is pretty good analysis.
It just defies.
Come on. No, sorry.
It defies the rules.
It's just unbelievable.
Of basic economics and basic
People
engineering.
are paying more.
We are getting on with
under
the job.
your government's policies.
We're supporting Australians through this process. I know that you're opposed to energy bill relief.
If you want to go to lunch early.
And
Senator Ayres, I believe that...
I'm happy to be interrupted.
I believe that Senator Dunlan has got a couple of follow-up questions, and our friends and colleagues have completed their questioning.
Thank you. My questions mine are about the load profiles. So in terms of, AEMO, yourselves and others have previously raised concerns about the profile of electricity where prices falling to zero or even negative during the day due to the large solar output, but then during the evening the prices rise significantly with the peaks. Can you just talk a bit to us about the problem that causes this, the impact that it's having on the system, the scale of the impact, and I guess the resultant cost for consumers?
Thank you, Senator. So it's both a problem and an opportunity, I think is how we would see it. We do now have over 20 gigawatts of rooftop solar installed in the NEM. It's now the single largest source of generation capacity that we have. But it does mean, as you say, in the middle of a typical day, on a sunny day, You'll have consumers who are drawing less electricity from the grid because they're using their own power, and then a lot who are actually exporting as well because there's surplus energy. Most of that energy is being exported. It's being produced at very, very low cost, obviously. But what that also means is we call it the load shape. The shape of demand over the course of the day over the network becomes very peakier. You have higher peaks and deeper troughs. So you have periods of time where prices do go negative in the middle of the day. Essentially, generators are notionally in the spot market having to bid to pay to be dispatched. And we have periods, in fact, where supply now outstrips demand and there's a need for the market operator to curtail output, either of larger generation or even rooftop solar generation through the backstop mechanisms in order to keep the system operating in a stable fashion. Those attributes do increase the cost of our energy system. If you're a retailer and you're trying to hedge against that load profile, that peakier load profile, it's more costly to hedge against. It was one of the factors that contributed to higher wholesale costs in our draft DMO determination. But for the networks as well, having additional capacity going into the system puts pressure on to augment and increase the capacity of the distribution system in particular to handle that increased load, to deal with that congestion. That is one of, not the only one, but one of the drivers of what we sometimes describe as a wall of capex that we fear is potentially coming down in future years to try and accommodate that increased utilisation or demand on the network. So that's the potential problem. But that's the opportunity as well if that load shape can be flattened. So if we can make it less peaky, if we can reduce those troughs, we make it an easier, a cheaper load profile to hedge against for a retailer, we potentially save a fortune in capital expenditure on the distribution network. Right now we would say that in off-peak periods we're utilising on average maybe 10% of the network at any given time. If we can move more demand into those off-peak periods, we potentially use more before we have to build more, which is a line we do use at the AR as well. So that's probably the biggest saving of all, the opportunity to avoid very, very significant expenditure in our distribution networks. So that's the opportunity if we can flatten that. There are a few different ways to do that, but chiefly it's about trying to either soak up more of that electricity in the middle of the day, charging electric vehicles, storing it in batteries, household batteries, community batteries, or moving demand into the middle of the day. Not everyone can move demand, but there are customers who are potentially able to shift their consumption to the middle of the day when the electricity is a lot cheaper, small business customers potentially as well, not all, but some. And so if we can find ways, and there are various tools and levers we can pull to try and encourage consumers to move more of that consumption to that period, we then have the opportunity to flatten that load shape, and that's going to produce a much lower cost system overall.
Thank you. Great, thank you. Just very swiftly before we go to lunch, the Minister's referred a couple of times this morning to coal outages and the negative impact that they potentially then have on prices, including their price then on the DMO. Are you able to just very swiftly talk to us about what extending the life of those sort of ageing coal plants, what that sort of impact would have on pricing, basically, and reliability?
Probably the best example to illustrate that would be the current DMO decision. So, as I mentioned, wholesale costs are generally increased in our current draft compared to where they were last year. We did have a series of high price events sort of in November, early December last year. That was driven by a number of factors, but one of the factors were outages of generating units, coal units in particular.
So coal units in particular, did you say?
Yes. Yeah. Other factors too.
And why is that?
Often they're planned outages, of course. Sometimes units do have to be taken out to be refurbished or worked on, and planned maintenance does occur. There are unplanned outages as well. Units do sometimes fail. And as they age, the risk of failure obviously does increase.
Okay, and obviously that then has an impact on the price.
That's correct, yeah. Once you take that baseload generation out, and particularly if other things start going on as well, on a fairly calm, benign day when the market isn't facing any particular challenges, units can be taken out of service. That's ideally when planned outages are undertaken. But if it coincides with network constraints, weather events, very high periods of demand, then those events can combine to start to produce very high spot prices.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And on that, I'll thank you for coming along and playing along with us today.
Thank you,
and we will release you from the program. We will now take a break until 2 p.m. and we will return with outcome 2 in the department. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody, to a lovely sunny afternoon in downtown Canberra. Minister Ayres, thank you. Lovely.
I was spinning a yarn.
Yes. I would now like to call officers from the department in relation to outcome 2, conserve, protect and sustainably manage Australia's environment through a nature-positive approach. Program 2.1, conserve, protect and sustainably manage Australia's environment. And we will go directly to Senator Duniam.
Thank you, Chair. If I could go to the Northwest Shelf project, please. I'm just wondering on what date and at what time the Minister or the delegate decided to seek or extend the deadline for the assessment of the extension of the Northwest Shelf project to at least the end of May.
Senator Bruce Edwards, Head of Division, Nature Positive Regulation Division. A formal notice for Woodside was signed notifying them of the extension on the 24th of March. And the public notice was published on the 25th of March.
Okay. And was that signed by the Minister or by a delegate in the department?
By a departmental delegate.
Okay, all right. What was the reason for, because from memory it was extension to the end of February, then March, now May. Can I understand what the reason is behind the latest extension?
Sure. So there's a couple of factors, Senator. So you might recall in an earlier time frame we were awaiting a key piece of analytical data from Western Australia. We did receive that. That's a very complex piece. I think I talked about the level of detail in that last estimates, but briefly it's around 700 pages long with a range of technical appendices to that as well. So the level of complexity in assessing and finalising that and considering it against the statutory requirements of the Act has exceeded what we would have expected once we saw that report and actually started analysing it. The other element is we did receive an additional reconsideration request and now need our turn to our minds to that. So that one was received on the 18th of March. So kind of those two elements together really mean that we need some extra time to be able to provide a robust recommendation to the Minister.
So, sorry, just some, well, there's a couple of things I'd like to unpack there. So the data you were awaiting from the WA government came in between the end of February and the end of March?
No, so we received it on the 5th of February.
5th of February, right. You were reading it up, yes.
And started analysing it. So it took a number of weeks for our technical area to analyse that report.
And so where are you at with that process in relation to this data now? Is that finalised, the assessment of that data?
We've analysed that data. What we are doing now is we're in the process of turning our mind to how you would consider that and the broader impact information that we have against the requirements of the Act. And we're consulting with the Australian Government solicitor in working through that process.
Okay. So that process, along with the reconsideration matter you just referred to, is the reason for the further extension. No further data required from the WA government. We've got all we need.
We believe so. So
sure.
Again, to be honest, Senator, what happens is we'll go through this, we'll get some feedback from the solicitors. If there's any gaps in what we need, then obviously we'd need to address it at that time.
Yep. Okay. Just in terms of that reconsideration received on the 18th, that is an additional one to the one we talked about last estimates. And forgive me, who was it? The WA Conservation Council, the first one, or?
So the 18th was Greenpeace.
Greenpeace, yes, okay.
Oh, sorry, 19th. I might have the wrong date. I'm sorry about that, Minister. The 19th of March. I'll just correct my evidence there.
Okay.
And so that's Greenpeace. The Conservation Council, I believe, was the 12th of February. So that was one of the reasons we have to extend that initial time frame.
Yep.
We got the data quite late and we had a reconsideration request. Now we're in a process of having understood some of that data and seen how complex it is. I'm trying to reconcile that with the Act's requirements.
Yes.
And having received now a third reconsideration request that needs attention.
Okay, and can I understand, so was the Conservation Council 12th of February reconsideration request finalised yet? Have you dealt with that?
We haven't, so we're just still in this stage. We think fairly soon we'll make a determination about whether we consider that a valid request.
Okay, and clearly you're not on the 19th, given it was a week ago, or just around a week ago.
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay, and all of this has been communicated to Woodside, the further reconsideration, the identity of the party who's lodged the reconsideration request?
That's correct, yep.
On what date was that conveyed to them?
So we had a discussion with Woodside on the 21st of March, which was last Friday.
Okay. So there's 2 reconsideration requests that have been made. Was there another one previously? Yes.
Yeah, there's Ms Calhoun might run you through the full...
Kylie Calhoun, Nature Positive Regulation Division. So we currently have 3 reconsideration requests for this project. Yep. The first was received from the Environmental Justice Australia on behalf of the Environment Council of Central Queensland. That is a reconsideration request that's been tested against the validity of the regulations.
Yes.
And currently being considered. We then received, as Mr Edwards said, one from the Conservation Council of WA on the 12th of February 2025, and we're currently looking at the validity of that reconsideration request. Mm-hmm. And we received the third one from Greenpeace on the 19th of March, which is also being, the validity of that's being looked at the moment.
Okay, all right. What date did the Northwest Shelf project first get referred to the Commonwealth for assessment?
It was referred on the 14th of November 2018.
14 November 2024, did you say?
2018.
2018. Sorry, the extension proposed. Oh, that's when you first received it.
That's correct.
So, okay, because I'm just trying to reconcile that with a statement Minister Penny Wong made where she said we've only had this information before the Commonwealth Government for a number of weeks.
It was referred on the 14th of November 2018. A controlled action decision on that referral was made in May 2019. Mm-hmm. Then we determined that it would be assessed through an accredited assessment process,
WA,
which allowed the state to undertake it. So the Western Australian Government undertook that. They went through their normal process. There's also the appeals process, which applies in Western Australia, which extended the timeframe. They then released their final ministerial statement on the 12th of December 2024. Once that ministerial statement comes out, we then review the condition set that's in the ministerial statement and see if it meets the test of the EPBC Act, mm-hmm. and determine whether the project can be approved or not, and what conditions may need to be necessary on top of what might be in the ministerial statement based on Commonwealth legislation. And the additional information that was being referred to is what Mr Edwards referred to before, which was that report that we received from the state government in February, which was to do with emissions and the impact on rock art up in...
And that's what the Minister...
Yes. Minister and that's what Minister Rachel Perry, Deputy Secretary, that's what the piece of information that Minister Wong was referring to earlier in the day, was when we received that final data from the WA Government.
Mr Edwards, did you say what date we received that, the Commonwealth received that further data?
I believe it was the 5th of February.
502. Okay. In the conversation with Woodside, have they quantified in any way the impact of any delays on assessments around the extension?
No, Senator.
They haven't? Okay. All right. And as part of the exercise, is there any consideration given to the royalties that the project contributes to WA or to the Commonwealth or anything like that? Is that part of the assessment process?
No, that's not part of the assessment.
Okay. And with regard to the 31st of May deadline, do we expect that to be the latest? Because the last 2 extensions have been, I think, a month at a time. We've now asked for 2 months. Do we expect that would be it, or you're not sure?
we're still looking at the information that we have before us to see if we can determine whether the impact can be managed with a condition set for the, the consideration of the project. So that's the best assessment that we have at this point in time based on the information before us. And as Mr Edwards said, we're working with Australian government solicitors, and then we need to ensure that the decision is legally sound. So we will look at the advice we get and then determine how we could, get to the end point. And at this time, the 31st of May is sort of an adequate time, we believed.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. I'll move on, if I can, to... Unless, are you seeking to rotate, or we just keep going? Okay, all right. The legislation that passed the Parliament last night, relating to the reconsiderations, the salmon legislation, as it's become known. To what involvement, and I'm not sure if is Ms. Perry?
No. It'll be that
over here, that side of the
Senator.
table. I'll stop gazing at that end. I'll come over here. So what involvement did the department have in the drafting of the legislation? We talked a bit last time around, the role that would be undertaken by DQ, and I saw Mr Tregurtha in the advisor's box there for his sins. So what role did the department have?
So James Tregurtha, Division Head, Nature Positive Task Force. Senator, the department instructed OPC to draft the legislation.
Okay, so what role did, because it was stated last estimates that the activity would be led by the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet. Did they have a role in this, or was it all
No, absolutely, Senator. I think as our colleagues in PM&C discussed at the previous estimates hearing, they were certainly leading the project broadly, and there are a range of different aspects of the projects, but in relation to your question, which is the drafting of the legislation, it was the Department of Environment who instructed OPC to draft the legislation.
Okay. Did the Department of Environment lead the consultation as well with industry?
No, Senator.
So what input from industry was provided when it came to the instruction to OPC, as in trying to make it work for industry, the users of this legislation?
So Senator, there were a range of inputs from a range of stakeholders to the drafting of the legislation. So, and as of course I'm sure, well, I know you're very well aware, the department has been consulting on environmental reform now for a long time, including the regulatory system, which incorporates the reconsideration component. And we certainly did draw on that consultation to inform the design of the bill. In addition, we drew on the submissions that were put into the inquiry into Senator Colbeck's proposed private members bill in relation to this matter. So there were a range of stakeholder views that were set out there. And then, of course, we've also worked with our colleagues in Prime Minister and Cabinet. As we've developed the bill, we've been in close contact with them, and they have certainly passed back to us information. In terms of, you asked us the question specifically about industry, so the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry with PM&C, as you again I'm sure are aware, engaged with the salmon industry stakeholders and Macquarie Harbour salmon farm operators to understand their concerns and lessons learned from their experience, including the reconsideration process, beg your pardon.
Yes.
And of course that material was shared back with us via colleagues at PM&C.
Okay, all right. On what date did the drafting start at OPC?
In terms of OPC, Senator, I'm sure we can get that date for you, but I couldn't give you the specific time when they put pen to paper.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll take that on notice.
That's fine. And do we know on what date the industry representatives were first shown the contents of the legislation that was ultimately introduced?
So, Senator, I think Dean Knutson, Deputy Secretary, as Mr Tregurtha just mentioned, that's a question best directed at the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry and or Prime Minister and Cabinet.
Sure, I'll see them a bit later. Okay then. When was it finalised, the drafting of the bill finalised? The version that was presented to me on Monday.
I'll have to check with my colleague, Senator, to make sure I give you accurate information on that, because as you'd be aware, we were continuing to work on the final details of the bill.
Yeah.
But I expect I'll be able to come back to you in the hearing and give you a specific date for that.
Okay. If you can, that's great. I know otherwise there are questions on notice provisions. The Secretary's assiduously policing over there. But if you can, that's great. You said there were others consulted, like there was a broad consultation. Industry was one part. What were the other elements of the consultation process that you're aware of, noting that PMNC led the process?
Well, Senator, I was just making reference to the fact that we had undertaken broadly consultations on the regulatory process. We've ventilated that, I think, substantially in previous estimates.
Sure. Okay.
Bordering on ad nauseum, Senator.
Yeah, they were my words, that's true. Okay. So, and did the Minister's Office have a role in the drafting of the legislation, or was it purely done at a departmental level?
Well, Senator, the department certainly kept the Minister's Office aware of the work that we were doing in relation to the drafting, and continued to keep them appraised of the progress of that process. Sorry, bit of a tongue twister. And also ensuring that the way in which we were drafting aligned with the government's directions.
Okay, all right. And if you could, perhaps on notice for me, indicate... So you weren't part of the pre-sitting briefings, the Department of Environment. That was the Minister's Office that conducted those briefings for myself and I presume the crossbench and others?
Yeah, that's correct, Senator. We weren't involved in those.
Maybe, Minister, are you able to tell me on what day other parties were briefed on the legislation in the lead up to the sitting week? And I suspect you'll have to take it on.
Well, I could speculate.
Or you could take it on notice.
Senator Dunham. I could use the power of imagination to try and figure it out.
Still got some left this morning.
I think the urgent suggestion to me would be to take that on notice. But in the event,
about 3/4 of an hour to answer this question, Senator.
In the event,
I love a good fiction novel too.
In the event that I can assist you on Monday, say for example, I'll do my very best.
I'll fly to New South Wales and get the answer off you there. Okay. All right.
But yes, I'll take that on notice if that's okay.
Thank you.
We got there.
You are really earning your keep today, can I tell you?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Do we know whether the Minister's Office provided a copy of the legislation in advance to anyone in the Tasmanian Parliament?
I know the answer to this one. I'll take it on notice.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
I just don't know, Senator. If we can help you, we will. But
sure, I'm sure they're listening and preparing to answer questions imminently. Okay. And what else? Maybe there's nothing else here that I want to ask at this point. Oh, I did ask in our briefing how many projects were caught up under the threshold that now will apply relating to this Section 78 change. Do we know how many projects will be impacted?
So, Senator, we don't have a specific number because, of course, the way in which the department evaluated the criteria was by undertaking a risk-based process. The department's confident that the criteria set out in the bill and where there's a valid reconsideration request would only likely impact less than 1% of the total number of projects referred under the EPBC Act because of a combination of requiring a valid reconsideration request and needing to meet the criteria set out in the bill.
Okay, all right. So we can't sort of quantify because there's a...
Well, or as you understand, Senator, a project only meets the criteria once a valid reconsideration request has been received, validated and then tested against those criteria, and so we don't speculate on that.
No, but the thresholds were pretty hard and fast, 5 years or less.
Absolutely.
state regulation, non-controlled action, and so I would have thought you could almost
you can certainly, so
simulate.
Senator, the department certainly is aware there are close to 1,200 NCAPM
That's all I was
decisions.
after.
No,
Okay.
1,200 NCAPM decisions, but then
Right.
of those, it's a subset that would meet the state and territory management arrangement criteria in the particular manners. And then further to that, then there's a further subset, which is the operating for 5 years or more, which would need to be established. So that would be
you don't have that would require work. Okay, fair enough. So at what stage was the Minister's consideration of the request that was put forward relating to Macquarie Harbour's salmon farming as at yesterday? Was it in the department or was it in the Minister's office, the brief relating to it? Over here, yes.
So that brief is with us in the department. So the Minister returned the brief in February for us to consider the latest IMAS report, and we've been and continue to be in the process of updating advice to the Minister based on that latest data. So we hadn't finished that process yet as of yesterday.
Okay, all right. The bill hasn't received royal assent yet, has it?
Not as far as I know, Senator.
No. Do we know when it's scheduled to go?
We'll come back to you as soon as we know, but
Sure.
we haven't been informed yet.
Okay. So there's a risk that it may not before the election. Okay.
Nothing.
Yes. Then if I can just go to resourcing related to the work on Macquarie Harbour salmon farming. So can I first understand how many staff were working on this issue with regard to the reconsideration and then to the drafting and related matters?
Senator, we can take that question. I think you might have asked that on notice, so we're just going back to the question
maybe
on
I did.
notice, unless the staff can answer it.
Have I received the answer, though? That's the question. I know I've received some, but maybe not all.
Just checking that, Senator.
Yes, I don't think we have an answer yet. My trusty colleagues tell me from...
Yes, so Ms Short has that answer.
Ms Short.
Rachel Short, Branch Head, Nature Positive Regulation Division. In response to the question on notice SQ 25000084, we responded that the total number of DQ staff working on the review of salmon farming in Macquarie Harbour were 6 regulatory staff, and it included, in addition to that 6, were other staff across the department that provided expert advice from time to time, and administrative officers. And the largest number of staff working at any one point in time on the reconsideration process was 10, with some further oversight from SES.
Sure, okay. All right.
And can I just emphasise, Senator, that would have been in the context, as Ms Short has just indicated, working specifically on the regulatory part of it, does not count the kind of internal expertise that was called upon from our colleagues in the International Ocean and Reef Division, Heritage Division, etc., would have been called on during that process as well.
So in excess of, okay.
And Senator, from our side, in terms of the legislative development process, our best estimate from my perspective would be around 8 full-time equivalent, but that is a combination. Those 8 weren't full-time on this task, so they will continue to do environmental reform work, and the 8 would include effort from our legal team that support us to brief OPC on drafting instructions for legislation as well. So that 8's a collective figure across the task force and legal, and those people, of course, have other duties interspersed around it, but that's probably the best I can do.
No, that's pretty good. Thank you very much. Okay.
Senator, may I go back to your question about the quantification of how many projects this will apply to?
Yes.
Just again, a few of the facts and figures that we do have based upon the internal risk-based analysis we did. Again, to remind you, we've got 7,800 referrals under the Act. About 15% of those referrals have been found to be not controlled actions in a particular manner.
That's
so
the
that gets you
1,200.
down
Yes.
to the 1,200. Then of those, only a minority of those would have any reference to a state or territorial management plan in those particular manners. So that narrows it down further.
Yes.
Then obviously we've talked about the operating piece, which Mr. Tagurtha said would have to be established.
That's the
That's the 5 years. Then all of that is conditional upon there being a valid reconsideration. The number of reconsiderations has been 2% of overall referrals under the Act. So it really tells you why we have such strong confidence that this will not apply to 99% or more of the projects that have been referred under the Act. I hope that helps.
I think you've heard some evidence here this morning, Senator, that establishes that the additional staffing footprint that the government has funded in the department that your leader says he wants to cut if he's elected as Prime Minister does mean a more efficient approach to dealing with these kinds of issues that offers a real public benefit for industry and for workers. But as I understand it, your indiscriminate 41,000 job-killing program will leave that floundering.
I'd hate for you to speculate. So,
well, it's not a speculation. It was 36,000. Yesterday it was 41,000. At this rate, who knows where it will end up?
In the budget, in the 25-26 budgets, there's no further budgeting for any of the elements of the pursuit of nature positive that we've seen previously. Is that because there is money left to expend on the work the department needs to do? How much is left in the budget to continue that work?
I can answer that question. I can answer part of that question, Senator, that you might recall 121 million over 4 years was provided to establish the EPA.
Yes.
Of that remaining funding ahead in the 25-26 and 26-27, there's $76 million remaining of that 121.
So, what's that? 40-something has been spent on...
Yes.
On the establishment of the EPA so far. So is work continuing then of that 121 million, the remaining 76? What work is left to be done?
So, Senator, you recall that the breakdown of the 121 also included new compliance and assurance functions as part of that 121. So, obviously, that there's a very strong continuation of the compliance activities happening as a result of that funding. For instance, a lot of that funding was used to update compliance activity, which has seen more compliance outcomes in 2024 than the previous 9 years combined. So there's been a very strong focus on compliance, a very risk-based. We've established a front door to receive and assess all allegations of non-compliance using a risk-based framework. We've identified an offset monitoring strategy. We've continued to do basically a regulatory uplift across all of the 8 pieces of legislation. So all of that work will continue as part of our regulatory maturity. In terms of the actual standing up of the organisation, again, money was used to invest in ICT systems when we were transferring systems between departments, to establish what the critical ICT needs are, again, to ensure we have sound ICT to support our regulatory activities. The work that we've done around mapping what it would take to stand up the kind of legislative requirements, corporate requirements, all of the enabling service needs, workforce planning, etc., all that work has been done. And should a future government look to continue with an EPA, we will be ready because that work has been done. And importantly, I think, Senator, important to say is the work that we've invested around compliance, regulatory uplift, ICT, all of that is just part of a regulatory majority journey, whether there's an EPA or not an EPA. That's just good sound principles that underpin regulation.
Yeah, and I might come back to that compliance element in a moment. So, Minister, I mean, there was reporting this week that the EPA is now a commitment, a policy commitment. Is that the case, that the government will go to the election preparing, if elected again, to establish an EPA?
Well, what you've heard is, I suppose, affirms that is indeed the government's commitment, and the regulatory activity that's been undertaken thus far is good for industry, because what it means is that bad actors are caught in the net of regulatory activity, and the good actors aren't made less competitive because others are cutting corners and doing damage. Now, of course, that a re-elected government would consult very closely with industry, but I think there is agreement across the system, including within the previous government, and serious characters within the Liberal and National parties who agreed that our environmental laws need updating, including this proposition, which is about further maturing out the way that the Commonwealth in an efficient way oversights environmental protections and engages with participants about that. That's clear. I mean, you yourself have said we need to reform all of the EPBC Act. It's outdated. It's no longer fit for purpose. Everyone agrees. It's a pity that didn't lead to your voting for the legislation. We'll continue to work with the community and industry on those questions, and we'll get reforms in this area of public policy that are good for the environment and good for industry, are good for efficient outcomes and growth in our regions.
Minister, what was in the redacted documentation released under in response to an order for production of documents about the secret deal between the Greens and the government around the establishment of the EPA?
Well, I haven't seen that, Senator. It sounds like if I had seen it, I wouldn't know because it was redacted.
Well, you're part of the government.
And I think the base principle here is that it was redacted. So,
but there's no deals here. We have a policy proposition, and we're dealing with the reality of a parliament where your side of politics, in an alliance with the Greens political party, regularly blocks sensible reforms.
Entertainingly, including environmental reforms.
That's the reality of the parliament we dealt with. We as a government took a decision to not proceed with legislation in front of the parliament some months ago. It's because progress couldn't be made. An opportunity to make progress was lost. We're elected, we'll take the same approach. That is, we have a reform agenda. We will pursue that reform agenda. We won't be doing what your side of politics and the Greens political party does on an increasingly regular basis, and that is reach sorted accommodations in your own political interest. We'll pursue good public policy outcomes in the public interest.
Sure. Okay. Hence the redacted deals.
Well, no, so Senator, there's no deal.
The only deal was with you.
There's no deal.
What was the deal?
Were you and the Greens?
No,
that was, you know, you guys, you know, that's where
I can table it later if you want, the redacted information which talks about the agreement between the Greens and Labor, but we won't waste our time. You said there's a proposition, Minister, so it is a proposition. I presume it's identical to the one that you just mentioned has been withdrawn. Is that what will be pursued after an election?
Well, there's an election, then there'll be further work with industries and the states. Certainly don't envisage what the final shape of that legislative reform package will be. It'll be consistent with what I've just said, and more importantly, consistent with what the Prime Minister and the Minister have said about the shape of legislation. We'll bring good legislation to the Parliament that achieves the objectives that we seek to achieve, and we'll work across the Parliament to try and secure support for that. In this case, in this Parliament, we have not been successful. We'll bring a new package to the new Parliament if we're elected. We're not getting ahead of ourselves, and it'll reflect the objectives that sensible actors across the spectrum, industry and the environment movement, agree needs to be undertaken. In the meantime, as the department's outlined within the constraints of the EPBC, we have been engaged in an uplift of the regulatory capability that the department has, and we've been working to improve the speed of approvals and to deal with all that in a sort of coherent and logical way, which is a stark contrast from what happened under the previous government.
Last estimates, I did ask about the Allen modelling of the impact of nature positive laws. Has the department, since that last session, had a look at that report at all?
No, Senator. So just as I think I explained last estimates, just if you bear with me for 1 second, that report was, it's a private report that was sourced by an actor, I think, in Western Australia from memory, but and that's not been provided to the department. So we have no visibility of that report at this time. It's a private matter between WA and ACIL Allen.
Have you, given elements of it appear to have been published in the media, have you reached out to the entity? I'm not sure which CME, WA or whoever it was, commissioned it, or it might have been an amalgam of
it was commissioned by the Chamber of Commerce and Industry as we understand it.
CCRWA. Have you reached out to them to procure a copy of the report?
Oh, certainly, Senator. We speak regularly with the CME and Chamber of Commerce and Industry. We haven't sought a copy of the report directly from them.
Will you seek a copy from them?
Senator, it's a private report. I think if it's relevant to, well, again, if we require information, we will seek information from those who we require it from. I can't speculate in relation to whether or not we will seek it in the future. There might be circumstances in which we would. Equally, I think there's potentially circumstances in which we wouldn't.
Sure, but I mean, it may well be full of holes. I don't know. And so they've commissioned a report which said things like that this would result in a 38% increase of wholesale electricity prices and 8.3 million tonne increase of carbon emissions, and the list goes on. I mean, it contains some concerning assertions relating to, the notional package being developed by the government. I just wonder why the government hasn't sought a copy of that to stress test it. And see, is there something that needs to be tweaked? I mean, they were a party, I gather, to the consultation process that was ongoing.
They certainly were.
Yeah, so they'd be providing you feedback about this stuff.
And they have provided us with feedback from each of our consultation sessions, and we've continued to take that consultation into account as we have been developing the environmental reforms.
And so were you aware of any of the figures that were put into the public domain out of that report?
Only insofar as what's been publicly reported,
okay.
Senator.
And have you done any analysis on whether those claims were accurate or not?
No, we've relied on the information that was provided to us through the consultation processes, Senator.
Okay, all right. Oh, sure. If you want to get his come online, so yes, happy to.
Senator Kim, I believe you are seeking the call.
Definitely on screen.
Okay, maybe you'd like to continue while we wait for Senator McKim? Oh, no, there he is. Senator McKim, you might want to tip your screen or blur your background, please, as per message. Same rules apply on the VC.
Go to another senator, I'll clean things up.
Thank you. Senator Dunham.
Oh, well,
maybe you'd like another
good to see you all again.
It's been so long.
Yeah. I was actually going to use this interregnum to figure out what I was going to ask next at this hastily cobbled together session of estimates. Oh, well, let's go to the nature repair market if we can. And just while they're setting up, Mr. Jagurtha, has any modelling been done on the economic impact of the nature positive plan as part of the work the department has done?
So in preparing the nature positive plan, Senator, and I'm going back a couple of years now, but there was a range of work that was undertaken to establish the plan that supported, so information that supported the plan. But in terms of the specifics of that, whether any of it would be characterised as specific economic modelling, I'd probably have to take it on notice and go back and double check.
That's fine. Thank you. I think we have...
We have Senator McKim. Senator McKim, we will go to you now.
Thanks, Chair. My apologies for everybody for chucking my corn off woke. I've got some questions about the legislation that's passed through the Senate last night. I understand Senator Dunham's also asked some questions about it. Can I just first ask whether the department is certain that the criteria that are established in the new subsection 3A, and that is the provision that requires that the minister not revoke the first decision if a number of criteria are met. Is the department confident that those criteria actually catch salmon farming in Macquarie Harbour?
We're just doing a change of personnel here, Senator.
So, Senator, we've certainly reviewed the criteria and obviously the facts we know about the Macquarie Harbour project, and we do believe at this point, yes, it would be applicable to that amended reconsideration provisions.
Right, thank you. Will those criteria allow for the reconsideration of any other salmon farming operations in Tasmania, or allow for the primary decision to be revoked in the case of any other salmon farming operations in Tasmania?
Senator, we haven't applied that criteria to other projects. I think my colleagues have already presented evidence to the point that there's actually very few projects that on a desktop review would seem to apply or be applicable to the criteria, but as the regulator, I certainly haven't drawn my lens across individual projects aside from the one I just mentioned, because we're obviously actively considering that project.
Right, apologies, I'm not aware of the response that the criteria would catch very few projects. Was a number provided?
Senator, what I outlined was there's been 7,800 roughly referrals under the Act. Of those, about 15% of them were not controlled actions if done in a particular manner, which is about 1,200 or so. And then of those, a minority of those relied on or had a state or territorial management plan of some nature in the particular manner. Further, what Mr. Jagurtha then added was also that with respect to the criteria about operating for 5 years or longer, that would have to be established for those individual projects, but you can imagine that would reduce it even further. And then on top of that, if you meet the 3 criteria laid out in the legislation, you would also have to have a valid reconsideration afoot. And the number of projects that have had a request for a reconsideration is 2% of the overall referrals. So when you combine those two sets of facts together, that's why we have very strong confidence that more than 99% of referrals under the Act, these criteria will not apply to.
Okay, so are you able to provide an estimate as to the number of potential reconsiderations that these criteria would apply to or would be caught by these criteria?
So Senator, I can advise that there's only one valid reconsideration request that we believe those provisions apply to, and that is the Macquarie Harbour project.
All right, thank you. How many reconsideration requests are currently before the Minister?
Senator, so there's different types of reconsideration requests. I wouldn't have a full number in front of me. For this amendment, it's obviously only relevant to NCA PMs. Most reconsideration requests, although there's not many of them, would be seeking a reconsideration of a controlled action decision that had been made at the referral point. You might be familiar with the Living Wonders case, and that's probably really that would make up the lion's share of current active reconsideration items.
Senator McKim, would you mind if I asked a quick follow-up question in there?
Sure.
In terms of the reconsiderations that you're talking about, the ones that have actually, when you were talking about North West Shelf before, you listed three sort of environmentals. Are they all environmentals? What's the proportion of reconsiderations that are requested by nature of, by type of request? So be it ENGOs, proponents, etc.
So the vast majority of reconsideration requests, and I don't know if I've got an exact figure, but we're talking kind of 3/4, would be from proponents. So proponents actually seeking some reconsideration of a regulatory decision in that case. So that's the majority of the time. So the feature is not actually as used as much as perhaps is talked about in the public domain.
Because the impression is that they're all environmental requests, but you're saying that's not true. That's not the case.
That's not true. So the vast majority are the proponents or the approval holders, if you like, themselves.
Thank you. Sorry, Senator McKim, please go ahead. Maybe upset.
Are you back to me, Chair?
Yes.
All right, thank you. The Minister, your Minister, Mr Plibersek, wrote to the Tasmanian Premier on the 6th of November 23 and said that oxygenating equipment on its own will not be enough and that lower salmon farming industry loads in Macquarie Harbour must be taken to change low oxygen levels and poor water quality to help the Morgan scope population recover.
Sorry, Senator McKim, it's very hard to... I expect that it's just whatever the line is, but could you just go a little bit more slowly for me?
I can, and apologies, Minister. If this is inaudible, I'll turn that back on again, so apologies for that. I was asking about a letter that Minister Plibersek wrote to Tasmanian Premier, Mr Rockcliffe, on the 6th of November 2023 that said that oxygenating equipment on its own will not be enough and lower salmon farming industry loads must be taken to change low oxygen levels and poor water quality in the harbour. And I wanted to ask at what point and based on what advice did the government decide that oxygenating equipment alone would be sufficient?
I think without as you indicated, I'm representing the Minister, so I haven't been engaged with that letter. I haven't seen the sort of surrounding context, so I'll take the substance of it on notice. But it is the case that the substantial commitment that the Albanese government has made to Macquarie Harbour is not just confined to those that oxygenation activity that you have referred to. There are other components of that, including skate breeding programs, that kind of work. But in terms of the engagement between the minister and your local state government, I'd have to take that on notice.
All right, thank you. I'll put a couple of other questions in on notice on that matter, but just in the interest of time, is the department aware that on the 29th of January this year, the Chief Veterinary Officer for Tasmania gazetted a revocation of prohibited matter declaration in the Tasmanian Government Gazette, which revoked the classification of Tis rickettsia salmonis, which is the bacteria that is likely responsible for the million-plus fish deaths that we've seen in Tasmania in recent weeks, revoked the listing of that that bacteria as a prohibited matter. Is the department aware of that?
Senator, the department is broadly aware of it, but that is actually more for our colleagues in DAF, in the DAF portfolio, than it is any matters of regulation under the EPBC Act.
Okay, thank you. Was your department consulted by anyone in the apparatus of government in Tasmania before that gazettal was made?
I'll have to take that question on notice, Senator, but again, given that DAF would have the primary responsibility for that, I would expect those questions would have been directed to DAF.
All right, thank you. Has there been, no, scratch that, sorry. Since the Prime Minister wrote the letter that he wrote to Salmon Australia last month, that was the letter, just for the avoidance of doubt, in which he committed to legislating. Has any advice been provided to or from the Threatened Species Scientific Committee regarding the uplifting of the Maugean skate from endangered to critically endangered?
Senator, I think as we talked about in the previous estimates, that's expected by October of this year, but there hasn't been anything subsequent from the last estimates hearing.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Has the Minister met with salmon industry interests this year?
I don't know, Senator. I'll take it on notice, I suppose.
All right. Does anyone in the department know whether the Minister's met with salmon industry interests this year? Has the department been asked to brief the Minister prior to a meeting, for example?
I'm not sure we can say one way or the other, to be honest with you.
Any conflict?
We'll take it on notice for you.
All right, thank you. Has the department met with salmon industry interests this year, Tasmanian salmon industry interests?
We certainly haven't on the side that was doing the development of the legislation.
But, sorry, Katrina Maguire, Division Head of the International Environment, Reef and Ocean Division. We have members, in fact, a co-chair of the recovery team for Maugean skate and members of the industry on that task force, on that team, recovery team.
Okay. Have there been meetings of that task force this year?
Yes, they have. I don't have the exact dates. I think there's been at least one meeting in the last month.
Correct. All right, thank you. Could I just ask you on the chance of that meeting and any others which have occurred this year on notice?
Yep, all good.
Thank you. I'm having a little bit of trouble hearing you, as I think you might be. Was that an affirmative response to that request?
Yes.
It was.
We'll take it on notice, Senator.
Yeah, the line's not great, Senator McKim.
I beg your pardon?
I said the line's not great.
No, Chair, what I might do with your indulgence is log off and log back on.
Sure, we'll rotate the call. We are coming towards the end of this session, but if you log off and log back on, we'll see if we can get a better connection, and we'll go to Senator Duniam in the meantime. Thank you, Senator McKim.
Thanks. Okay, so I was going to pick up on nature repair markets, so sorry. Hello.
Deputy Secretary.
Thanks for coming. So my questions are pretty straightforward. On what has the market begun operation yet?
Yes, it has, Senator.
Okay. And what date did it begin operating?
The commencement of the market was the 1st of March 2025.
Okay. And do we know what's been expended on its establishment and operation so far?
Anthony Betty, Acting Division Head for the Nature Finance and Markets Division. So the budget item, sorry, just get to the right page. So in terms of 24-25, there is $17.6 million allocated for the establishment of the market for the department. And then there's funding for the Clean Energy Regulator in terms of the operation, which is 14 million over 24-25 and 25-26.
Over 2 years, okay. Yes. All right. And nothing beyond the next financial year? It's just those 2 years that regulatory...
That's correct, Minister.
Why is that? Why is that not into the forward estimates?
So funding beyond 25-26 is going to be considered in future budget processes.
Okay. And was the 1st of March was the original intention, wasn't it, to have it operating by now? Or was it an earlier date? Can you remind me?
So the intention was when the bill was passed in December 2023, and the minister at the time indicated it would take at least 12 months for the arrangements to be put in place. So over the course of that 12 months, the arrangements at the Clean Energy Regulator were established, methods was developed, biodiversity assessment instrument, and the statutory committee as well.
Okay. And the first of the instruments was given life to in December 2024, so that's 12 months after the legislation. That was the rules instrument. And then following that, there are a number of other instruments.
Sure. And do we know if any of the funds in the contingency reserve have been earmarked for use on the nature repair market at all?
So the budget announced the Australian Bushland Program, I think that's the right phrase, the 250 million, which my colleague could elaborate on further, but those funds do include funds that have been earmarked for purchasing outcomes through the nature repair market, specifically for protection.
Okay. Is there anything else to add on that? Is there anything else to add to that, Mr. Knudsen, or
Sorry,
not?
Senator, can you repeat the question?
Well, so I was just asking, and I think the answer was $250 million in
I think
the...
we've given the answer.
Yeah, great.
I think we've given the answer, i.e.
That's the full
That's the
detail?
answer. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. We'll go to the budget announcement of the 30 by 30 target, the extra, I think it's $212 million in the budget. Mm-hmm. Hello. So I think pre-budget the Minister announced there was going to be $250 million spent on further work to meet the 30 by 30 target. So I'm led to believe, according to the budget papers, I think that the funding for this is in the contingency reserve. Is that right?
Greg Manning, Senator, Division Head, Integration Division. Yes, the funds are currently held in the contingency reserve.
Yeah, is that... look, I'm no Treasury or finance expert, but is that normal? Let's set aside for a particular program to be administered by this department. Why is it in the contingency reserve rather than something?
In this instance, I understand it. It's to be just in relation to the timing of the announcement and the decision, and when the decision was made to go ahead with the program relative to when the budget and the PBS, etc., was
so
updated.
it's just
so
it's
an issue of proximity to the announcement and the budget. Yep.
Oh, okay, all right.
Senator, you and I've had this discussion before. That's not unusual. It's not usual.
No,
It's not
I've just
unusual.
confirmed that it's mechanical more than anything else.
it's mechanical. Yeah.
So, all right. And so, at some point in time, this will be released from the contingency reserve into the department for administration. That hasn't happened yet.
No, not yet.
Okay, all right. When do you expect that will happen?
Imminently, onto the other side of the budget.
Well, it's hard.
Sometime soon.
That question. Finance will give us a steer on that, I think, in due course.
Sure. Have we had any areas of land earmarked for removal from future public use in relation to reaching this 30 by 30 target? Like any?
No, there's no land earmarked for removal from public use.
Or locked up, I suppose, rather than removal.
The program, including 30 by 30 in general, is not about locking up land as such. Preserving, protecting or conserving are the two terms that we use.
Any of those terms? Yeah, okay, well, let's go with that. Are there any lands earmarked for any of the definitions you've just outlined?
So you might recall last year, Senator, we published a 30 by 30 roadmap together with the states and territories. That roadmap sets out basically the criteria and the principles by which we will identify areas where we would grow the protected area estate. That includes, for example, working towards a comprehensive, adequate representative reserve system. It includes areas that are of particular importance for biodiversity, climate change resilience and connectivity in relation to the existing reserve estate. So these are the kind of principles that roadmap set out. So as we implement this program, they become our guiding way forward in relation to the areas of land that we work towards conserving and protecting.
Okay. Senator, one thing to really emphasise here, all of this will be a voluntary decision by a state government, a landholder, etc. So runs very contrary to the idea of locking
DQ
land
officials
up.
marching across the land, compulsorily acquiring. How was the dollar value of this envelope of funding calculated for the budget measure?
So obviously we've been working hard to work towards a 30 by 30 in this current term. We've made some good progress in terms of lifting the numbers. I think we started at 22.1% back at 30th of June 2022. Current estimate, I think we're at 24.3% now. And the major program which has done the lifting through that time has been in the Indigenous Protected Areas program. So I guess the figure that we've sort of looked at has been based upon our experience in terms of working to grow the estate through that program. We've also been implementing another program which we had funding through the NHT, which was called the Protecting Important Biodiversity Areas program. That was a $25 million program which enabled us to trial a number of different ways to grow the estate, working with states and others. And so I guess it's really between our experience of those various measures and the policy work we've done in developing the 30 by 30 roadmap, which has given us an indication of the kind of funds which will that you see here.
Okay, and just to go back to that, you mentioned the CAR principles in the assessment of what would be set aside for protection. Are there any, so has, as a result of that work, anything been identified anywhere in the country specifically or as earmarked for protection?
Not as yet under this particular program. Obviously, we've just had the announcement.
Yes.
But we will continue that work we've done that I was alluding to in order to identify those areas going forward.
Sure, okay. And you mentioned 22.3% is our current.
The current, where we are now, we believe is 24.31%.
24.31%. Okay.
Oh, that's on land, sorry, yet to clarify.
On land, yes, as opposed to...
That's the land, not the land.
Water's much higher, I think, can't we?
And therefore the aggregate is much higher.
Yeah, between land and sea, over land and marine. But just sticking to terrestrial for the moment, if we can. So 24.3. What does the balance equate to in terms of area, hectares? Do you know?
I'm sorry, Senator, I was distracted.
Yeah, that's all right. What does the balance of that? So it's 30. We're at 24.31 for terrestrial protection.
Mm-hmm.
What does that equate to in area, say hectares?
5.69.
Sorry, what? No.
It's 100.
Who invited you?
186 million hectares.
Sorry, I didn't.
186 million hectares, Senator.
186 million hectares. Okay. All right. And I think I might be at an end of my questions here.
That's lovely,
Chair.
Senator Duniam. Senator McKim has advised us.
questions?
Any more maths questions?
Senator, just one last point I would make. There are the equivalent of another 2% of Australia currently being negotiated with First Nations to add to the Indigenous protected area. So that would take us from that 24.3 up to 26 and change. Those are under active negotiations, and those take time to settle. So, but we feel quite confident those will be landed as well.
Whereabouts are those two?
The negotiations on the IPAs are across the country. I think
so it's a range of,
yeah, so there's some, the minister, when she was announcing this program, talked about an Indigenous protected area in the northeast of New South Wales, for example.
Mm-hmm.
So really high value from a biodiversity standpoint, the prospectivity there. Just to give you an idea, they're not all, she was making the point, they're not all in the middle of the desert.
Not all, sorry?
In the middle of the desert.
No, no, I figured not. Are you on notice able to sort of give us a bit of a listing of where those...
Yes. We can
as far as you can, given it is a negotiation. But
it is, but yeah, so we'll work with our IPA area to come back with as much detail as possible on what the current negotiations are and also what has been established over the last 2.5 years.
Given the Parliament will likely be prorogued, we may never see that, but anyway.
Senator Duniam, seeing as you seem to know a lot more about when the election's been called.
I read it in the paper.
Okay, so Senator McKim has advised us he has no further. He's not going to join us. Any further. But Senator Davey.
Thank you. It's just specific to the IPAs and the negotiation process because I have been dealing with one of our local groups on an IPA. On average, how long does an IPA application and negotiation process?
So we're just getting the officials that are leading those negotiations to the table, Senator.
So Sean Sullivan, Deputy Secretary. Senator, IPA processes, it's hard to generalise how long they take because they take as long as they take in terms of consultation with traditional owners. Some have taken in order of 10 years, others are a lot quicker than that. In that context, we are really facilitators for traditional owners to come to agreement on what the future land uses are for their lands.
And what role do states have in the process?
Varying roles. In some IPA processes in the past, Senator, states have really ignored us. Others become genuinely involved in that process because obviously it has impacts with respect to state conservation management and also land use. So, but Ms Stevens may have more information on any particular examples you want to raise with respect to states.
Mm-hmm.
No, I just threw
I'm just interested because I do know, and in some cases it's actually state land where the application is put in, so like state forestry or state parks, and so I'm wondering if that helps or hinders the process if you're dealing with governments as opposed to.
Let me take that on notice, Senator, in terms of if we can come up with specific examples for you. My experience with respect to development of Indigenous protected areas has been really that facilitation role of government including other government sectors, both local governments as well as state governments in that process, to make sure that those processes where traditional owners get to agreement, then that's can be implemented as the traditional owners have set out for themselves.
And as you mentioned, your role is to facilitate. Is there mechanisms by which Indigenous applicants for an IPA process get any financial or otherwise assistance to help them manoeuvre the process, which sometimes takes over a decade?
Sure. This time I won't throw Mr. Evans under the bus. I'll just open the bus door, if that's right.
Thank you, Senator. Tia Stevens, Branch Head from Parks Australia Division. So in relation to the Commonwealth role, it's a grant program, and so effectively we provide funding through that process. So it's an application from an Indigenous organisation in terms of an area of land that they would like to see dedicated. They go through a lengthy consultation period and we fund that process. As Mr Sullivan mentioned, that can take time. It's a self-determined process, usually between about 3 and 5 years to get from consultation to dedication, but it will depend on the amount of stakeholders in the area of land that Indigenous people need to work with. And then once dedicated, we continue to provide funding for them to undertake a range of activities that relate to the plan of management, which is very much focused around environmental activities on ground to protect the landscapes within the IPA.
Right, so it's just a bit indeterminate. So if you're providing funding for the process to help them through the process, which they enter into often in very good faith, knowing that it's going to take a number of years, but then it becomes ongoing, and in the case of the people I'm aware of, it took up to 14 years. How do you ensure, if it's a grant process, that they don't get 5 years down the track through this process and all of a sudden they haven't got capacity to continue?
So I think, Senator, the program is a funding program. It does have, and it's usually a 4 to 5 year cycle. And if it was an ongoing program, it would make it much better for the proponents to have certainty long term.
Yeah.
But that's a matter for government.
Okay. Maybe we'll look into it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We will now release this out.
Chair, can I just, Senator McKim asked a question about the recovery team meeting. We indicated that there was one held this year and it was held on the 18th of February.
Thank you very much for that. We'll now release this outcome and we will move on and call the officers from the Director of National Parks. And Mr Archer, Director of National Parks, has been waiting patiently online. Would you care to make an opening statement, Mr Archer?
Thank you, and no opening statement.
Okay, lovely. We will go directly to Senator Duniam.
Thanks, Chair. Hello, Mr Archer. How long did it take to complete the South East Marine Park Network review?
Thanks, Senator. I will direct you to my colleague in the room there, Dr Barbara Musso, Branch Head of Marine Planning.
Hello, Dr Musso.
Branch Head for Parks Strategy and Coordination. Your question was how long it took us? Yeah, so the process started with the first statutory consultation process, which was ran between March and May 2023. So really from, you can look at March 2023 as the commencement.
Sure, and then all the stages.
We actually had done some work previously, which included an independent evaluation of the implementation of the previous plan, which was published at the time the first consultation went live.
Sure, okay. How does that, so that is in effect 2 years, just shy of 2 years. How does that sort of rank in terms of the time taken to get to a conclusion on a marine park review?
The time possibly was extended somewhat because we also ran the in parallel. And related to that, we also ran the process for declaring all of the exclusive economic zone around Macquarie Island as marine park. Mm-hmm. So that took some of the time. But I would say that probably that's I don't think I have good terms of comparison. This was the first management plan for a network that was reviewed.
I think so. The right answer is this was the first, and Macquarie Island did present some timing challenges through that process. We've obviously learnt some lessons for that for the next set of statutory reviews, which are due by 2027, 28.
Okay. All right, thank you. I can hear some music.
Sounds on hold, yeah.
No, it's gone now. All right. If I can just, in the management plan that was developed at the end of the review process, it mentions that the plan establishes tighter rules and prohibitions for some industrial activities with the premise that these activities should happen outside of marine parks where possible. Are you able to sort of step us through what specifically those activities are and how we arrived at that conclusion?
Yes. So I think that the important premise is that, which the government considered, is that the southeast marine region is significantly under pressure from climate-related impacts. So there was an intent. The intent was to lessen disturbance in the marine parks as much as possible. The previous management plan included multiple use zoning that allowed a broad range of activities, essentially excluded only a couple of activities which were considered particularly detrimental potentially to some habitats like bottom trawl and dredging.
Yes.
This plan, with the intent to lessen disturbance, which and the purpose is really to increase the resilience of the ecosystems to withstand impacts that we might have a less direct ability to control, like climate-related impacts. So in lessening those other more directly controllable disturbances, the plan sets out for a multiple use zones where a range of activities are excluded that were previously allowed, and those include oil and gas, mining, with the exception of those activities associated with the existing titles, of which there are 4 that overlap with the Xi'an Marine Park. It excludes renewable energy developments. It excludes seabed mining, and it excludes intensive aquaculture. So essentially those, if you want those place-specific or site-specific type of developments that can be undertaken outside marine parks, are considered that they should occur outside marine parks if possible.
And in terms of wild catch activity inside the area, I mean, what was that included in some of these exclusions?
No, it wasn't. Wild catch is considered, if you want, it's a diffuse type of use. And so it was considered that commercial fishing should continue in multiple use zones. So we are talking about, you might know, Senator, that there are different levels of zoning. So multiple use is category 6 under the IUCN principles, and really allows the broader set of activities to occur.
Okay. In terms of those industries excluded, activities excluded, was there any consultation with the sectors that would be impacted by the decisions, like oil and gas, renewable energy generation, aquaculture, etc.?
Yes, and there was there were submissions put in by a couple of oil and gas companies. And we also consulted extensively within government with our colleagues in the department, in the resources portfolio.
Okay. And was any value to the displacement, if you will, of those industries from this area modelled at all as part of this, or did they contribute to the thinking with any provision of information around economic cost or opportunity cost?
Look, we did have conversations with the resources portfolio colleagues in relation to the potential costs associated with excluding oil and gas. And some of the work they did was related to looking at the past, if you want, rate of uptake of some of the of those areas, and based on that, we made the decision that the cost was, that we should progress with that proposal.
At the same time, Minister, that where there were current titles, particularly with oil and gas, didn't impact on those titles, and that's where the real economic value could be modelled if we were doing that. And at the same time, the plan also allowed for some increases in sustainable pelagic fishing in some areas, and so we moved from highly protected back to multiple use in some areas as well. Yeah. So it was trying to strike that balance between conservation outcomes and sustainable use.
Just in terms of the Beagle Marine Park, one of the 3 conservation values that were claimed in that marine park was the Port Jackson shark aggregations, which, according to AFMA, in their ecological risk assessment, are highly abundant. So just in terms of the impact of decisions around the Beagle Marine Park on the Port Jackson shark fishery, so what's the rationale behind protecting an area from which, as I'm told, there's around 300 kilograms caught and released, and with a high chance of survivability? And that's information that's been put to me.
Yeah, look, my understanding is that while Port Jacksons are widespread, the way they aggregated in the way observed in Beagle Marine Park was unusual. So, and it's really not exactly understood why they aggregate in that way, but usually ecologically when species aggregate, there is a population behaviour associated with that generally is important for that species.
Okay. Okay. Look, I think that does it for me, Chair.
Fantastic. Thank you, Senator Dunham. Thank you very much, Mr Archer, Dr Musso. We will now release the Director of National Parks, and I would ask the Bureau of Meteorology to make their way to the table.
All right, so we are making up time, Chair, and we'll be ahead.
Which would be nice. I assume you're not joining us this evening?
No, I'll leave you with my colleague, Senator Henderson.
Thanks. Appreciate that.
No, we've got all that budget reply stuff.
Yeah. Do that.
And then leave tomorrow. So should you...
I don't get to leave till Saturday. Yeah, but even... I'd make, yep. Okay. Welcome, Mr Johnson. Good to see you back. I believe this might be your final hurrah.
I thought maybe the last one was.
Yeah, no.
Alas.
Look, to be perfectly honest.
Alas.
Can I tell you, Dr Johnson, we deliberately delayed the election from the rumoured date of the 12th of April, just so that you could come back.
Oh, I'd been under the impression it was Cyclone Alfred that was the cause, Chair.
Well, look,
I'm
there are many jokes that could be made there, Mr Johnson. I think we
blame.
should probably skip all of them. Do you have an opening statement
No,
for
I
us?
do not. Thank you for asking that.
Okay. We will then go directly to Senator Dunniam.
Dr. Johnston. Welcome back again for the last time. Well, it probably won't be very memorable though, can I say, but for you, pretty straightforward. Can I ask, who was the final decision maker relating to the name of tropical cyclone Alfred as opposed to Anthony, as was reported in the press?
Yeah, I actually don't know. That question would be someone within the organisation, probably the group executive responsible for community services.
Okay.
Yeah.
So someone within BOM.
Someone within the senior leadership team. Yeah.
Okay.
It's just for the record, Senator. It's been standard practice for some time that if the name of a prominent Australian happens to coincide with our list,
like
that we
Tim or.
We have had
Cyclone Jono,
Cyclone Karen.
It's the third one that I've been involved with in the 9 years.
There's been 3. Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. When was the last time that name? Sorry.
In the event that it had that name, it would have acted in the national interest. It would have acted in the interest of all Australians in a decisive kind of way. It would have delivered exactly the right amount of rain in the right places to support our agriculture sector, and
Yes.
but it was what it was.
A wise move. Okay. When was the last time such a name?
I'd have to check the exact date, but I'd have to check.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. All right. So there's obviously been a fair bit of reporting, and I suspect Senator Davey, when she's back, will have a couple of questions on this. The BOM's advice, the webpage providing advice for the people of New South Wales and Queensland. What I'm told it included advice that individuals should wear masks and use hand sanitizer.
Yeah.
So what's the purpose behind that guidance?
So if you look at all the Bureau's warning messages, they could roughly fall into two parts. There's a part that deals with the actual weather phenomena, and then there's another block which appears at the bottom of all texts, all messages, a block of text that appears at the bottom of all messages that's agreed and aligned with messaging coming from the relevant jurisdiction.
Okay.
And so, if call 000, call the State Emergency Service, whatever. So it was embodied in a set of text that was agreed with the relevant authorities in Queensland at the time.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. If I can move to the Harvey Bay matter that was reported on. So obviously they were hit by a deluge. Why was it that the severe weather warning for that area wasn't included in the severe?
Yeah, I appreciate your asking, because I think there's been some misinformation and misreporting on this, and it'd be great to get on the record. And also, for the record, I've had the opportunity to speak with Mayor Seymour in Harvey Bay as well. So just for the avoidance of any doubt, we had a tropical cyclone watch in place 5 days before the events that took place in Harvey Bay, and also a whole range of messages starting from the previous Saturday before about the potential for severe weather with locally intense rainfall and damaging winds, and that was first issued at 6:05 in the morning of the 8th of March and then updated at 10:57 on the 8th of March. And then later on, after that, we issued, at 10:57 on the 8th, we issued another warning saying, so this is the day before, locally intense rain that may lead to dangerous and life-threatening flash flooding may develop on the Sunday. So this is on the Saturday.
Yes.
On the Sunday, which is when the event actually occurred, and in bands of showers and thunderstorms wrapping around the system, which is exactly what happened. So that community had that broad messaging, and that was for a whole range of areas, including the southern part of the Wide Bay and Burnett, which is part of Harvey Bay. And then at 4:57 on that morning, and then at 10:59 we further updated with severe weather warnings and so on and so forth. So all up, there's probably 8 to 10 messages that went out around that severe weather warning for that rain. And unfortunately for the community, the peak intensity occurred, started around 4 o'clock in the morning when a lot of people were asleep. So there was very significant messaging out, Senator, and again, obviously some folks saw it and others didn't, and obviously it had very significant impacts within that community. And I should also mention it's very isolated as well. For those of you who know Hervey Bay, it was very much on the eastern end, and there were some areas very close to Urangan, for example, that had almost no rain whatsoever. So it was a very intense thunderstorm that dropped an enormous amount of rain in a very small area in a very small period of time. And talking to the mayor and locals, I know that area, just the stormwater system just couldn't cope with that volume, and the lowest part of the landscape's actually sort of behind the esplanade, which is where a lot of the infrastructure is, so it literally just couldn't get out to sea. So the warnings were out. Obviously, notwithstanding that, there were still members of the community that weren't expecting it, but I can assure you there were plenty of warnings out.
Yeah, so what time did you say the first warning went out?
I'd be happy to give you a full list if that would help on notice. The first warnings went out on the 8th of the 3rd, which I think is the Saturday, and the event took place on the Sunday.
Okay, all right.
For that severe weather with intense rainfall and damaging winds, and then later that evening on that Saturday, we upgraded it to dangerous and life-threatening flash flooding developing on Sunday, and the actual event occurred on the Sunday morning. So.
Yeah, at 5 a.m. on Sunday. Okay. Yeah. All right, on notice, that's fine. And
I'm happy to provide you a full item line if you're interested.
That'd be helpful if you can. That would be excellent. Thank you. Were there any other, obviously that one was reported on, were there any other incidents that the Bureau has post the event looked at and gone, well, either as a result of misinformation or some sentiment in the community, there are things that need to improve or be dealt with? Was there anything else of that nature?
I think every event we always learn. There's no doubt about that.
Anything?
Clearly, the areas we always look at with our emergency services partners relate to the way in which our messages are received by the community. Again, I'd be happy to provide you with the details of just the sheer volume of warnings and reports. Indeed, Senator David, local members of Parliament are kept up to date. But notwithstanding that, this message is still not getting through to the community, and so we're continuing to work with some members of the community, I should add. We'll continue to work with emergency services. How can we continue to find ways to reach as many people as possible so that they can be prepared? But overall, I think the sentiment in the community up our way is positive, that the event, whilst it was a very significant one and caused quite significant damage and regrettably loss of a life in New South Wales, right across the emergency management value chain, performed well. And there are a lot of learnings, I think, just in general about how 4 million people might cope with similar types of events in the future, which we expect to happen under a changing climate.
And do you conduct a sort of, you may have told us previously, but is there a review process?
Yes, absolutely. After every wet season or severe weather season, we undertake a formal post-implementation review, and similar processes occur within the Queensland Government, which we participate in, and they participate in ours. So all of the players in the emergency management ecosystem work together to improve the services that we can provide to the community.
Okay, if I can just go to a matter that I think may have come up today, and that was the Central Queensland Quilpie blind spot issue.
It's in the far southwest. Yeah.
You're
talking about radar coverage?
The flying blind matter, as it was stated.
Yeah.
So what's the go there?
There has been some commentary in the media from mayors in the southwest that they don't have radar coverage, and that is true. I wouldn't agree with the comment that they're flying blind. We still deliver.
So I think that was media commentary.
Yes, just for the record, but although I'm not sure who it was attributed to, but we obviously, even though we don't have radar coverage there, the radars are
Mayor of Quilpie.
Sorry?
Mayor of Quilpie.
Mayor of Quilpie, and I think Mayor of Merway as well, I think, in Charleville Way. So obviously radar is a very important tool for the community in terms of situational awareness. They're just one of a whole range of tools that we use to issue a forecast and warnings. So from a forecast and warning point of view, there is absolutely no blind spot there. We're actively issuing severe weather warnings, flood warnings and so on for that region. But the mayors are accurate. There are, Australia has the 4th largest radar network in the world after the United States, China and Russia. We have 69 operational radars that cover roughly 90% of the Australian population. But certainly in many parts of remote Australia, we don't have radar coverage. And I know those communities would love to have it. I'd love to have it too. We just unfortunately don't have the resources within the Bureau to add to them. But we certainly do work with state governments, as we've done in New South Wales and Western Australia, to seek co-investment or investment from state jurisdictions to enlarge the Bureau's radar network. So I'm aware of that. Those mayors have been frequent correspondence with me about how we might get radar coverage there. I'm well aware of their concerns, and I understand their concerns, and I've shared with them the successful models that we've used in Western Australia and the wheat belt, where we've put in 3 radars and now hopefully a 4th coming soon, and 3 new radars in New South Wales, where we've engaged with the state governments to install those systems, and then we own and operate them once they're in. So that's a possible pathway for them, yeah.
While there's no radar out there, you do forecasts,
Absolutely.
So they're not flying blind. So how do you do those forecasts in the absence of having the on-the-ground radars?
Yeah, certainly, Senator. So we use a range of techniques. So obviously we need to first forecast the rainfall. We use satellite technology, numerical weather prediction models, instruments that sense the atmosphere. If you're closer to the coast and don't have radar coverage, instruments that sense the ocean. A whole range of different data sources go into those numerical weather prediction models. So radar data doesn't go into those numerical weather prediction models. And then obviously we have flood gauges out there as well. And you know this very well too, I think I'd certainly like to have a richer footprint of flood gauges in more remote and regional parts of Australia as well. But we have a reasonably good network in southwest Queensland. We have a good rainfall network. So all of those things contribute to for us having a sense of how much rain's likely to fall, and then obviously once it falls, we pick it up in the flood gauges. And we also work, particularly on the flood side, very closely with local disaster management groups in Queensland. Each state's different, as you know, in terms of its emergency management arrangements, but obviously there's also a huge amount of local knowledge that we bring to bear, as well as the knowledge our hydrologists and meteorologists have. So all of those things go into the production of forecasts and warnings, and in the case of this event that we're still in, regrettably, we were able to, our first severe weather warnings for those areas were issued on the 20th of March, I think, so quite a few days ago, and at least, I think, 3 days before the weather actually started, yeah.
Okay, we're going to go to Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all for appearing again today. Chair, I'd like to table this graph from United Nations Intergovernmental Panel Climate Change report, because they're basis for some brief questions. I don't have too many questions today.
Let's have a look.
Thank you. I'll start a little preamble just to set the scene for this. When you get the graph, you'll see it. So I want to talk about the misinformation that's being put out there that cyclones and floods are getting more frequent and more severe. Over many years in this committee, the BOM have referred me to the IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change from the United Nations. This might surprise you, but I'm not actually going to argue with you on the merits of the IPCC today, even though they're a bunch of net zero pushers and politically driven. I'm going to quote them because you claim they're the authority. So I'll take you to Assessment Report 6, Chapter 12, Table 12.12, by Working Group 1, that's the Science of Climate. That's page 1856 of Assessment Report 6. Now, in that table is just about every type of measurable weather event. Some call it extreme weather event. The blank or white boxes indicate there is no detectable change in frequency or severity of the weather event. I'll just go down the list of what the IPCC itself says, not me. River flood. No change is detected in current period. No change is expected to be detected under the worst case climate scenario by 2050 or even by 2100. Fire weather, no changes detected in current period or expected in the next 75 years. Tropical cyclone, no changes detected in current period or expected in the next 75 years. Coastal flood, no changes detected in current period or expected in the next 75 years. Pluvial, there's a minor risk in the most extreme worst case scenario. So my question is, if your net zero gods at the IPCC say the data shows weather events are not getting worse because of climate change, why isn't the Bureau of Meteorology calling out the misinformation peddled by politicians when they get out there and say this flood is because of climate change, this fire is because of climate change, this cyclone is because of climate change? Everyone knows that's not true. These events have been happening for millennia. Even the scientists in the United Nations show that you reference dearly say it's not so.
Senator, thanks for your question. I might make a couple of preliminary remarks and then ask Dr. Braganza, who's online on video, to join in, if I may. I obviously haven't had a chance to study this page that you've just supplied me now. What I can say is a couple of things. Firstly, as I have, I think, many times, refer you to the State of the Climate report that the Bureau produces with the CSIRO every 2 years, which contains the latest and up-to-date information on
I've read each
climate. And I know you read it, and I'd encourage you to refer to it again. Across a range of phenomena, we know that there are very strong signals already from climate change, particularly around temperature and particularly around drying in the southern part of Australia, southeastern part of Australia, and in southwestern Australia. Those signals are very strong. The level of confidence in them is very high. Some of the signals for other phenomena, including tropical cyclones, are still evolving and maturing. And certainly what we have seen is an increase in the incidence of high-intensity rainfall. We know just as a matter of fact that as the atmosphere warms, it holds more moisture, probably up to 10, 11% more moisture than it would otherwise have. And that we've seen an increase in high-intensity events. We've certainly been on record saying that we expect in Australia it's likely that there'll be lower number of frequency of cyclones, but they're likely to be more severe. We've been on the record for that for ages. We've also been on the record on many occasions.
Explain the basis for that, please?
Sorry?
Could you give me the basis for that? Because the UN says it's not.
I'll come to that. Dr. Braganza might want to say something about this in a minute. And we've also been on the record that, particularly when it comes to individual cyclones, individual rainfall events, it's very difficult to attribute single events to climate change. We're talking about longer-term global trends here. So that's certainly been our position for some time, and remains so unless new evidence is entered into existence that would cause us to change our mind. So I can only be accountable for the science that we do. I can't be accountable for how those in the public domain choose to talk about it. We certainly provide advice, as we've done to this committee many times and many other fora, about what we're observing and what our science is telling us is likely to come down the pipeline, and also where we have higher or lower confidence about what is or isn't coming. But that'd be my general comments, and maybe throw to Dr. Braganza, who's online, to see if he would like to add anything to the question that you've asked.
So did I hear you correctly, just before we go to Dr. Braganza, that cyclones are not becoming more intense?
No, I didn't say that. I said that in our outlooks, we think there's a reasonable likelihood, Dr. Braganza will be able to quantify this in more specific detail, that the Australian regions are likely to see less cyclones, but there's a likelihood that they'll be more intense rather than less intense. But Dr. Braganza is our lead in this space, and I'd really rather he answer these detailed questions that you might have.
Thanks, Senators. Dr. Braganza here, Climate Manager at the Bureau of Meteorology. Just confirming you can all hear me.
Yep.
Yes, fantastic. For tropical cyclones, the Bureau, as Dr. Johnson has pointed out, has consistently communicated that we have potentially seen a reduction in the number of tropical cyclones in our region, particularly in the east. We haven't communicated that we've seen any significant change in intensity. Categorising changes in tropical cyclones is difficult. We're kind of limited to the satellite era, and prior to the satellite era, categorising tropical cyclones for severity and even whether they're a tropical cyclone or not in the mid latitudes becomes difficult. So there are data limitations in trends in tropical cyclones, and the Bureau has been entirely consistent in how it's described those and entirely transparent in the data limitations. We have not communicated that we have seen large changes in tropical cyclones that are due to climate change, and we don't communicate around these individual weather events that they were caused by climate change. For tropical cyclones, there's multiple aspects to the weather event. When we talk about intensity, we're often talking about wind speed. Wind speed is just one aspect of a tropical cyclone. There's also rainfall intensity and there's storm surge intensity. And due to sea level rise and increased warmth in the atmosphere, we expect increased heavy rainfall and increased storm surge activity from all such events, not just tropical cyclones, also things like east coast lows and others.
Thank
the
you.
Observational data is what it is.
Thank you. I don't expect you to make comment, so I'll just, on this, because you haven't got the graph in front of you, or the table in front of you, but I'll just go through the Chapter 12, Table 12.12, emergence of climate impact drivers in different time periods. That's with regard to the future. And the colour of white says there's no confidence in what they're saying or what they're projecting. So already emerged and worst case scenario in the future by 2050 and by 2100. Mean precipitation, no confidence in the data. No trend has emerged. River flood, same. Heavy precipitation and pluvial flood, same. Landslide, same. Aridity, same. Hydrological drought, same. Agricultural and ecological drought, same. Fire weather, same. Tropical cyclone, same. Coastal flood, same. So it just seems that these that are often taken advantage of by politicians and news media, there's no evidence for their comments that they're attributing them to climate change caused by humans.
I'll have to take that on notice as I don't have the material in front of me. Some of the phenomena you've called out, again, in terms of establishing observed trends, is limited by sample size. So you're talking about not weather events necessarily, you're talking about impact events such as the size of a flood following heavy rainfall. So there's possibly data limitations involved, but I would have to see exactly the material that you're referencing.
Thank you very much. That's all my questions.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. We'll go to Senator Davey.
Thank you very much. I just really quickly want to touch on Quilpie again, which is underway. From the outset, however, Dr. Johnson, I do want to thank you for the access and continual updates during the Tropical Cyclone Alfred and the valuable information you were presenting to communities. I think communities this time around were very prepared. I have heard some people say, you know, the cyclone wasn't all they expected, but I would say it's better to be over-prepared than under-prepared. So I want to thank you for the outset. With Quilpie, you said the first warning you issued was on the 20th of March.
Yes.
My understanding is that's not disputed. However, how much weight people put on your warning, again, the comment was made by the Quilpie Mayor that farmers didn't listen because you've been wrong in the past. How do we rebuild the trust in the Bureau so that when warnings are issued, I think it's better to lay sandbags out the front of your shop and have to take them away dry than not lay the sandbags and then have to put in your insurance claim for millions of dollars. So how do we sort of rebuild that trust without overly concerning communities at the same time?
Maybe I could make a couple of comments, Senator, and thanks for your question. And thank you for your compliments. All credit goes to our people who work tirelessly and are continuing to work tirelessly and have not really had much of a break since the beginning of January because of all this wet weather that we've had through Queensland and New South Wales. And so thank you. That feedback means a lot to them. they're often the subject of negative comments, so it's good to have your vote of thanks. There would be two things I'd say in response to your question. Firstly, with respect, I think the trust in the community of the Bureau's forecasts and warnings is very high. When we, and Dr Stone may wish to talk about this as part of his job as Chief Customer Officer, is to actually quantitatively measure community perceptions and trust in the Bureau, and it's extremely high. In fact, I think most organisations are envious. But we're not perfect, absolutely not, and we're not in the business of perfection. We're in the business of trying to forecast into the future.
Crystal ball gazing somewhere.
Well, we're in the business of trying to describe complexity and risk and uncertainty to people, and it's not easy, and we improve every year, year on year in doing so. And but it's never, certainly not in our lifetimes, ever going to be possible for us to be 100% right the whole time, because we're dealing with phenomena at a global scale which we still don't fully understand. So that's part of the story. Part of the story, I think, is one of mutual responsibility, and I think your comments are absolutely spot on. In fact, I took a call last night from the Mayor of Hinchinbrook in Ingham, who we have a very close relationship with, and his view echoes yours, in that people, we all as leaders in this space, have a role to help shepherd our communities through to prepare for the worst, and that if it doesn't pan out the way we think, that's not such a bad thing. It might cause a bit of inconvenience, but it's better than the alternative. And I really noticed that in South East Queensland this time, just how people took on board the threat. Fortunately, we're at the lower end of the scale, but being a resident of Brisbane myself, I can tell you it's much better than having potentially 4 million people suffering serious trauma. So I think we just need to continue to try and shape the narrative. I think all members of Parliament, frankly, have got a very, very important role in engaging with their communities to sort of try and promote the perspective that you have, and also to understand that and have the conversation with the community that no matter how much science that we do or how much information we have, there's always an element of uncertainty, and so it's best to plan for the upper end of the scale, and if we get a lesser outcome, that's a great thing. I think that's the only way forward, and I see this in other countries. Perhaps not so much here, but that's just a journey we're on.
Can I just ask a follow-up? Would you mind?
Sure.
So I appreciate what you've just said, and I think when we see events like this, we often see all colours kind of come together.
It's a rich tapestry,
right?
Chair, yeah.
In terms of your role, Dr. Johnson, do you inform a broader range of MPs and such like, or?
Yeah, so typically when we have a severe weather event like events like we've just been experiencing, the Bureau sort of takes what I might characterise as a zipper approach, whereby obviously we have our operational staff are interacting very closely with mayors. So it varies very much state by state, because each state has a different set of emergency management arrangements. But if I just use Queensland as an example, it's different in South Australia, but if I just use Queensland as an example, the local disaster management groups are chaired by the local mayor. So our operational staff are working literally joined at the hip with those LDMGs. There'll be state ministers involved through the Queensland Disaster Management Committee, which again, more senior Bureau staff are involved with, and for really quite severe events I'll be personally involved in. And then when we have broad scale events, my practice since I've been in this job is to personally keep all members of Parliament briefed as often as required.
And how do you go about doing that?
I do that by text message.
Right. And so who would you normally text in the face of something like Alfred?
All members. So in this last event there were, I think, 41 numbers on my phone that I would update twice a day or more often if required.
And so who are those 40?
These would be all federal members of Parliament.
All the
in the state?
Yes. So if you take the recent events, there was probably the member for Kennedy, the member for Leichhardt, but every member south of Mackay and north of Port Macquarie, and as far west as the member for New England, and the member for Maranoa, as well as all senators, relevant senators, and in the case of this recent one, I erred on the side of caution to include senators from North Queensland, so Senator Green, Senator McDonald, in that list. So, and those folks also can and do contact me directly. In fact, I just got a text from the member for Fairfax a minute ago wanting to ask a question about the weather we're going to experience in South East Queensland over the weekend. Dr. Stone assistant as Senior Responsible Officer for Queensland. So in the other jurisdictions, we'll do the same. So when we had very serious flooding in the Hawkesbury and Nepean a couple of years ago, I did that with all in a bipartisan way with all the federal members and senators, the Black Saturday fires. So it's part of a zipper that goes right from the grassroots level through to all the way through to the Prime Minister, in fact, because we have staff embedded in the National Situation Room. So he will receive briefings through NEMA and he or she, whoever's Prime Minister of the day. So it's a zipper, I think, for want of a nested hierarchy, however you want to describe it.
So would you text the Prime Minister and
no, I don't text the Prime Minister personally because he's receiving briefings through NEMA and our staff in the National Situation Room. But in this recent event, I certainly briefed the PMO twice a day in concert with my own Minister, of course, Minister for Emergency Management. And so the Prime Minister was briefed by us, I think, on at least 3 occasions, twice in Brisbane and once in Canberra. Yeah.
And you would do that for the federal and the state? No,
not for the state. State agencies are responsibility of the state emergency management agencies. Yeah, but I can assure you, and if Minister McAllister was sitting in this chair, she attends, and Minister White before her, and previous ministers in previous governments have attended the Queensland Disaster Management Committee. The political and jurisdictional lines disappear. Everybody's focused on community safety. So it's.
So when would you? So with the with this particular cyclone, Alfred, when would you start? Typically, when would you start messaging?
It would depend on the nature of the risk.
So in terms of this particular,
well, in this one, quite a way earlier because we potentially had 4 million people in the line of fire, which would be probably in the last 50 years, probably in terms of potential impact on the number of people, the largest event we've dealt with. I mean, obviously during the summer fires, there were large populations in the west of Sydney and through Wollongong down that way, but in aggregate, if you think about an area from, say, Bundaberg to Port Macquarie, there's well over 4 million people there that are at risk. So that is a national emergency. So we would start, in that case, I would start obviously giving our ministers' officers a heads up. The NEMA would be doing the same through and we would be doing the same through the committees. And then once we had higher confidence, because these things are highly dynamic and change all the time, I would form a judgment as to when, because I'm also conscious that members of Parliament are
you don't want to freak them out, right?
With their community, so I don't want to overburden them either with information. But the feedback I've had is that we generally get the balance right and that it's appreciated. So it's an important part of the job. And in some cases, for example, just south of Brisbane, Logan this year, there were so many trees down there and power outages were extended that telecommunications are out. And so for some federal members of Parliament, a lot of their constituents had no access to the internet and their only way of finding out was through their federal member and through their federal member through us. So, you know, obviously we can't reach everybody, but we do the best we can. Yeah.
So in terms of this, so what day did it hit? Would we?
Well, it was an extended event, so it started, it first formed in the Coral Sea on the 20th of February. I remember that because it's my birthday. Happy birthday. So it was probably more like the 20, I could get you that, but it was a 2-week event.
Cool. And so where would you pitch in there to start advising the local members?
We would be speaking emergency management agencies well before that. But I wouldn't be.
I'm really talking about
federal
MPs
members
like
of Parliament on the 20th because at that stage it's a few hundred kilometres northeast of Cairns, and you know there were a range of scenarios in terms of its trajectory, and even up until the might have even been the 4th of March. It turned.
You can probably tell me, can't you?
Yeah, Senator Davey could check the text messages.
Aaron.
Thank you, Dr. Stone. So, so it crossed. It crossed on the 8th of March. So it started on the 20th of February.
Yeah.
And crossed on the 8th of March, but we still had. So that was a Friday night, and we still had at least 3 days of intense rainfall after that. So that's the 11th of March. So the 20th of February to the 11th of March, we were fully activated, and I probably would have started advising federal members of Parliament. Probably, Senator Davey would know for sure, so I better not perjure myself. But,
I was included on the list from the 2nd of March right through until post-event on the 10th of March.
Yeah, so there you go.
Because the cyclone hit, but the event continued.
Yeah, and to Dr.
So you keep everyone
point,
informed, not just the ministers, but the members, regardless of what
absolutely.
What colour their t-shirt
Twice
is.
a day, every day, and if more if necessary.
Great, thank you.
If there's a change, generally what I would say to members is if there's a change in the risk profile, I'll contact you. And sometimes there isn't because forecasts aren't perfect. Sometimes it largely goes to plan, which is pretty much what happened with Alfred. The thing that was didn't go to plan was it slowed down in the last couple of days before it hit the coast, and it took a bit longer to make the coastal crossing. But in hindsight, that's probably a blessing. As the Premier said, it gave everyone another day to get their act together.
Senator David, do you have
just a couple of questions. I would say Harvey Bay were probably the only area where it didn't quite go to plan as close to plan as we wanted, because they were a bit taken aback by the tail. I just want to quickly touch on the gauges.
Yes.
Which we have spoken about over the last 18 months or so. You were given $236 million for a 10-year river gauge upgrade program. We've talked about it. We've started in Queensland.
Yeah.
How, notwithstanding the fact that there have been other events that have taken your priorities, however, is there progress being made? Have you spent any of that $236 million? And if so, on what?
We certainly have. If it's okay, this is in Dr. Stone's responsibility. We've made excellent progress.
That's why he's sitting at the table?
Ask him to answer your question.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Senator. So the Floodwater Infrastructure Network program is running on schedule and on budget. We have cost-sharing agreements in place with every jurisdiction except Tasmania, and we're expecting that to come through very soon. That's just resolving a couple of language issues in the agreement. In Queensland, we're looking at, we have acquired 200 sites. So
that acquisition has happened?
That's absolutely, yeah, so that's happened. So all 200 sites for acquisition in Queensland are confirmed. I can give a lot of detail on that. In New South Wales, there'll be over 250 assets will be remediated in New South Wales. And the full list of, we've been dealing with loads of councils there, that's all going well. All of the assets will be confirmed by 30 June this year.
All the New South Wales?
Yep.
Senator, if I just clarify that, Dr. Stone,
can't help ourselves.
You've got 3 Tasmanian senators at the table, and you mentioned the language. I'm presuming you're talking about terminology, not the Australian English language.
Tasmanian language.
Oh, we know we're different. We know we're very special, but
very good. Legal language.
Legal language. Okay.
Yes. Legal terminology.
I just had to ask.
Good bit of clarification. Says Senator Billick on her 146th day of estimates in her term of Parliament.
Probably my last.
No.
I think it's a sterling effort.
200 sites in Queensland acquired. Yep. Have the upgrades commenced?
Yes, so absolutely. So capital works began 30 July last year and have been continuing.
And are you doing site by site? Because 200 is a lot of sites. There are, because we've had this conversation, all the flood gauges are in various states of repair or disrepair or modernity. So how are you going through the process? You've got 200 sites in Queensland, you've acquired them, you've assessed them, and now are you... Is it a matter of triage? So you're going out to the...
Yeah, exactly. So some don't need remediation work, they can just be acquired.
Right.
Some need remediation work and you know, that progresses when they're acquired.
And I appreciate it'll be on notice, which I not meant to... like, we could be in caretaker, but you're still allowed to provide answers in caretaker?
I think if you ask us a question on notice, Senator, we must provide that on notice.
So I'm just wondering if you can provide a
a
breakdown of the 200 sites and how many need remediation, how many don't.
We've got all that information. So, yep.
Okay. And can you just clarify how much that acquisition cost?
The total spend that we're planning, I don't have that, acquisition itself doesn't cost anything. We don't buy the asset from the council.
They're happy to take it off their books, I'm sure.
Pretty well, yeah. So there's no cost in acquiring. The cost is in remediation and then the ongoing maintenance. And it's the ongoing maintenance for which there's a 50-50 cost share arrangement between the Commonwealth and the jurisdiction.
And when we talk about that cost share between the Commonwealth and jurisdiction, we're talking about the state government.
Yes.
So have we taken local government completely out of the picture?
For the ones that we're operating, yes.
Yes.
So it's a Commonwealth jurisdiction.
And then there are still going to be gauges that are...
Correct. Yeah, so the up to 236 million that was allocated in the 23-24 budget only provision for high priority gauges.
Yeah.
So if Dr. Stone can give you the sort of what proportion that covers by jurisdiction if you're interested, but there still will be, to your point, I think, a number of gauges that will not be within the program given the funding envelope we have.
Yeah. Okay. I look forward to getting that information. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you, Dr. Johnson. We are going to take a break now until 4:30. But I would like to advise that we are releasing program 2.2 and program 2.3, and so we will return at 4:30 with outcome 3.
So
clear for everyone?
Are we being released, Chair?
You are absolutely being released, Dr. Johnson, and thank you so much for all of your many appearances before estimates, and we wish you a happy, unestimated life into the future. Thank you. Okay, welcome back everybody. I would like to welcome via video conference officers from the department in relation to program 3.1, contribute to Australia's national Antarctic interests through science, environmental management and international engagement, including delivering Australia's scientific research and operations in Antarctica and the Southern Ocean. Welcome. We will go directly to Senator Whish-Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. My understanding from doing a little bit of reading is about 75% of Antarctic science research is conducted by universities in Australia across a number of different programs. The Australian Antarctic Partnership Program, ACS, SRI-EAS, there's lots of lists of different funding streams. Could I ask how important in particular is the Australian Centre for Excellence in Antarctic Science to the work we do down in Antarctic, the scientific research we do?
Emma, sorry, Ms Gamble, I'll throw to you on that.
She's having trouble. I think she might be having trouble with her mute. No luck?
Yeah, got you now, yes. You can hear me now?
Yes, that's it.
Hi.
Thank you.
Apologies. Emma Campbell, Head of the Australian Antarctic Division. Thanks for the question. University-led research is really important for our Antarctic science and for our national interests. I'm not sure about your number, about 75%, but certainly we really value the contributions, including through the three large research institutes you talked about in particular. And I think your specific question was how important is ACIS, which is the Australian Centre for Antarctic Science, which is out of UTAS. It's one of the key partners, and it is delivering really important work in there, for example, on the Denman voyage that we have underway at the moment.
Yeah, and on that voyage in particular, Mr Campbell, I also understand that in terms of the scientists on board, 33 of the scientists on board that boat are from ACS, from that research partnership. Is that your understanding? Roughly half the scientists on board the Noyena at the moment?
They certainly have a strong presence. I'll take your numbers on that.
No worries. That's the number I got from them. But either way, it's obviously significant. I suppose what I'm interested in is the research work they do, the focus on climate risks from East Antarctic and the Southern Ocean, large-scale field work, predictive modelling, satellite observations, major research findings around the slowdown of the two most significant global ocean currents, developing predictive capability for Southern Ocean krill, new estimates for Antarctic contribution to sea level rise, obviously a number of field programs including the Denman Glacier. Do you see that ACS work continuing beyond next year in terms of Antarctic science and our capability?
I'll come at that question in a couple of ways. You talked about half of the scientists on Denman Marine Voyage being from ACS, and I'm not arguing with that. We have different mix of science and expertise on different elements of our program, and so Denman Marine and ACS is really important to that. I expect that they'll have much less of involvement in next year's Heard of McDonald Island voyage, for example. Really value the work that they do. I will note that they're funded under the Australian Research Council under a program announced in the 2018-19 budget, and they have a terminating grant program which expires in December 2025. Sorry, just checking the numbers. And clearly what comes next, the ARC has given permission, if we put it that way, for ACS to work for an additional 2 years after the funding termination to finish up their grant projects. They're a little bit behind where they wanted to be, partly as a result of some of the delays from Noyena commissioning and COVID. So they will get to continue their work, but the funding does terminate under their current grant agreement in December 2025.
December 2025, okay. Could you just clarify that? I mean, not now, it's not super important, but I think they said they had some funding till mid-2026. They are now winding up and terminating some employment. I suppose you can guess where I'm going with my question on this. My understanding from, I suppose, the recent Senate inquiry, and this is probably a question for you, Mr Sullivan, is that with the continuation of these programs, and not just theirs, but obviously Monash has got other funding as to other programs, that was all being looked at in a holistic way in the decadal plan and the implementation of the decadal plan. When will we get a detailed implementation strategy around the decadal plan?
So the process for the implementation plan is currently underway, but more specifically with the different budget streams, there's been a lot of commentary, and we've had this discussion previously in terms of how we potentially look to consolidate those, and I know that there's different views on what's the best way to do that. Look, Senator, terminating programs are a fact of life in all governments. In terms of funding going forward, both in terms of that stream, in terms of the UTAS stream of work, but more broadly, science going forward is a matter for government. And so I understand that, and we're in open communication. Obviously, one of our significant partners in terms of the current Denman process, Denman voyage.
Indeed, yeah. Like half the research scientists on the ship are from ACS, whose funding lapses next year. I mean, if there's going to be another scientific voyage, I'm sure there are other scientists who can go on it, but they're obviously playing a very significant role.
Yeah, I mean, as Ms Campbell outlined, the voyage next year is Heard Macdonald Islands, which is, again, critical in terms of following up on the recent work with respect to marine protected areas. We haven't been to Heard Macdonald for 20 years. All significant parts of our Antarctic science platform moving forward. But in terms of that question where I think you're going, in terms of what's the potential for funding going forward, particularly given the importance with respect to the issues that UTAS is contributing to, not only in terms of Denman but more broadly, that will be a matter for government.
Okay, so let me ask you some questions on that point about a matter for government. The decadal plan, my understanding was to put an implementation plan, a long-term plan, to look at consolidating funding streams. There's a whole range of stuff we went through in the Senate inquiry. What advice have you provided? I mean, firstly, can I assume that the decadal plan will look at, for example, the continuation of this funding? Whether it's necessary, whether it's going to be transferred somewhere else, whether these research programs will continue?
The implementation plan, and Ms Campbell, you might want to talk about the process for the implementation plan. We'll inevitably look at that in terms of funding as well.
It'll what, sorry?
It'll inevitably have to look at the funding streams and how that is delivered over time. Ms Campbell, do you want to go through the implementation plan next steps?
You're on mute again. Sorry, Emma. Yeah. No. You're not down in the Antarctic, are you? All right. Okay. There is a Noyena in the background. Might be a model. It might be a model. Yeah. All right. Well, would you be able to answer? So, what are the next stages then?
My understanding is the implementation plan, we've started the process. Given the decadal plan we had to land, which we've landed, put in the public domain. We now have to work with our partners with respect.
Oh, you're right now. Okay.
I'm back?
Yes, you're back. Yeah.
So I'm so sorry. I wasn't on mute on my computer, but I turned it off and turned it on again, and here I am. The process for finalising the implementation plan for the decadal strategy. So the decadal strategy was released recently by the Science Council. We're working with the science community and the whole community, including representatives, for example, from ACES, about what the elements are that we are within the plan, and we'll work with the government on that over the coming 6 months with the view of releasing something in the back half of this year.
So for the benefit of the scientists working at ACS who are looking at losing their jobs soon, is the work that they're doing covered by the decadal plan? I've had a look at it myself. It looks a very kind of big picture, lots of glossy photos, not a lot of information in there for a 10-year science plan.
Yeah, it's a high-level strategy with the big building blocks. The next stage is the detail about what's achievable and what's going to be done. And as Mr. Sullivan talked about, the funding streams are a key part of that. And so we'll work with government on that over the coming few months.
So right. So you can assure us then how far advanced are you on that? Because obviously we've been talking about this decadal plan for many years, and it was constantly being deferred during the Senate inquiry we had into Antarctic funding. Is it fairly well advanced in terms of a comprehensive plan, or are you saying that's all just contributed to a high level glossy document?
We've certainly got significant input from the science community, so we do have a lot of information about what will be in the implementation plan. Ultimately, the implementation plan will need to work through with government, and we've had initial conversations. Initial is probably the wrong word. We've had recent conversations with the Science Council about the form of the implementation plan and the level of detail that we'll go to, and we'll need to work with that over, as I said, over the coming few months.
Given the funding previously for ACIS, as Mr. Sullivan mentioned, was through the ARC, was through the Research Council, what role does the Australian Antarctic Division or the department play in providing advice on whether those kind of funding streams should be renewed or changed? Like, you understand Antarctic science, you understand hopefully how it all fits together. Like, what role do you play in saying we don't need ACIS's research after mid next year, or we do, or we need it in a different format, or it could be done elsewhere? Like, who provides that kind of advice?
I expect we'll have a very strong role. I'm thinking back to the 2018-2019 budget in the department, and I was doing that role in the budget. We had a very strong role in securing that funding back in 2018-19, in setting the high-level policy authority for that, and ensuring that it continued to deliver because it's so important to Australia's Antarctic interests.
In the budget that was passed down this week, I mean, I must admit, it could be in there, but I haven't been able to find any funding for ACIS, who are now terminating staff at the moment. They've already lost 10 staff who've left to go elsewhere because of funding uncertainty. Could I ask this perhaps to you, Minister Ayres? Is there going to be are you going to be making an election announcement to secure the funding and the jobs in IMAS and UTAS and Hobart?
So I'm not aware of whether, or what, as has been indicated by the officials, how we approach this is a matter for government. But
you're in the government.
Indeed. I'm just saying that's the right way of characterising where we're up to. I don't know what the consideration of this matter is. We are, you've heard the officials about where we're up to on this longer term consideration of research funding streams and how all that works. Yep. That does engage not just this department, but there's a range of considerations that drive the government's approach. I think there's $1.5 billion at this stage invested in, so there's been an effort to including the first dedicated marine science voyage to Denman Glacier. There are a range of considerations, including that engage the education portfolio through the ARC, universities, internal science branches. Of course, it engages a series of security and other considerations in terms of the continent itself. So there is a very high level of interest from the government in pursuing this, but I don't have anything that I can tell you in addition to that. If there's anything that we announce during the course of what I'm told is an imminent election campaign, I'm sure you'll be the first to know.
Read it in the newspaper today. So It's obviously, I understand why a decadal plan would be the format for looking at the funding streams, because everybody seems to think that we need to consolidate them and have a simpler structure and so on and so forth. I'm just trying to get an idea of when these scientists will have some certainty whether they'll have a job next year. I mean, as I said, some of them are already being terminated now. There's 17 full-time positions in Tasmania, a number of early career scientists, and they're a very important part of our community. And obviously the reputation of the research institution down there, and I think you've acknowledged the work they do is very important, hence half of them being populating the scientific voyage down there now. Minister, would you be able to give some certainty to these people that there will be some kind of funding announcement in the next 6 months? Will the government have been able to pull all this together by then?
I'm not in a position to give that as the representing minister. It's just not a program that I'm engaged in. If there's any additional information, we will provide it. It is the case across the Australian research community that there are, whether it's terminating programs that the government has funded for a period, or ARC grants, or all the grants, they have a beginning and an end, and it is one of the tough features of whether it's scientific research or any other kind of research. Acutely aware of that. If there's anything additional that the government can do, I'm sure we will.
Which was what the 10-year plan was looking at doing, right?
I am simply not in a position.
Looking at a different structure and a different vehicle and a blueprint for the next 10 years.
I'm just not in a position to be able to provide you with anything else this afternoon.
Perhaps the last question, Chair, just more generally, perhaps to you, Mr Sullivan or Ms Campbell, like obviously we're seeing very concerning cuts to scientific funding in the US across a number of agencies. I've spoken to people within the science community, obviously in Southern Ocean and Antarctic, that are very concerned about some of the internationally collaborative research partnerships that we have. Are you able to make any comment on whether this is affecting some of the projects that we're involved in, many of them which are internationally collaborative?
Yeah, I might answer that if you can hear me. I hope you can.
I can, yeah.
Right. We're aware of some of the cuts and some of the implications in the US. One of the things, it seems clear at this stage that there will be some impacts on some of our science. For example, my understanding is the US is reducing some of its real-time observations in Antarctica and the Southern Ocean, and that will have, for example, impacts on a range of science and weather forecasting as well. So that's a significant impact. It's still early days, and we're still trying to understand how that works and whether anyone else can pick up the slack, I guess, so that we can continue that important work.
You got any more comments to that?
We're working through it, Senator. As Ms Campbell said, we've got some early indications, but we're working both with the research community as well as our international partners to work this through.
Okay. Just on that point about the observation network, Ms Campbell, I also understand the SOOS, the Southern Ocean Observation System, is also looking for about $400,000 a year funding to stay at IMAS and AAD and UTAS. So it's about, I think they're looking for $2 million to keep it in Australia, otherwise we're going to lose it to international partners who are looking at this. Is any consideration being given to government funding for that? I know it's been through different funding streams over the years to keep it in Australia. Is that something that has come across your desk, Ms Campbell or Mr Sullivan?
Yes, we're certainly aware of the issue and the request from SOOS for ongoing and more substantial funding. We've talked about that within the Science Council in the context of the Decadal Plan as well. My recollection is we gave some short-term funding, and we've given a range of short-term funding over the years, but not the desire from SOOS and many people in Australia for an ongoing funding model for that organisation.
Sorry, could you repeat that last sentence? You say there's not a desire for that?
There is a broad desire. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, it's $400,000 a year. to keep it in Australia, and I understand we will lose it.
So the recent Joint Committee report, one of the recommendations that we'll need to come back to and provide a response, one of the recommendations of that committee was that we work with the Southern Ocean observing system to secure hosting and with over the longer term. So that's obviously within our domain in terms of having to respond to that. But we'll, and I won't suggest what the government response to that will be, but it's realistically looking at those issues as a whole rather than just point source grabs. What we want to look at is how that fits within the broader decadal plan and the implementation plan. So I'm not saying it's not important, but it's really looking at all those calls on funding together.
Right. And so you can assure me then, Mr. Sullivan, it'll be included. Sorry, the funding may not be included, but whether we keep it or not will be included in the decadal plan.
We have to consider that in terms of the response to the Joint Committee inquiry. It'll be part of the broader consideration of future funding needs for Antarctic science as well.
All right. Are you aware of like how long we've got to commit to funding it before we lose it to overseas partners?
Ms. Campbell might have a better idea of timing for that.
Again, I can't recall Ms. Buchanan might be able to assist what the actual timing are. I think there is some partnership funding within the government. My recollection is, for example, that CSIRO was providing some funding, and I know that UTAS has provided in-kind funding. In terms of the specifics on the timing, Ms. Buchanan, is there any further on that?
If you could take that on notice, I understand it's later this year. Sorry.
I was just going to say, sorry, Kelly Buchanan, Branch Head, Policy and Strategy Branch in the AAD. We haven't been given any specific timeframes that would clarify when we would lose SUSE overseas under a funding scenario. So happy to take it on notice, but we haven't got any specific dates that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We will thank you for joining us and release you. And I will now ask Officers from the Department in relation to Outcome 4 to come forward. Improving the health of rivers and wetlands and enhance sustainable, efficient and productive use of Australia's water resources. Program 4.1, protect, restore and sustainably manage Australia's water resources, including Mr McConville, Chief Executive for the Murray-Darling Basin Authority, there he is, Dr Simon Branks, Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder. Would either of you care to make an opening statement?
No, Senator. Thank you. Mr McConville.
Thank you.
No, Chair.
Okay, lovely. Thank you very much. We will go directly to Senator Davey.
Thank you very much. Most of my focus is going to be on the water recovery program. So we have the department here. Thank you very much. I'll come first to the 70 gigalitres selected catchments open tender, which my understanding of the timeline, it opened last year with the tenders closed in September 2024. In a press release from November, the Minister said that more than 1,000 willing sellers had responded to that tender. Is that correct?
Ruth Wall, Head of Division, Water Infrastructure Investment Division. Yes, Senator, that is correct.
According to your website, as at the 25th of March, 23.2 gigalitres has been recovered through that tender to date? Is that...
Yes, Senator, that is correct.
So if it closed in September, 6 months, and you've recovered 23.2 gigalitres of 70 gigalitres. That's taken quite a while. And some of the tender papers actually said that people would be notified by the end of February if their tender was to be accepted. Is that still, like, did everyone whose tender was going to be accepted get notified by the end of February?
Christine McRae, Branch Head Water Recovery. So we did have indicative timeframes in the approach to market that said when we would endeavour to get back to people. We did say we would start accepting offers in December, which we did do. And we've been working through the responses, establishing value for money and accepting offers in due course as we move through the offers that we receive.
So, because I've been contacted by people who said we're still waiting, like we've put in a tender, that they haven't given me any of the details of the tender because they're not allowed to, which is fine, I accept that, but they haven't heard anything. They're referring to the indicative timeframe, saying they expected to have been notified by the end of February.
Could you just tell us the reference again of the February? Because we're not sort of aware of the February reference. But we definitely said that we would be purchasing by from the beginning of December.
That's right.
And through the quarter?
Through into the following year. We'd continue accepting offers into 2025.
So right through to the following year. So people who have lodged a tender may still get contacted.
That is correct, Senator.
Up to potentially the end of this year.
That's correct, Senator.
So if it helps, Senator, the tender responses had a validity period of 12 months.
Yeah.
So we ask that tenderers commit to that price for a 12-month period, which will expire in September.
Which does bring me to my next question. So I've lodged a tender at a price. The market has moved. Can I withdraw from the tender process?
Yes, of course, Senator.
And have people withdrawn from the tender process to date?
Yes. So in regards to the 70 gigalitres, probably no.
We have had people request to withdraw their tender response for a multitude of personal reasons, yes.
Yeah. Delay could be one of them. Just saying. So,
Senator, it's within the time frame.
Yes.
As we said, validity is 12 months. There are a number of reasons why things may take longer, you know, doing due diligence as well, ensuring value for money.
And I accept all of that. So it's been 6 months from the close of tender. You've accepted and contracted 23.2 gigs of 70 gigalitres. Have you made offers that have notionally been accepted, but the paperwork has not yet
And
been
before you
finalised?
answer that question, if you ponder the response, I'd like to welcome Senator the Honourable Jenny McAllister, Minister for Cities and Emergency Management, representing the Minister for Environment and Water in our switchover.
Thanks.
Welcome.
Thank you, Senator.
Please go ahead.
So, Senator, yes, there's a handful. We'll say it that way. Just we are in process at the moment, so we'll...
Yes, and I appreciate you can't give me details because the contracts have not exchanged, and that's okay. I'm just then very interested on the 22nd of February this year, the Minister signed an approval for the department to commence a water purchase program for up to 100 gigalitres of water rights under the expressions of interest to large portfolios of water, multi-stage procurement. So that occurred on the 22nd of February, and 12 days later, obviously a contract had been signed and exchanged to purchase 30.6 gigalitres of water for $121.3 million from Duxton Water. I'm just it took 12 days for that purchase, and in this case, it's taken, people are still waiting 6 months later to even get an acknowledgement or a phone call or a, mate, we're not interested in your water, you can move on, or a, we are interested in your water, but we're still doing due diligence. There are people hanging in limbo, and these are the smaller people where it really matters because they've got the bank knocking on their door, whereas a massive corporate sale in one hit takes 12 days.
Senator, you're not comparing the same thing there. Those 12 days, that's not including the entire expressions of interest process that went beforehand. Yes. So that needs to be taken into account if you want to compare the two.
So my understanding, the expressions of interest process, the expressions of interest were lodged by November last year?
So Senator, the expression of interest opened on the 30th of September. It closed at the end of November, so 27th of November. Throughout November into early February, we evaluated and designed the new program, and then, yes, after that, we issued a new trading strategy. As you'd be aware, we issued a new trading strategy in February. So this process did actually start all the way back in September 2024.
Opened in September, closed November, compared to the open tender process, which opened, I don't have the exact time frame, but closed in September. So this tender process closed in September when due diligence should have started. The large portfolio expressions of interest opened at the end of September and closed in November, and only then could due diligence have started. So
I think the other point, it's whilst it is still a process is ongoing, so it's very difficult to answer questions here. I would probably just state that under the EOI2, we didn't get a significant number of applications. So we, as you said earlier, we did receive a significant quantity of applications.
How many applications did you get under the EOI2?
Senator, that is ongoing at the moment. I will like to take that on notice and ask our
It closed on 7th of November, so you would know whether you had 4, 5, 10. I'm not asking for details of who or how much.
I would, just because it is a small amount, I'll say that, and that if we would like to still protect the Commonwealth's interest and keep it competitive, because as we said in our trading strategy, we collect the information through EOI2, but we will run multiple rounds to finalise that procurement process.
Well, at the risk of hazarding a guess, the Minister, when she signed off in February, that was to commence a purchase program for up to 100 gigs. Their large portfolios EOI was for a minimum purchase of 20 gigs or more. So do I hazard a guess that you had at least 5 applications?
Senator.
Yeah, Michelle took that on notice, Senator Davey.
Nice try, but.
Well, I mean, you know, you got to try.
Can't blame yourself.
Can't blame me for trying, and you can't blame people who've, you know, put in for the open tender process. As much as I don't like it, the people who have put in for it, a lot of them are under huge financial stress. They're stressed sellers, not necessarily willing sellers, and they are still hanging in limbo, waiting, because the government's taken all the bluff and bluster out of the broader market, because everyone is now focused on, you've got EOI2 going on, you've got the open tender still going on, you've got Aboriginal Water Entitlements Program purchasing going on, and so, you know, there's barely any room for anyone else in the permanent water market. because
so
the
I will
government
say
said
that we'll accept your statement there,
thank
Senator
you.
Davey. I don't think there's a question in there, but it does promote for me a bit of a question. Obviously, Senator Davies just set out, the enormous amount of work that is going on in the water recovery space, and she's obviously quite frustrated that it's not happening faster. I wonder if you could just step out for us what happened in the 9 years under the coalition government in terms of the speed of water recovery and the volume of water recovery.
I don't think we're in a position to answer that.
I'll put that one to the Minister.
Please, thank you.
Well, I mean, I think what we can say, Chair, is that when we came to government, very little progress at all had been made on the recovery that was necessary, particularly in relation to the 450 gigalitres. And officials can confirm the volume of water that had been contracted at the time that we came to government, but it was very, very small indeed. I won't hazard a guess. I'll ask Ms O'Connell to follow up. But essentially, this work had stalled. We remain open to the possibility that water can be recovered through a range of ways, and our strategies make that clear. It's not simply through purchase. We are interested in what can be done through infrastructure investments as well, and our funding and our programs support that approach. It also supports the work that we are doing with state governments to make sure that communities are supported through this as well. But I can ask Ms O'Connell, I think, to give an update about what has occurred in the period since May 2022 and now to make progress on some of those volumes where progress, as you correctly observe, had effectively stalled under the leadership of the Coalition over the previous decade.
Thank you, Minister. That would be very helpful.
Senator, in terms of progress towards achieving the 450, the first element was the legislative changes that took place at the end of 2023, so November 2023, the Restoring Our Rivers legislation, which did a number of things, including place an obligation for best endeavours to deliver the 450. Straight after that, in January, we produced a framework for how we were going to deliver the 450, set it all out, including the infrastructure projects, the water purchase programs, and also the community adjustment programs that would go with it. We finalised that after much consultation. The draft was in January 24. We finalised that after much consultation in middle of 24, I think it was June 24, and since then we've been delivering according to that program. So the various purchases we've been talking about, the 70 gigalitre, that was foreshadowed for that timing in that overall program, as was the expression of interest programs as well set out, and of course the opening for the infrastructure programs, which we did actually recently extend the timeline for, because we were receiving a number, which is a good thing in terms of infrastructure projects to deliver water to the 450. And so,
what's the new deadline?
The applications close at 30th of June 2025, Senator.
So it's been a 6-month extension.
Yeah, yes. It was meant to close in December, and it was extended to June.
And it's been pleasing to get applications under the infrastructure program. So we were aware that there were more to come, so we took the action to extend that and allow for more water recovery through infrastructure projects.
I'll come back to that, but I do want to ask about the water recovery.
Senator Davey, we will rotate the call to Senator Roberts and come back to you.
I was just going to come back to yours. You provided the segue for me to move into a new topic.
But I think if you're going to move into a new topic, we'll give Senator Roberts a whirl and then come back to you, if that's okay.
I'm always happy to hand over to Senator Roberts.
Now, Ms O'Connell, had you finished your response to the question?
Yes, I had, Senator.
Thank you. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for appearing again today. The last time a significant dam was built or extended was the expansion of Cotter Dam in 2013. That supplies Canberra's water supply. In the years since, Australia's population has grown 5 million. Minister, a 21% increase in population, 23 million to almost 28 million, 2.5 million people in just 3 years under your government, and no new water. Where's the water coming from?
Senator, perhaps it's an important question because water security is elemental for the expansion of our settlements, as you point to, but also, of course, for the continuing productivity and sustainability of all of the primary production that happens and is so important to regional communities. The provision of drinking water supply is essentially a responsibility of states and territories, but it is the case that the Australian government makes contributions to support those states and territories in their projects, and I can ask officials to speak to you about some of the projects that are being supported or contemplated through the National Water Grid programs.
Well, rather than asking where the new projects are coming from, which would be interesting, I'd like to know where the water is coming from already for providing to another 5 million people, 21% increase in population in the last 5 years.
Senator, I think your question really goes to the availability of water infrastructure. And as I've said to you already, this is the responsibility of states and territories. It's not an area where the Commonwealth leads in planning for water supply, but we do support states and territories, and there are a number of projects that are ongoing. But, Senator, as we've often talked about in these committees on actually a whole range of policy issues, we are in a federation. There are some things which really just are not the responsibility of the Australian government constitutionally, and we don't seek to impose ourselves in areas where the states lead.
So, Senator, I'm happy for Mr Durra to outline some of the projects that are, from an infrastructure perspective, providing greater water security.
Yes, Senator. Thanks for the comments. So the Australian government is contributing funding through the National Water Grid Fund to support states and territories and the projects that they've brought forward. It's more than $3 billion is committed to the fund, and there's currently 173 projects that are in flight across the country, across First Nations communities, regional and remote communities, and water for productive purposes, recycled water, making better use of the water that's already in the system.
So by the term, thank you, so by the term better use, you're meaning the amount of water people use should be reduced, so that, do you have a target for water consumption per person per day?
No, Senator. An example might be the Cairns Water Security project, where it's a project that was developed by the local government. The proposal came forward via the Queensland government to the Australian government for consideration, because all projects for water infrastructure through the National Water Grid Fund need to come through a state. There's a competitive federalism aspect to it, where all states are able to put in applications, an assessment is made of those. But accompanying the investment in the Cairns Water Security project is a range of measures that are being put in place by local government to look at the demands that people have for the use of water within Cairns as well, allowing a two-pronged approach. One is increasing the reliability of the water in the Cairns area, but also at the local government area, encouraging people to use their water more wisely.
So as I understand it, then you listed 173 projects, and you also wanting councils and states to make better use of the water. So I attended a briefing organised by your department in 2019, where a target of 150 litres per person per day was announced as the target, with a final target of 120 litres per person per day as a way of making our existing dams stretch to meet the needs of millions of new arrivals. Will you confirm your target is 150 litres in the short term and 120 litres in the long term?
Senator, I think the officials have already given evidence there isn't a target in terms of water usage.
I was given
We're
briefing.
supporting the we're supporting projects that reduce water usage, make better use of water, do all sorts of things given the varying climate that we're facing.
Varying climate, that brings another issue, but we'll put that aside for a minute.
Well, we do have a highly variable climate, Senator. I think even you could accept that.
Oh,
from a water availability
across the nation, yes, and across the Murray-Darling Basin, of course, yes.
Indeed.
But
which I think is what Ms O'Connell
said.
About.
She's expecting a variable climate. We already have one.
Well, we have one.
Well, we do have one. That is not. There is no dispute about that, Senator.
So I was told in a briefing that there are targets. That's no longer the case.
Sorry, Senator. Was that briefing from 2019? Is that correct? Yes. I'm not aware of the briefing. The National Water Grid was established as an entity at the end of 2019, so it's certainly not a national water grid.
Something that's concerning a lot of our constituents. In the briefing that was organised that your department organised in 2019, I accept that they're no longer targets. There was discussion that these targets would be met through the use of smart meters that turn water off after the daily water allowance for that household has been reached. Are smart meters still a part of your plan?
Senator,
yes or no?
Not a...
Senator, this department didn't exist in 2019, so do you know which department?
No, I can't remember.
So I don't think anyone at the table was in attendance.
Senator, I think we might just need to take that on notice. That's a previous iteration of this department.
That's good. Thank you.
It's under another government, which always makes me nervous. We'll take it on notice. There's every chance I'm going to come back to you and say we can't provide any information about this.
You're taking it on notice to identify where it came from.
Exactly.
Thank you. That would be good. Is directing treated sewage back into drinking water reservoirs part of your plan? I know it is in Queensland.
Senator, you have referred repeatedly to a plan. I think it would help if you could identify the name of a plan. Officials have given you evidence that planning for urban water supply is the responsibility of states and territories.
Yes, I'm assuming the Commonwealth Government has a plan. If I'm wrong, then I'm sorry, but the state government has mentioned in Queensland treating sewage water and putting it into our drinking reservoirs. So surely the states would be coordinated by you guys?
No, states and territories take responsibility for managing urban water supply. That is a core function of state governments.
Okay. Thank you. I've got another set of questions.
Okay, we'll go back to Senator Davey.
We'll come back to water recovery. So I want to come to the water recovered because much has been said about the fact that only 2 gigalitres was contracted under the former government. There were projects that had been identified and assessed, but the contracts had not been exchanged prior to the change of government, so I just want to put that out there.
9 years later.
Currently, 104.2 gigalitres is registered towards the 450. Is that correct? This is from your website as at March this year.
Yes, Senator, as at 6th of March.
As at 6th of March. Sorry, 132.1 has been secured, 104.2 registered. So that's water that's been transferred to the CHOOS accounts, and 4.7 contracted and 23.2 accepted offers. So that's the breakdown of that 132 according to your website.
At that date, and of course, yes. Senator, things move. We have now secured more, contracted more, and the expectation is that once the whole conveyance takes place, there'll be more registered as a result of that.
I do note that on that date of the 104.2 that was registered, 78.2 gigalitres is over recoveries that the Minister for Water has now specified towards the 450 gigalitres. Is that?
Matthew Dadswell, Head of Water Policy Division. Yes, that's correct, Senator.
So that 78.2 gigalitres of over recovered water, when was that recovered?
Senator, I understand that was goes back to some of the original Bridging the Gap activities a number of years ago, Senator.
Some of it goes all the way back to 2008. Some of it, indeed, may have occurred under the previous government, but because it wasn't allocated to the 450, doesn't fit the rhetoric of the previous government doing nothing. Can you provide us...
All right, Karen?
Sorry?
Those are quite clear facts in terms of looking at the data.
Well, yes. 78 gigalitres of water has been recovered prior to your government coming in to being, but is now magically part of your 450 recoveries that have only occurred since your government came into place, even though the water was recovered a long time ago. Some of it even back to 2008 in the original water tenders. So I'm just making the point that this is some of this water recovery, which is now going towards the 450 target, is just a change in how you are treating water that is historical recoveries.
Senator Davey, amongst the many things which have allowed this government to make substantial progress on this target, I can point to a number of features. One is that we support implementation of this feature of the plan. As I recall it, you personally did not, and neither did Senator Mackenzie and a range of other senators who actually sought to change the arrangements in the plan so that this target, this element of the plan, would not be implemented at all. So a willingness to pursue this is at the core of the change in direction that's been pursued by this government. The second thing is that, as Ms O'Connell has indicated to you and as you acknowledged in your question, the minister took a decision to allocate this volume of water towards that 450 target. That was not a decision taken under your government. It could have been, but it was taken subsequent to our election.
Well, actually...
The third is, Senator, if I may finish and then I'll return the call to you, of course, that as officials have explained to you, we are now pursuing a rejuvenated approach to recovery, which includes new infrastructure projects, but also voluntary water purchase, and that is making a difference to our ability to proceed with the plan.
Stressed water purchase, but I would ask, of that 78.2, which is now being treated differently, I am aware that questions had been asked under the previous government as to why that water could not have been treated as part of the 450 target, and stakeholders and others were told at the time that it couldn't be part of the 450 because things like water resource plans weren't finalised and other aspects. So what has changed? Like, the minister has now redirected this water to being under the 450 target. I understand the questions had been asked under previous governments and previous ministers about whether that could be done, but the action was never taken. I wasn't the minister at the time, so I don't know. But has something changed that has enabled this water to now be treated as a new purchase under 450 that has only been facilitated by this government, or...
Well, Senator, the things that have changed, first of all, the legislative change to implement the basin plan. So that was in November 2023. That enabled and facilitated the county the over-recoveries to the 450 and to allocate to the 450 gigalitres. So that's changed. You mentioned water resource plans. There were 20 remaining water resource plans that New South Wales needed to deliver. 16 of those 20 have now been delivered. The framework that I mentioned, which was set out and finalised in mid-2024 for how we were going to go about delivering the 450, included allocating the over-recoveries to the 450, which was able to be done following the legislative changes.
And Senator Davey, I will get you to share the rest of the time with Senator Roberts. These good people are due back next week.
Sorry, I know they're due back next week, and I appreciate Mr McConville and Dr Banks sitting here patiently being... I'm ignoring you out of kindness, not out of disregard. More because there are, you know, a lot of questions. I want to come back to the application infrastructure.
You've got about a minute, Senator Davey.
Oh, really?
Yep.
I'll hand over then, and then I'll...
Because we're not coming back.
Oh, we're not coming back. Can you tell me just quickly, because you mentioned it before, for the infrastructure, you've extended the deadline to the 30th of June. You've got more applications. Can you give me a number of how many applications you've got to date?
We have 11 projects underway.
11 projects that are being assessed?
Underway? No, well, underway. Some are actually funded and going ahead, and some of them have got their applications in and being assessed.
That's correct. And of that 11, 7 are feasibility projects, and we are expecting full applications for project implementation in by the end of June.
And the remainder are actual projects being delivered.
That's correct.
Yep.
When you say 7 are feasibility, that is the currently feasibility is being taken and you expect the full project application by the end of June?
Correct.
Yes, that's correct.
Yep.
That's what everyone's working towards.
And then the remainder are projects in flight.
And are they being assessed, because there's a very tight deadline, are they being assessed against likelihood of finalisation by the deadline?
Definitely. Deliverability is the key merit criteria that we utilise.
Because I think last time I looked at the website, I only saw 2 projects up there. Is that being updated?
So at the website only has 2 at the moment. The feasibility projects aren't listed on the website as yet, but those 7 are progressing. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Right.
Senator Roberts, you have a couple of minutes left, but like, as I say, these good people are due back next week.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I recently saw media reports of buybacks for another 100 gigalitres of water as part of the 450 gigalitre final tranche. This water will vest apparently with the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder and be used for environmental flows. Is that correct?
That is correct.
That is correct, Senator.
Thank you. Can I confirm how much water the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder traded in calendar 2024? On your website it shows nothing was traded. Is that correct?
Senator Simon Banks, Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder. That's correct. We haven't done any trades in the last financial year.
So you can trade, but it's not been done?
There are provisions under the Water Act that enable us to trade both entitlement and allocations, in particular allocations, and there's been 5 trades since the function commenced in 2008-9.
When was the last trade?
Sorry, just bear with me. The last trade would have been 2018. Since I've been in the role, we did go through a process tender process to trade some allocation in the Goulburn River. However, none of the sort of offers were at a level that was acceptable, so we didn't sell any water at that time.
Thank you. According to the monthly accounting provided by the South Australian Government, in the last 6 months to February 28, the flow over the barrages in South Australia amounted to 1360 gigalitres. So these flows are probably 5 times higher than is needed for river health. Minister, not only are you buying water from farmers, the system doesn't need. Your department is sending more water out to sea than is necessary instead of selling the allocation to farmers so they can grow more food and fibre to feed and clothe the world. Why are you doing that?
Senator, I feel I have discussed this with you in quite similar terms at a previous estimates, but I will try again. We'll see if my answer will satisfy you on this occasion. The Murray-Darling Basin was widely recognised, particularly during the Millennium Drought, to be suffering from the over-allocation of the available water resources. And the consequence of that was that all of the water users, food and fibre producers, people living in the towns within the basin, and indeed the environmental assets that are within that basin, were suffering for a number of reasons. One was inadequate water being applied to each of those kinds of activities, but two, for the producers in particular, a lack of certainty and confidence about the provision of water. And the analysis at the time, Senator, when the Murray-Darling Basin Plan was developed, was that it was in the interests of everybody living and working within that system for there to be a healthy basin, one where the overall take of water out of that system was aligned with what was sustainable and was being allocated in a way that it would sustain productive activity, but also the communities that live there and the environmental assets, which mean a lot to the people that live there, but mean a lot also for maintaining the overall health and productivity of the basin as an economic asset as well. So that is why successive governments have been supportive of implementation of the Murray-Darling Basin Plan. In your questions to me and to officials here, you often assume that the only metric that matters in this system is the volume of water that flows to the Murray, flows out of the Murray mouth. And it's true that it can be an important metric in telling us about what's happening in the lower part of the basin. But it's also true that the application of water to the many assets, environmental assets, up and down the basin matters a lot. So Dr. Banks can talk you through some of the things we're able to achieve when we apply environmental water to environmental assets. But we have some terrific examples of using that water to catalyse bird breeding, to catalyse fish breeding, to deal with a whole range of other challenges facing really sensitive vegetation communities. And we've now, after quite a long time of holding and using this water, got a quite good evidence base about what it means to be able to use the water in this way. And I'm very conscious that we've got limited time, but your question was very general in nature, and this is why not just our government but other governments have committed to implementing the Basin Plan.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Minister, but since the last shortage of water, the last drought, we've had a massive flood along the Murray.
We talked about this earlier in
Can I just interrupt for a moment? Senator Roberts, we are going to finish up in approximately 2 minutes. So if there is a way of you sort of prioritising the questions you need answers to today.
Righto. Water allocations.
Ask your last question.
Water allocations above the Barmah choke are selling for $45 per megalitre and below the choke around $95 per megalitre. There are tens of millions of dollars in lost government revenue from this failure to sell environmental water in excess of optimum to sea flows. Will you intervene and redirect some of this water back to agriculture?
I think, Senator, that question doesn't engage with the information I just provided to you on my last answer, which is that
with respect,
the water...
Minister, your answer didn't engage with the figures I provided as well.
Senator, the water that is held by the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder is used in a range of places, including in the Northern Basin, to support some really important outcomes. And I will ask Dr. Banks to talk about just a couple of those examples.
Yep. Senator, just on the barrage flows, what you mentioned the floods and what happens between floods. We've been able to show that post-floods, the salinity levels in that system do increase. And in fact, right at the moment, lake levels are heading to a lower, to sort of a critical threshold down there. And the only reason they're sort of actually can be held up is because of the water that is provided by the Commonwealth's water. We've been able to, through our watering actions, as the Minister said, native fish have been a real focus, and that might be focusing up in the in the tributaries. So the Goulburn is a good example where we've been able to support the movement of fish. We inundate the habitat utilised by fish for breeding. We've also been able to do the similar sorts of things in the Lower Murray by enhancing flows. We're able to use the water to vary flows to suit the requirements of native fish. In terms of vegetation, we know from our science program that sites that have been watered through the use of Commonwealth environmental water are in a healthier condition when we go into another drought or dry condition compared to a site that hasn't received environmental water. So we've got a science program that's been going for approximately 10 years that has really good evidence to show what we can achieve for native fish, what we can achieve for vegetation, and also, as the Minister indicated, water birds. We have used our water to be able to prolong and ensure the completion of some of the largest water bird breeding that the basin's seen in many years when, after the floods. Now that's important because that's about, one, providing habitat for those birds to move to, but it's also just ensuring that predators and other animals don't get in and reduce the success of the water bird breeding.
Thank you, Dr. Banks.
So we're going to move on to the next item, Senator Roberts. Like I say, these good people are due back next week. Thank you so much. Really appreciate your time. And I will now release you all and ask that the communication arts portfolio make their way to the table, to the room, and we might suspend for a minute or two while that occurs. So welcome to Communication and Arts Portfolio. I would like to welcome Mr Jim Betts, Secretary of the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communication and the Arts, and the relevant officers from the department. We will start with corporate matters and general questions, and I will again make the point that corporate matters and general questions relate to central departmental administration, such as building services, ICT, staffing levels and media procurement. Questions relating to individual policies and programs should be addressed to officials when the specific programs are considered in subsequent sessions. Mr Betts, do you have an opening statement?
Just a very brief one, if I may.
Yes, absolutely. Please go ahead.
So I wrote to you on the 4th of March about the tight deadline for responses to questions on notice following the committee's last hearing. As I sought to explain in that letter, the shortened turnaround time for quants, combined with the parallel call on resources associated with preparing for the budget, means that as at 7:45 a.m, 102 answers have been lodged. 20 were with the Minister's Office for clearance and a further 37 were with the department, for the most part because they require coordination across multiple different agencies. But given this context, my team and I will endeavour to answer as many questions as we can in the room today.
Thank you very much, Mr Betts. We do acknowledge those pressures, some of which came as more of a surprise than others. We will start with questions.
I don't believe I've got any corporate questions, but just for clarity, because I've never asked a question on this before, the review into Keno-like, and that will be a outcome 5, not a corporate. Thank you. That's outcome 5. Clarification. That's all I've got.
Excellent. Okay, well, I'm glad that we had this corporate session. That was very informative, and I will now release the corporate section and move directly on to outcome 5, program 5.1, which is digital technologies and communication services.
I think that was
thank you for coming.
Wouldn't miss it.
Thank you for your input. And we will go directly to Senator Cadell.
Just for a surprise, I'd like to talk about Keno-like and
who knew? And
the impact of match lotteries. Announced on the 15th of July, I think is right. It's intriguing to me. Where is it at?
Senator James Chisholm, Deputy Secretary, Communications and Media Group. I am actually going to ask my colleague, Ms Lopez, to update you on the work.
I'm going to be very conversational here because I'm intrigued. So match lotteries are the US type, whatever the US Powerballs are and that sort of stuff, isn't it?
Senator Margaret Lopez, Assistant Secretary, Media, Industry and Sustainability. In terms of foreign match lotteries, that is a product where consumers can buy lotteries in international lottery draws.
Yeah, but it's not actually buying a ticket, it's like an insurance product or something like that, is it? Or is it?
Our understanding is it works through an agent type arrangement. I think the different operators may have different models, but that's generally the approach.
Okay. And so the review's happening. Is it finished? Is it complete?
The review has been conducted, and that was in response to a recommendation from the Senate committee looking into
I think it's
the
House of Reps committee, wasn't it?
Sorry?
House of Reps or Senate committee?
No, it was a recommendation of the Senate committee into the scrutiny of bills as a result of the credit card bill that was introduced in 2023. And so the department did conduct that review last year. And that included targeted consultation with a range of key stakeholders, including harm reduction advocates, states and territories where a number of these products are licensed, as well as industry. So that includes operators of these types of lottery offerings.
Okay. Has the review been provided to government?
Yes, it has. It's been
provided.
When
can I ask when that was?
I don't have that date on hand. Senator, I think it was, I think it was earlier this year.
Okay, I was half hoping to expand it. There was no looking at, I can't go on Facebook or talking about crossover between interactive gambling and communications. I can't go on Facebook now without seeing like the McLaren guy or these giveaways, sign up to buy a car. That didn't form part of these things?
No, Senator.
Okay. So there would be potential scope in future to look at other gambling-like products used over communications if we wanted to.
Yeah, so there has been a bit of work on updating classification rules in relation to gaming-like products in the online safety space.
Yeah, no, these aren't. These are like, I think it's McLaren Man and other things where come onto my Facebook page, do this, you can win a car, win this car. They are very lottery-like, I would say, using comm systems without being lotteries. I think someone's been charged in a state for it. It was just interesting if... Anyway, it's something for the new government.
Yeah, it's not that particular... We are aware of that example that you're referring to. It doesn't fall squarely with...
No, it's a funny...
But yeah, we're very happy to come back to you with anything further we can uncover.
Okay. Minister, just not getting on the date, do you know if there's plans to publicly release a report or a review in any time?
I don't have information about that. It'll be a decision for the Minister, but I do understand that I think the advice to you from officials was that the original origin of the review was work that had been undertaken and a recommendation from a Senate committee. The government's response to the committee was tabled in the Senate in February this year.
Okay. And one of the things I wrote in the spec, and I think in the Minister's release, was the definition of a excluded lottery service. You probably can't say because it's going to be cabinet because you provided a government. No, I probably can't. I'll ask that question. You say I can't answer because it's going to be covered. Much work done on that. Do we think we need to expand that, or is that?
So that was one of the considerations as part of this review in terms of particularly online Keno is considered an excluded product under the IGA, and particularly as part of the credit card bill, that meant that you can still use credit cards to purchase that particular product.
Okay. That's all. No, thanks. I'll have that. I'm happy to roll around or keep going or pass on. Do you want to do yours?
Yeah, I'll do mine. Thank you. Minister, you put out a press release on Monday with your colleague Minister Rowland for an additional $14 million to extend under the STAND program, which was a very good program commenced by the coalition government. I'm very pleased to see that you are continuing to invest in it. But when we went through the budget papers, we can't identify where the additional $14 million is. Could you point me in the right direction?
I'll ask officials to talk through the financing arrangements.
Just check if one of our finance colleagues is here to help. Just bear with us a moment, Senator. Sure.
Senator Davey, Victoria Robertson, the Acting Assistant Secretary of the Telecommunications Branch in Communications Infrastructure Division. The funding for the STAND announcement that came out on Monday was announced, or was originally stated in the 24-25 MyEFO document. It was on page 293 of that document, and it was listed as $16 million over 2 years from 24-25 to extend the STAND program or STAND package to continue the Sky Muster community Wi-Fi services at emergency coordination points to 30 June 2029 and to improve telecommunications infrastructure resilience in regional Western Australia. The part about the regional Western Australia part of the package does not form part of STAND. It's a different, separate package. Right. But $14 million was set aside in MyEFO for that.
So the $14 million for STAND, $2 million for the Western Australia
That's right,
package.
yes, Senator.
The media release noted 500 sites would benefit from this. Have those sites been determined at this stage, or if not, how will they be determined?
Senator, the sites haven't been determined yet. That'll be the next step. We'll be working closely with our NEMA colleagues, and they do risk assessments of the different emergency centres, so that will be taken into consideration along with the facilities that are currently available in that particular setting. And then there'll be consultation with the states before that list is settled.
So it won't be necessarily a grant program per se, because NEMA will be involved in identifying and triaging at-risk sites.
That's what we're proposing as the first step in that program, utilising that risk assessment process that NEMA goes through.
Okay, and when will that assessment process commence?
So we're proposing they will start pretty soon.
Yes, it will.
Victoria.
Sorry, Lisa. Senator, that program will commence very soon, as Lisa was saying. Basically, we have already been in contact with NEMA to identify the list of evacuation centres and ask them for a risk overlay map to help us identify those sites. So we'll be working in partnership with our colleagues at NEMA to do that initial review and then use that information to consult with the states and territories.
And I think, Senator, one additional point I'd make just for clarity and completeness is that the funding does allow the expansion of the program to new sites, but it also extends the existing operation of the existing sites. Because the funding supports not just the infrastructure that allows the satellite connection to be established for that place, but then some aspects of the costs associated with operational connection costs to that infrastructure.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I want to ask about the national messaging system, which was originally funded in the Coalition's March 22 budget, and to the credit, the Albanese government reaffirmed the commitment, and in it was again another press release in May 2023. In that press release, which was issued by your predecessor minister, then Minister Watt and Minister Rowland, that press release said the system would be ready by the end of 24. We now know it's not ready. Is there a reason for the delay?
I might get officials to talk through some of the, I guess, the process that's been necessary to establish this. It's a technically complex infrastructure project, and it's commercially complex as well. But I do want to make just a couple of points about, I suppose, the transition arrangements that were always envisaged. So we had always imagined, for example, that emergency alert, which is the existing messaging system, would be the primary messaging system that was used in the current high-risk weather season. One of the things that we need to manage as we move through this project is the transition from one to the other, and we're going to take a quite cautious approach about that, as you can imagine, because it is the existing system has many strengths. We think it can be better, which is why we are investing in the national messaging system, but it's very important that that transition occurs smoothly. Emergency alert has been used through this high-risk weather season. I think the department can correct me if I have this number wrong, but I think something in the order of 4.5 million messages were received, for example, by people in South East Queensland and northern New South Wales through the XTC Alfred event. It has been, it continues to be a service that is very important, and perhaps from an emergency management perspective, if I may add this, if you'll indulge me, Senator, one of the things we do wish to continue to emphasise to communities, and you can be of assistance with this as well, is that we do ask people to have multiple sources of information. There is no communication system that is fail-safe, and so we ask people to look to opportunities to access a battery-operated radio, to listen to the broadcasters, to access information on the web and through apps, and also to observe that they may receive text messages. And it's really important that we continue to talk to communities about having different sources of information, because we can't be certain that people will have access to all communication platforms at all times in an emergency situation.
Couldn't agree more, Minister, especially when I'm driving out. Now they've shut down 3G, my phone doesn't work very well at all out there. So, the reason for the delay, however, obviously there were high hopes that that the system would be up and running by the end of 24. It's not. So can you just explain it? Obviously complex, but has there been unexpected difficulties?
Yes, Senator. So the Minister very comprehensively outlined the objectives of the NMS in the context of that broader ecosystem of existing emergency alert services that are already in place and that were used extensively in the recent cyclone event in South East Queensland and North East New South Wales. The NMS is being designed to complement that system and to provide a more instantaneous capacity to deliver messages during natural disasters and emergencies using a cell broadcast system. In developing the NMS, it has required us to negotiate with a number of parties. So we are developing it jointly with NEMA. The department is entering into contracts with the 3 cell broadcast entities, so Telstra and Optus and TPG, and NEMA is responsible for the CBE component of the project. And as a result, the technical specifications, the negotiations with those parties and ensuring that taxpayers were going to receive value for money was critical in our mind, as well as reassessments of the costs that would be involved based on the evolving nature of the technology. There was the need to consider the input of a technical evaluation committee that the government has in place that involves ensuring that that value for money is being met. So we had to meet those requirements. I'm very happy to say now that we are into the build phase of the project, and we're very confident that progress is being made. It's of course something that we and our colleagues in NEMA are working very closely together on. We have oversight committees and arrangements. We're also working with states and territories, and that's going well. So yes, ideally we would have liked to have it up and running by the end of 2024, but those requirements to ensure we had both value for money and technical specifications met were our primary considerations. We also want to make sure that when it's ready, it has been tested comprehensively and works. The last thing we want to see is a new system like this rolled out that has glitches or problems, given the heavy reliance that is going to be made on it. So I'll just pause there and check if Ms Lawrence or Robertson want to add to what I've said.
Thanks, Mr Chisholm. I'll just add a couple of things. We're now into the 54-week build program. That's for both the CBE, which, as Mr Chisholm said, is the enterprise. It'll send out all of the messages, and the 3 CBCs, which are the cell broadcasting centres in each of the mobile network operators. The other thing that evolved, I guess, since this was first proposed in 21-22 is the need to make sure that the system could not only send out Commonwealth level messages, but that would work well and integrate into state systems. So there has been consultation with states on building a system that will be able to work well for both national level messaging, but it can also be targeted to a very small geographic area to send out messages.
So when there's a bushfire only in one state rather than a tropical cyclone hitting multiple states.
Yeah. It can be broadcast nationally or to a football stadium or a shopping centre. So it's a real step change in emergency communications.
I think it's an 8-kilometre radius that it can be brought down to, but we'll just double check that. It's very small.
So build phase of 54 weeks.
That's right.
Then it will go into the testing phase.
That's right.
So what time are we expecting it to be operational?
So I'm just making sure I've got my financial years right because I've got budget years in my head as well. I
get it.
I get them wrong right now. In 25-26 we're building. In 26-27 we're testing and starting to use. In 27-28 you'll be moving towards full reliance on that system.
And Senator David, we'll give Senator Darman a go.
Yeah, sure.
That's all right with you at this point? Great.
Put it on.
4 years behind schedule.
I just had a couple of quick follow-ups on the stand. You've asked some of my questions about that already. But I wondered if you could talk about what examples of stand were being used during the Cyclone Alfred situation to provide connectivity solutions?
Yeah, thanks, Senator, for the question, and I'll just confirm what you're saying. Yeah, there have already been installed over 1,000 Sky Muster satellite connections under the program, and that does include locations in southeast Queensland and northern New South Wales. I'll just then pause and check if my colleagues want to add to examples of that.
Sure. So, Senator, for the tropical cyclone Alfred's, we're definitely aware that that the stand sites used at Mount Tamborine were definitely in use. And we also know that because NBN Co had also sent up supplementary services as well, including the Sky Muster truck, the satellite kits, because that community was had been disconnected for some time. So we know that the satellite services using stand had worked very well in that location. We're also aware of other locations as well. However, we don't usually get a report about those locations from our department, but if that is something that you would like, we could take that on notice.
Maybe you could, I think that is okay. You talked about there being 500 additional sites, and you also talked about the process about how you were going to determine where those sites would be, including the risk assessments and consultations. But when do you expect these new sites would then become operational? Like, how long do you expect that process to take?
So, Senator, the funding profile in the mid-year economic fiscal outlook, which Ms Robertson pointed to, we've got that funding will start in 24-25. So we'd be aiming to have program guidelines finalised by 30th of June this year, and the rollout of the sites will be into the next financial year, so 25-26. And then it continues out over the forward estimate years.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. Thank you. We'll go to Senator Bligh.
Thank you very much. And my question is around the news media assistance program that was announced in December last year. Sorry, I'll allow it.
News map.
Yes. So I understand this was a $153.5 million commitment that's going to provide support to local and community media. There were a series of measures committed to under the program. Are you able to just share where it's up to in terms of what's been rolled out?
Yeah, just broadly though, Senator, there is a range of programs and supports that sit with the Newsmap framework. So it includes a policy framework, additional funding for the ABC, a new expert advisory panel, money for AAP, and grants programs in relation to sustainability and regional news and that sort of thing. So which part are you particularly interested in?
And this may segue, and I know there was a broadcasting sector sustainability review that was released on the 5th of March. If that falls under the program, which I'm assuming
grants programs,
it might.
It's a separate.
The grants programs.
The grants programs, yeah.
Senator, it's Bridget Gannon, First Assistant Secretary, Media Policy Division. You might be talking about two different things.
They are two different things?
They are
one
two
doesn't
different things.
I just thought I'd check because we've got...
Yeah, so...
so if we start with the maps first and then essentially, I guess, looking at what the different grants, where the grants of that particular program are up to.
Sure. So, Senator, on the 16th of December, the government announced the Newsmap package, And as Mr Chisholm said, there's many parts there that work together as a comprehensive package. So there was a policy framework that was released on the 16th of December, and that so that's out, and that will inform implementation of the package as a whole. The government announced there will be an advisory panel to inform the design and delivery of grants and under the program, and the department is providing advice to the government on the sort of final details of what that expert panel might look like, but there will be further announcements from government on that and further decisions. The government committed to $33 million over 3 years from 25-26 for the Australian Associated Press. That will be implemented through grant agreements. There was $16.7 million over 4 years. The bulk of that money is over the 3 years commencing 25-26. Now, of that 116.7, 99.1 goes to grants to support and build sustainability and capacity of news organisations, and 16.6 million was for the department. Most of that is grants hub administrative costs, and those grants opportunities are currently being designed by the department. As I said, the money flows from the start of the next financial year, so we're doing preparatory work for then. Newsmap also included the government announced that the department will do work to establish Australia's first national media literacy strategy, and the department was funded from 25-26 for 3 years to undertake that work. Again, we're doing preparatory work so we can hit the ground running on the 1st of July. There was money announced for a news media relief program. Now, that was announced in my EFO, but that was announced as a decision taken since budget. So it was kind of the paperwork catching up in the budget papers for a grants program that is actually currently underway and closes on Monday. Okay. As part of the news map, the government also announced funding for the ABC for support of operation of TV, radio and digital media services. There was funding for SBS for a business case for a standalone Western Sydney production hub and incubator, which we discussed at last estimates. For that work, SBS will be undertaking the work there. There was funding for community broadcasting, including $3 million for community TV, and that funding is also from 25-26 and will be delivered through grant agreements, largely with the Community Broadcasting Foundation. There's also some money for the Indigenous Broadcasting and Media Program, which the National Indigenous Australians Agency leads, so it's funding for NIAA to deliver. The government also announced a 1-year suspension of the commercial broadcasting tax, and the instruments for that suspension have been done and are in place. There was a further announcement around regional newspaper advertising, which the Department of Finance will administer. So the next steps on that is really a matter for the Department of Finance. Finally, there was a measure in there for the ATO to administer the news bargaining incentive, and that's really a matter for the Treasury and for the ATO, but that was funding for ATO to administer a tax and revenue measure as part of, which was announced as part of Newsmap as well.
Okay, and so I guess setting up, getting prepared, are the program guidelines for each of the measures being finalised yet, or are you still in that sort of block of work?
We are developing the grant guidelines, okay. In particular for the grants for industry. Those will be, I'm sure, eagerly awaited. We're working on those at the moment.
And I guess when do you expect the funding to start rolling out to?
The funding is available from the 1st of July 2025, okay. Because that money is available for that financial year. As to when the grants programs themselves will run would be sometime after that.
Or after?
After
okay.
that. So we wouldn't put out the grants guidelines probably until after the 1st of July, when the money is available through the budget. As to the particular timing of when those guidelines will go out, I don't have an answer for you at the moment, Senator.
Okay, thank you.
Just a bit on that follow-up. A lot of these regional, they're hanging on this.
Yeah.
Can there be any sort of undertaking or certainty that it won't be dragged out a long time? Because I think a lot of these places they're gagging for it is the best way I can say that.
Sure. Senator, perhaps I could hand to Ms Charles. There's currently a news media
I accept you can't pay the money out till you've got it, but I'm just...
But
other
Senator,
assistance available.
There's other assistance available. That
Susan Charles, Assistant Secretary for News and Journalism. So, as Ms Gannon said, we are working through the $99.1 million for grant funds starting from next financial year, so we're working through those guidelines now. We are in the process of looking at what they might look like. We're basing it on an existing program, or we're looking at the existing program, which is the News Media Relief Program that's currently in play. It's $15 million that's available now for news outlets, and that closes on Monday, so we've had some good level of applications into that program, and we expect that we will complete our commitment in that program. There are that program particularly targeted regional, local, suburban newspapers called and First Nations. We will use that as a bit of a benchmark in programs going forward and the learnings coming out of that. But we do expect that we will roll out those programs in the new financial year. The timing, as Ms Gannon said, is yet to be determined, but we're hopeful that we will be able to move that along fairly quickly. We understand the sector is under stress, and we're going to try to address those through a number of measures that we've got in this Newsmap program.
Can I go on to my thing now, or do you want to do yours? Yeah.
I think Senator Davey had...
I've just got one remaining question. Well, it comes back to, and Mr Betts, you did address in your opening statement that there had been a very large number of questions on notice. You've done your best to answer them all. Specifically, question on notice 308. When last I checked, it had not been answered. So forgive me if you have since answered it.
I think 7:45 a.m. is it today?
Yeah. The question was specifically, was the national messaging system subject to a public tender process? And if so, if you could provide the details and the cost.
Sure. We'll get that. Do you want to try and answer that now, Lisa? Okay, we'll do it now.
You can answer it now. That'd be great. Then one less one you have to provide on notice.
I mean, one thing to be aware of, Senator, is that the NMS is of its very nature going to depend upon the participation of the three major telecommunications companies. There are other, the team will correct me if I'm wrong, there are other subcontracting arrangements that come into play as part of it as well, given the expertise doesn't sit entirely with the MNOs. But I'll just pause there and make sure we get those facts right for you.
Thanks very much, Lisa Lawrence, First Assistant Secretary, Communications Infrastructure Division. As Mr Chisholm said, we've entered into the 4 contracts across February and March, so it's fairly recently finalised. The total value of those contracts is $67.64 million. That is for building the CBE, so that Enterprise for Messaging, and the 3 CBCs which are entering into it.
So the build phase that we've talked about, that's been contracted, and that's 67.64. And was that contract awarded via a tender process, or...?
Yes, it was. So if I may clarify, that's for the build and the first year of running for those 3 CBCs. The process was a request for tender that went out to the market in, was it 21? I'll just double check the date for that for you. I'm pretty sure it was 2021. We then went through a process of clarifying how you would build it. So as Mr Chisholm said, those contract negotiations were really complex, and we had a technical advisor work alongside us to make sure that the technical solution was going to work in practice, as I said, integrate with state systems, and that it represented value for money for the Commonwealth.
Okay. I'm happy for...
Just clarify something.
Yeah, sure.
Did I hear you right? Are you supporting Newsmap?
I didn't ask any questions on Newsmap.
I thought you were supporting it. Oh, sorry, Senator Bryant. Sorry. I do have a hearing impairment, but that's not really
That's an extra message.
I heard the important bit. I wasn't looking.
I was using my falsetto, yes.
So, is that right?
No, we were just asking questions on where it's up to, because I think the news and media...
Sounded like you supported it.
No, I wouldn't infer anything from that.
Right. Okay, who's next? Senator Cadell.
Thank you, Chair. Can I go on mobile black spots and linking it with better connectivity plan for regional? There'll be a bit of crossover here, I'm sure.
We start by turning the 3G back on.
Oh, going back in time, it's your favourite place, Perrin.
I am a fan of Doctor Who, just saying.
Bigger on the inside?
Which doctor they said?
Ooh. Number 3. Can't go past number 3.
I think so. Going on the portfolio budget statements, page 67, I was looking at the going forward. Clearly, mobile black spot program, 54 million this financial year, going to 0 in 27-28 on forwards. So that's with some dismay, because we'd like to see a certain amount going out there in black spots across the thing. And I think previously I've asked this question, we go, oh, we've got the better connectivity plan for regional Australia that replaces it. But if you look at the same dates, we go from 210 million this financial year to 46, basically under a quarter in 4 years' time. So I'm really concerned about the investment in regional media. You can't say, oh, we're replacing it with something when that's diminishing. In fact, the number in the 27-28 forwards is less than the black spot program by itself this year. So what are we going to do for regional people? Are we trying to think that the universal obligation is going to replace this? What are we doing? What's the process?
No. So, Senator, the universal obligation won't replace this. It's a different program.
Great first answer. Love what, love what
so,
you're at, yeah.
And we will step through very carefully the budget treatment of the figures, but I can confirm for you at the outset that funding for the mobile black spot program has not disappeared. There has been some misunderstanding in that respect, and of course there has been no reduction in funding and no change in the overall allocation of the better connectivity plan.
Okay.
So we'll step through that very carefully with you, but I think it's probably been made a bit confusing by some reporting that is not accurate.
Your portfolio plan is where I got the numbers from.
No, we can explain.
Okay, well, let's go through it. I'm all ears.
Yep.
Thank you, Senator. Sam Brunhard, First Assistant Secretary, Communication Services and Consumer Division. Senator, as you mentioned, as you know, we've discussed in previous estimate sessions, the mobile black spot funding has transitioned from that line, which, as you noted, is terminating in the papers, to being funded under the Better Connectivity Plan. So rounds 1 to 6 of the mobile black spot program are what appears in that named budget line mobile black spot program. Rounds 7 and 8, which, as you know, 7 was recently run, and in fact 8 is out for applications right now, are funded through the Better Connectivity Plan. So the mobile black spot program is alive and well. Applications for round 8 close on the 30th of April. That's correct.
Right.
So they are in the field right now. We're taking applications, and those I would expect will be awarded, of course, later in the year after we've assessed those applications. So the program is certainly going on. You also asked, I think, about funding under the better.
That wasn't really concerned me because when the answers are we're transferring to this program and that program is also diminishing on your line, that was a real concern for me.
Sure. So, Senator, as for the Better Connectivity Plan itself, you recall that $656 million was announced for a range of programs under that banner of the Better Connectivity Plan. I can assure you all of that funding remains available and is allocated to regional connectivity. Obviously, you're seeing over the forward estimates there, funding is phased to match contracted milestones for the various projects under the program. It's standard practice that we would phase the funding to make sure it matches the milestones where we've contracted delivery with the grantees for many of those programs. It's a complex process because there are many programs, and under each program there are many grantees. So you do see us making adjustments at each budget, as is standard practice, just to match those contracted milestones. But all the funding remains there. The 656 remains committed to regional connectivity. I can go through more detail on the numbers in the budget if you would like, but that's the high-level answer.
I wouldn't mind that because the numbers as I add them up in my head right now, close to, is about 550. So there's 100.
No problem.
There's about 100 in abeyance. It's still there somewhere. It's just not listed. Is that right?
No problem, Senator. So if you add the figures you see across the years there in the budget paper under the Better Connectivity Plan line, you see 501.4 million.
Okay. Yep.
That's what they total to. There's a reason for that, and it really is just the technical nature of the way the budget papers are presented. So there's three other components that are not appearing there, which is why you only get 501 instead of 656. Three components are as follows. Component 1, 72 million was already expended in 22-23 and 23-24, so that's now dropped off from the budget papers. You don't see it there anymore, but that's 72. A further 17 is profiled for 29-30.
Right.
So again, you don't see that in the budget papers, but it is there in the out years. And the third component, 74.8 million, has been transferred to other budget lines in order to achieve the outcomes of the program. So, for example, and again, this is just the technical nature of the budget papers. For example, 50 million was transferred to the Treasury for payments to the states and territories for the Regional Roads Australia Mobile Program
where we
pilots.
Piggyback on that,
The only way that can be paid to states and territories is for it to be transferred out of that budget line over to the Treasury to be transferred to the states and territories. So there are movements like that because it can't remain in that budget line for budgetary technical reasons, but all the money is still allocated to regional connectivity.
But I think the additional sort of point we would make in relation to support for regional communities is that this is one of a number of investments and initiatives that are significant for communities. You mentioned the Universal Outdoor Mobile Obligation. It doesn't replace these investments, it's additive to it, but it is really important. And the other thing I would point to is the 1.6 billion in funding that's estimated to flow into regional communities as part of that equity contribution to the NBN for that additional fibre work in
You won't catch me arguing against investment in the regional. That's why I was concerned by that profiling decreasing and going forward. That was so. In always sticking our hands out for more money, through rounds 1 through 6, a number of them, probably not in one anymore, were frustrated for one reason or another. Where is that money going? Can that be transferred back into? Yep.
Carly Pigeon, Assistant Secretary, Regional Mobile Infrastructure Programs Branch. So the money actually remains tied up in our grant agreements with the grantees until the point we actually finish the particular rounds and we do a reconciliation and accounting process with each grantee for their grant for that program. So that money will kind of be realised back through savings which remain in the appropriation line or a return to consolidated revenue.
Right. So that can't be transferred back. 1 through 6 can't be back in to increase the profile going forward on.
Well, that would be a decision of government.
Okay.
The way those grant agreements are set up is we have milestone-based payments. So we make a mobilisation payment initially. We then have milestones based on when you achieve particular planning outcomes, which then help you all the way through to your what we call capital completion, asset completion reports. That's another milestone payment. And at the end, we have a final payment, which is intended to kind of balance out the items so that we're not overpaying for things that made it through a bit of it but didn't actually make it all the way through and were removed during the program. So the final payment allows us to make an adjustment. And so it's usually around 5 or 10% of the entire value of the grant. And so what it means is we're not paying the money to the grantee and then they have to pay it back. Usually we can use that final one as a balancing item.
Yeah.
If we had paid the money and we were then having it paid back,
no guarantees you get it back.
It would immediately go to consolidated revenue.
Yep.
As it is, because we have a final payment, if we owed you, say, $6 million, but through the reconciliation process, we work it out, it only needs to be 2 or 3, then the 4 million, 3 or 4 million would still be in the appropriation, and then that would be funding that government would make a decision on what to do with.
Nice. Of 1 through 6, how many have been finalised and reconciled?
We do have those figures, Senator, if you just give us a moment.
So, under rounds 1 to 6 so far, 1,164 to December have been completed.
Have been finalised?
Completed.
Yeah, but rounds, how many rounds that you've reconciled and see how much?
None at this point. So, as you know, and there has been, I think, attention in the past on the extensions of time, where we have had to extend them because the only alternative is to actually frustrate all of the remaining projects,
Correct,
which isn't
you don't,
a
not
great
an
outcome.
optimal project,
So round 1 has been completed, so the last of the projects has been delivered, and we're now moving into the reconciliation of that. And the same for round 3 has been the last deliveries happened, and we'll move into the reconciliation of those projects.
But 1 and 3 out, but 2 haven't.
Sorry, second?
2's taking longer?
Yes, there's still some remaining under 2.
So 1,164 have been completed. Do you have a number for, you said not rounds but projects, how many have been frustrated? Have you got a number of total frustrated?
So far, 68 have been frustrated and removed from the program.
Right.
So the program also had a mechanism through the earlier rounds where to allow, where a site was frustrated, to allow the grantees to put forward a replacement site, to say, well, we couldn't build this, so here's something in a similar sort of area. We would then assess that and put a brief to a minister to make a decision, and of those there have been 61 that have been frustrated, so original sites that have been replaced with an additional site instead. So the existing money is applied to a new site instead.
They're different, so it's not 7, just it's 68 out?
68 out, but 61 frustrated, but new sites have been built.
On notice, could I get a list of those by round and location?
Yep.
I can
actually probably read them out for you if you want.
Oh,
it might take a while.
It'll take a while. Let's do
129. No. I'm happy for that on notice.
We'll give this on notice.
Do they give reasons for frustration? Is it when
yes,
you
they do.
Can I get reasons on that as well?
Yes, certainly. In large part, they're to do with land acquisition and planning. So it's identifying suitable land for a site, because when an applicant makes an application to this program, it can't be a project they're already planning to do. It has to be something that is additional to their capital works program. And so what that means is they're starting really from a desktop-based assessment of where they think these outcomes should be. Once they get an approval from government and they're awarded funding, they then have to actually start doing the planning work on ground and talking to communities and looking in more detail to where they can actually acquire a suitable site that will provide the metrics that they're seeking to achieve from that site. That's actually a really difficult process. So in some cases, I think in Carwoola, for example, under round 3 of mobile black spots, that site was frustrated. I understand Telstra tried 25 different sites and none of them were viable, either from the suitability of the site or where it was from the dealings with the landowners. And the landowners may be the commercial negotiations to do with it. Then you also have planning approvals. So Killcare has now been frustrated under round 3, but Optus is still trying to... So Telstra had funding to build it on an Optus site. Optus has been going through the planning system with the Central Coast Council for, I think we're into the 7th year, and has not been successful.
7th year.
7th year. Has not been successful yet. So the original site that Telstra was funded to build on that tower has been frustrated because there's a certain... gets to a certain point where the grantee, it's reasonable for them to... essentially give up trying to develop these things, because the costings they also put in for, many years before no longer represent the market value. And we find that that's one of the challenges going through. You also get power delays, so something can be delayed for quite a substantial period of time before you can get a power connection to a site. And so there are a range of reasons, but in large part it's land access and planning are the main reasons.
No, I was going to say Senator Dunn has a couple of questions, but
I will just ask
you
one
keep
more on
going.
this. So, totally not a question that's written down, just for you've piqued my interest. Is there a profile for how far into the round there is a peak for frustration? Like best intentions when they start, is it a year, 2 years, 7 years? When do they start to find the problems that might lead to frustrating? We're looking at that process.
I don't think we've mapped the timings for when a frustration occurs. We could. We have that data on hand. The telcos do make extensive efforts to try and deliver sites, and the government has provided extensions to each of those rounds to date to allow telcos really to give it the best effort of delivering these sites. So I think the longest site we've had is about probably 7 or 8 years because of the frustrations that we see, replacement sites, and then kind of reset the clock on the planning and start again. So these can be really long running. We find that I think the median site delivery is about 3 years, but then you get a real tail. So what you've seen in part of what Mr Grunhard was talking about in the profiles is we have updated the profiles for MBSP Round 8, for the Regional Roads Australia Mobile Program and for the Peri-Urban Mobile Program Round 2 to look at a 5-year funding profile for delivery, which actually better represents how long it's taking industry to deliver those. So what you'll see is hopefully less of those movements of funds routinely because the profile will be better matched to actually what the experience is.
Thank you very much.
Excellent. Senator Darnan.
Thank you. I just wanted to go back to the universal outdoor mobile obligations. We've talked a little bit about the funding of it, but just in terms of the opportunities, I guess, what would have been effective if the UOMO was in place during the recent Queensland and New South Wales storm events, in keeping impacted communities connected? Could you talk a bit about that, and perhaps whether you think it would have proved to be more effective than portable generators?
I might kick off, Senator, and then ask officials to talk a little bit about the technology. Obviously, I was very concerned about the communications outages in southeast Queensland and northern New South Wales, and that experience is consistent with a number of different experiences we've had in recent years in significant natural disasters where there are some vulnerabilities in the mobile network at the moment that do make it difficult for people to stay connected. And that, I should clarify, is not a consequence of emergency alert or national messaging system or any of the other platforms or tools. It is simply a consequence of the network itself, and it is vulnerable to high winds, and it's vulnerable to power outages in particular, and that does cause challenges for communities. We've made a series of investments as a government, public investments, to try and strengthen the resilience of that network, and we'll continue to do that, but there are opportunities to improve access to telecommunications. We've talked a little bit about the investments we plan to make in evacuation centres, but the universal outdoor mobile obligation will be a really significant step up from that. And what we hope it will mean is that wherever people are, they will have access to satellite technology in some measure if they're outdoors. As we've talked about, as Senator Davey and I discussed in our earlier exchange, redundancy and alternatives is a really important feature of how we plan for resilience in natural disasters in particular. We want people to have access to different sources and channels of information, and equally having, even as we do the work with the telecommunications providers to strengthen the mobile network, the satellite-based options provide a really powerful alternative pathway for people to gain signal and to gain access. And that could be incredibly important in emergency situations. We have got some evidence that direct-to-device technology was important in the LA wildfires, that there were people who were able to access signal during that event, and we think it's one of the reasons why the universal outdoor mobile obligation will be really important for Australians in the years to come. But I will ask the officials who are leading that project to talk a little bit more about the implementation arrangements and the technologies at hand.
Yeah, Senator, I think the Minister has covered the main issues comprehensively. It is a safety net. It will be a safety net to complement existing services, including fixed voice services, but fundamentally the UOMO is focused on ensuring that people have access to 000, particularly during times of emergency. And as the Minister said, that was seen as a good case study in relation to the recent LA fires. And I think at the last estimates we ran through some of those figures and the significance of that. So, for example, a week after the direct-to-device service was turned on in response to the LA fires, Starlink reported that over 120,000 texts had been sent and received. And so that enabled people to communicate at a time when relying on the existing network the terrestrial network was disrupted by those events. And you would have seen one of the challenges in this system is the building of redundancy for networks and for base stations during natural disasters. Obviously, batteries and generators have limitations in terms of the amount of time they can run. You also have the challenge that you need to be able to access those sites, and the telecommunications companies sending workers to those sites when it's dangerous or it's simply inaccessible can be really difficult. So a lot of the evidence now points to the significant value that LEOSat technology will provide to ensure that we can overcome those limitations, and as the Minister said, particularly in locations where they would otherwise not have that access now. So that's fundamentally what it's about. We are consulting with industry and developing the framework, and we'll be developing legislation to bring the universal outdoor mobile obligation into effect. The contacts we've had with industry, including operators of LEOSats, has been really positive. So the message we've received is that they are really pleased to see that the government is stepping into this space and providing a clear signal that this technology will play a critical role in emergency services. This is a good example of where we do not want the technology to get away from good regulatory frameworks and ensuring equitable and appropriate access and making sure that's part of the resilience and related frameworks for emergency management and connectivity. So we will continue to do that. The government intends to bring forward legislation this year with the obligation to take effect in late 2027. So that will allow enough time for consultation and development of the framework, and broadly industry is targeting the availability of D2D messaging in 2025, followed by voice from 2026 onwards. So we see that as working in a complementary way.
Yeah, thank you. It has been raised with me by the community in the Dandenongs and the Yarra Ranges about the concerns around access to mobile phone towers and the lack of ability to power generators beyond a couple of days during the bushfires a few years ago. So, this sounds very promising in terms of increasing that access. And do you have an estimate of what the costs would be to provide I guess the other alternative is powering generators to be able to do that, and they are everywhere. There's permanent and then there's portable. What are the cost estimates to provide generators to other high-risk areas around natural disaster in some of those places like the Yarra Ranges and the Dandenongs or other parts of Australia in comparison, or have you done that work?
Yeah, look, I'll just check with officials, but what I would say in a broad sense is it's very expensive. Like providing redundancy to locations is quite expensive. The government already provides a large amount of investment to redundancy under a range of programs, but as for sort of detailed cost comparisons, we haven't really done that. I mean, we can talk about the cost of the programs the government provides to support that at the moment. To help industry with the sort of backup capacity that they've developed. We are working through the sort of costing arrangements in relation to UOMO, but yeah, comparing them it would be difficult at this stage. Other than that, it is very expensive to build that redundancy now, and the industry does do it, but some of it was with government assistance. But to provide it everywhere would be, and I will be corrected if I'm wrong here, cost prohibitive compared to something like UOMO.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Chair. Senator Cadell?
I must say on the same thing. Senator Darman said by talking about the funding for this, I couldn't see any funding profile. There's no funding allocated to this program at all yet, is there? I couldn't find it in the portfolio budget.
No. So I don't think that's... No. So we're focused at the moment on the regulatory design.
Yep.
And there will be consultations with industry about how government might be able to assist in other ways. But it's, as I say, that's at the moment something we already do. But the focus right now is the development of the obligation. The industry is already developing or entering into arrangements for this sort of thing. So one of the things we will be bearing in mind is that because they are doing that, we want to make sure that it's both consistent with the outdoor obligation. But yeah, they are entering into agreements to launch access to D2D mobile services and supplied over LEOSATs, and we want to let those processes continue. You will appreciate that in allowing that to happen and in developing the obligation. We don't want to just necessarily put numbers on it right now.
No, I'm happy with that. I was just looking for funding and make sure I didn't miss it when it was funny. Yeah. So this was announced, I think, last time we were in estimates, the morning of that. I've had a chance to talk to a few people. Our concerns, my initial concern was there is one provider that will be ready to give full coverage by that 27 deadline. Has consultation taken place with the providers on that? Have they expressing concerns about that themselves? Because an expressed concern to be by industry, not necessarily a provider, is that there'll be a predatory pricing because it is an obligation, not a commercial decision on D2D or anything like this. This is a real concern of industry. And when you look at potential new providers, say AST Mobile or Amazon on their Kuiper project, they won't have the coverage required by 2027 to do this. Yeah. So what do those consultations look like?
Yeah, so I mean, you've mentioned AST, you've mentioned the Amazon Kuiper project. There are other competitors emerging, such as Link, which have an agreement in place with TPG. There are other companies. I mean, Senator, I like to think of this in some ways as a bit like, you know, the evolution of electric vehicles. For a long time, there was one provider dominating that market. It's now a proliferation of suppliers, and it's
but they're saying themselves it won't be by 2027.
Yeah, but I think the key thing is that the technology always goes faster than we anticipate, and we're confident that that will be happening here. What we have heard from those competitors is that this signal from government encourages them to continue their investment to come into this market because it will be there. The obligation will be there. So absent this policy signal, it would be uncertain. Starlink obviously plays a significant role at the moment, and that's important. We've seen the value that Starlink provides. Many consumers are using Starlink, as you know, already, and really enjoy the benefits that it provides. We want to see other providers. We want to see competition. Competition happens when government gets involved and ensures that the framework is being followed.
And that's where competition is where my concerns are. I'm not going to say I don't like this idea to protect people and everything like that. My fear is that if people have to lock into an obligation early enough to be able to meet the obligation, the new startups, the Link, the ASTs, these guys will actually be locked out and see less incentive to get because the contracts are already done with the single provider. Will the ACCC have a role in going forward in the consultations that you plan? Are we already talking to these guys? Or?
So, Senator, we have commenced consultation. We've met with all of the mobile network operators. We've been talking to the ACCC and the Australian Communications and Media Authority. There's a couple of things there. There's a legislative framework and the sort of regulatory framework to make sure that we've got things in place. The thing that I will say is that the intention of an early announcement was to signal to the market that we're serious and ready to make that universal commitment, and the indications so far are that it has broadened out the interest, and we are seeing more providers coming to talk, I guess, about what their offering can be in Australia. And as Mr Chisholm said, it's still early in the technology, but even it was a short time ago that we were here last time, there's been a significant shift in terms of readiness and numbers of people interested, or numbers of LEOSAT providers interested in the market.
There was a question on notice that was answered by Senator Hanson-Young, SQ25, lots of zeros, 55, that Minister Rowland met with SpaceX on the 25th of February, on the day of the announcement. Were departmental officers at that meeting?
That was a phone call.
I understand that was a phone call.
It was a phone call, was it?
Yeah.
So it wasn't a meeting, it was a phone call?
Yeah, I mean, we provided evidence previously that we have met with Starlink. That is part of both the LEOSAT working group that I chair, which Starlink participates in, as do other suppliers. We engage with them in relation to information that they've provided us, a presentation that they provided about what they did during the LA fires. So yeah.
And sorry, Mr. Chisholm. As we spoke last time, Starlink is involved in the LEOSAT working group, and it's in our question on notice. They've attended 6 of those 7 meetings, and we've met with them on 2 occasions. And the Minister's office has spoken to them.
Senator, if I can, just, there are at least 2 limbs to thinking about the policy settings here. One is making sure that as the technology rolls out, it is rolled out in a way that is equitable and meets our historic commitments as a country to providing equitable access to telecommunications, irrespective of geography. And so we're concerned to make sure that the policy settings support that objective, which has been a really important part of our history. But the market settings and the competition piece is equally significant. And Minister Rowland has been very clear publicly that promoting competition and ensuring that the market arrangements that are established are supportive of competition is an explicit objective of the Minister in her public statements about this. And I think you can hear in the way that Ms Laurence describes the consultation work that's underway, thinking about the way that we interact with all those market participants is a core part of the policy design process.
And that's my internal conflict, is the benefit of the technology versus the... Because my conversations with stakeholders since this, I'll say they're sort of saying 28 if they push things. They would be more comfortable with 29, but 28 is where... And from that market perspective, I know like Amazon's Kuiper project, that's what sits 35-50% higher in atmosphere, in orbit than the Starlink. So that's less coverage required to get the same sort of, a slightly slower band, but not important at these sort of levels. So that market access on competitive pricing and everything might change and AST is a different technology again. So we're looking at different things that might be available if we went a little bit longer. That's just where my head's at.
I think, as Mr Chisholm indicated to you, one of the dimensions of establishing the obligation is generating essentially a known demand for our particular part of the global telecommunications market. That is one of the tools that is available to government as we set about designing the regulatory arrangements to meet our social objectives, but also our market and our market competition objectives.
It gives us another option with our 2 satellites needing replacement too, if we do this right and get it out there. So, yep, no, I'm supportive of that.
Sorry, is that okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. So just I hear what the Minister just said about competition and the kind of signals to the market around investing to boost that interest and investment. Could the department talk a bit about how the sector is evolving to meet that competitive objective and what you see around or what you're seeing so far and what you hope to expect about there being, to diversify rather than just putting eggs into one provider?
We weren't going to make it, so
I think there's always been a message that I'm hearing, it's not one provider, but many providers or seeking to engage many. Can you talk about what you're seeing?
Yeah, we're happy to. As I think we gave evidence last time, both Telstra and TPG have already announced some movement in direct-to-device arrangements, and as Mr Chisholm said, we're looking to supplement rather than replace existing commercial offerings. What we are seeing is interest from other players, as I said, coming into the market, and Mr Chisholm has talked about Link and AST and Amazon Kuiper. We are looking at what is happening in other countries, and we are seeing the time frame start to move forward, and I'll ask my colleague to talk a bit more about what is happening with some of those players in other markets that is relevant to the possibility of depth in the Australian market.
So Shannon Sparrowboom, Competition and Spectrum Branch. So we have been looking internationally, and one of the more latest developments has been a recent announcement in New Zealand, where one of the network providers there, 2 Degrees, has announced a partnership with AST Space Mobile to provide direct-to-device services starting from 2026. And just recently, the UK Ofcom, telecommunications regulator Ofcom, also announced that they were looking into the regulatory frameworks to support direct-to-device services for the UK.
Thank you. Thanks.
Senator Cadell, do you have any more?
I want to move on to regional broadband, if I can quickly. Regional broadband.
Please do.
The regional broadband included a concession period, I think, when we first started. When does that concession period end?
Just get the right section open.
Oh. I think it was 5 years, but I don't know. Yeah.
Did you have a follow-up question, Senator, or just
It's
one?
all on this, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. This is opening the door before I walk in.
Sorry, Nicole Power, Assistant Secretary, Universal Services Branch. Sorry, the reason why I'm just double-checking is because there's a year in arrears element to the screen, so I just want to make sure that I give you the correct year. But you are correct that it applied for the first 5 years of the scheme. Let me make sure I've got it.
This will go for 5 to 10 minutes tops. Then we'll have break for tea. Then we'll break for tea. So you go.
Yes, so so I think the answer is yes. It's the first 5 years of the scheme. So the first 5 years of the scheme concludes sort of at the end of this financial year. It started in May. 5 years ago, so we're reaching that stage. But I would say because of that year in arrears nature of the agreement, the impact of any concessions rolling off will not be felt as of May this year. It would be
May next year.
A following year in arrears. So.
Understood. Where does the money go from that? Does it go direct to the NBN? Does it go to consolidated revenue? Where does it go?
So the majority of the funds for the regional broadband scheme are contributed by NBN Co.
Yep.
There is an offset arrangement, so they pay about 95% of it, which is offset.
Yep.
And then the balance between NBN Co's contribution and that received from other entities is returned to NBN Co. So we have a contract with NBN Co under which that is provided, and that goes to offset their past and future losses associated with operating both the satellite and the fixed wireless networks.
Okay. There was a review of the RBS some time ago.
Yes.
Has the government given a response to that review yet?
No, it has not. So that process is ongoing. The government determined it was at the same time that we commenced consultation on the Universal Services Framework, and so it's very much been seen as a parallel process. As you're aware, some initial decisions around the pathway for universal service reform has been announced through the Universal Outdoor Mobile Obligation, but the government has indicated that there are further decisions to be made. So I guess the operation of the levy arrangements that support those arrangements are sort of being considered as part of that process. We did, towards the end of last year, put out a summary paper that summarised what came out of that consultation and some broad directions and themes that were coming out of it. But clearly there were views that there was the potential for reform to be contemplated, but also then we had the Regional Telecommunications Review that made some additional recommendations about universal services reform, which would result in some complex interactions with levy arrangements, so we're giving that due consideration.
Because those levy arrangements, the RBS levy was set at a point in time with a certain technology mix and all that sort of stuff. As that changes, my concerns are, is that still the right levy for time? Is that one of the things we'll be looking at going forward?
Yes, so there's a number of elements under the legislation. So there was actually a role for the ACCC that was baked into the legislation that also was in the 5 years that a recosting of that initial work that was initially done within the department, and then it was updated by the ACCC prior to the commencement of the RBS. So they are currently doing that process at the moment, and it's expected to be completed by mid-May, and so that will obviously consider what
mid-May, so very shortly.
Yes, very shortly. So the ACCC consulted on that towards the end of last year on the methodology, and then it's currently undertaking that work. So they will give advice to the minister, and the minister will then consider whether to alter the amount of the RBS going forward. And so that process is playing out now, but obviously that would be a contributing piece of information that will support us to determine the approach going forward.
What about when we talk about things like new technologies like LEOSAT working groups or other competition for the NBN, which this was meant to subsidise the loss-making in regional areas at the first intent, are we looking at potentially expanding the scope of the RBS to other systems, other technologies as we go forward?
Well, certainly one of the, pieces of feedback that came through our consultation was that we should be moving to a technology agnostic approach.
Yeah.
And so I think that's very much what we're grappling with, is how best to do that. There has been some change to the market since both the regional broadband scheme but also universal service arrangements were first established, and we have two levy arrangements that operate in this space. So I think we're very much considering what's the best way to do that and providing advice to government for further consideration.
This is a brain bubble, so it may not be in the same. Given when my Starlink payment comes out one day, 2 days later I get a foreign transaction fee, what's the control we have on something like that when I'm paying a US entity that I never knew for that? Would that have implications? Have you looked at...
So, Senator, there's
when my Starlink payment comes out, $149, a couple of days later I get a foreign transaction fee, which clearly indicates to me that I'm not paying an Australian entity for my Starlink. So what does that do to our regulation ability?
So there's probably a bit of an interaction there with financial services regulation that we would have to carefully look at.
I just thought of it while we were talking about being agnostic.
One thing that I can say is that the way, in terms of who contributes to the levy arrangement, so the telecommunications industry levy is subject to, it really is linked to the definition of whether you have a carrier licence in Australia as well as meeting the revenue threshold. So a broad range of entities, and someone like Starlink is a carrier for the Australian purposes, so they're captured by that process. The regional broadband scheme is only for fixed line providers currently, so it's about subsidising those. So obviously they're not contributing to that for the purpose of for that process, but they are captured by the telecommunications industry levy, subject to meeting the revenue and other processes that the ACMA considers on an annual basis to see whether somebody meets the relative thresholds. But they are captured by that by virtue of their carrier licence.
Okay, I'm happy. I'm happy, Chair.
You're happy?
Yes.
Any more for any more? Okay, well, we might break now then, but let me just tidy up the rest of the agenda so everyone's clear about what's happening after the break. We will release outcome 5 now, so thank you very much for coming along. We really appreciate it. And when we return at 8:15, we will have NBN Co. And then we will adjourn. The Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communication and the Arts outcome 6 is scheduled for next week, so we will see them then. And we will also be scheduling Creative Australia for next week as well, and it would be our intention to adjourn this evening by 9:15. And on that, we'll adjourn for dinner. And I will try not to laugh, and we'll see everyone at 8:15. Oh, I did that. Okay, welcome back, everybody. I would like to now welcome the Honourable Jenny McAllister, Minister for Cities and Emergency Management, representing the Minister for Communications. We are now going to call the NBN Co Limited, and they are appearing today via teleconference. And I would like to ask you all to initially just introduce yourselves and the capacity in which you're appearing. Given you're on teleconference, it just makes it easier for everybody in the room and for the Hansard. And you're on mute.
Sorry.
You are on mute. And you are still on mute.
One way to finish early.
That is indeed, Senator Cadell, one way to finish early. However, we do have some questions for NBN Co, so it would be lovely if you could sort out your technology.
Shall we suspend just briefly?
We might just suspend for a moment while that occurs. Thank you. Start again. So, welcome back, everybody. Welcome to the Honourable Jenny McAllister. And I would now ask that the officers for the NBN Co, who are appearing on teleconference, would now introduce themselves and the capacity in which they're appearing before us.
Chair, why don't I start? Ellie Sweeney, I'm appearing as the CEO of NBN Co.
Thank you.
Anna Perrin, I'm appearing as the Chief Customer Officer, Chair.
And I'm Philip Knox, the Chief Financial Officer.
Dion Bonovich, Chief Network Officer.
And Gavin Williams, Chief Development Officer for Regional and Remote.
Thank you very much. Ms Sweeney, do you have an opening statement?
I do, Chair.
Lovely. If you could just go ahead.
Let me start off. Look, Chair, thank you, and I do want to recognise you and the committee for accommodating us today via video conference, so thanks for that. Joining me this evening, I think we've already introduced my colleagues, so I won't do that again. As I provided an update just over a month ago, I'd like to share just a brief business update and overview, and also table our response to the ex-tropical cyclone Alfred. So, as outlined in our half-year results for financial year 25, NBN remains on track financially, and earlier this month we raised approximately 750 million Australian dollars in our latest domestic green bond issuance, bringing our total of green bonds in domestic and international markets to $7.4 billion, and that's further demonstrating the investor confidence in NBN. We are delivering on our important purpose, which, as you know, is to lift Australia's digital capability. And we do that by providing fast, reliable, affordable services which aim to meet the current and I think really important future needs of Australian households, communities and businesses. The NBN is critical digital infrastructure and it impacts the lives of Australians daily. More than 20 million Australians used around 48 gigabytes of data in 2024. And that was across more than 390,000 kilometres of fibre optic cable, 345 square kilometres of fixed wireless footprint, and around 7.7 million square kilometres of satellite coverage across mainland Australia, Tasmania and our remote islands. We continue to enhance our networks with upgrades to ensure people right across Australia gain the benefits of faster speeds, fewer interruptions, more reliability and capacity. And we remain on track to complete the upgrades that will enable 5 million additional homes and businesses to access full fibre by the end of 2025. And we're about to embark on upgrading the last 622,000 premises off legacy copper networks. Fibre provides the highest speed and capacity of any technology. It delivers the most consistent experience, is the most efficient network to operate, the most resilient technology to weather, and will position the NBN network to meet the customer demand for decades to come. And I'm pleased to report that fibre has now become the prevalent technology in our fixed line network since last we met. A fibre network means fewer dropouts, less faults, less truck rolls, reduces environmental impact and operational costs, and improves network viability and the overall sustainability of the company. And beyond fibre, we are also upgrading the capacities of our HFC network, which now serves around 2.5 million homes and businesses across Australia. And we're also pleased to see the ACCC's latest Measuring Broadband Australia report note that our fixed wireless upgrades are now providing average wholesale download speeds for fixed wireless plus plans available on that network of 99.8 megabits per second during all hours in December 2024. And that's up from 47.4 megabits in December of 2021. Nowhere do we see the example of the criticality of the NBN network and the benefits of fibre more than with the recent ex-tropical cyclone Alfred, which impacted Queensland and northern New South Wales. Our biggest risk to the network, NBN network, during a natural disaster is the resilience in the commercial power networks. Full fibre connections have less reliance on the power grid and so are less impacted by outages. We see less damage on full fibre network following a natural disaster, so service restoration times are shorter, making fibre a more resilient technology. In preparation for the cyclone, we deployed generators to maintain and restore connectivity in the event of power loss, flood impact or network damage. We also safely mobilised satellite trucks, portable satellite kits and field workforce to impacted areas. At the height of its impact, approximately 378,000 services experienced an outage, with 2,269 NBN network sites affected. Most outages were due to loss of mains power, with some network damage, including at least 68 fibre-to-the-node sites, and some of our HFC network impacted. We deployed a total of 43 generators, mainly supporting the fixed wireless towers. And during the event, 79 disaster satellite services provided free high-speed broadband through a Wi-Fi access point at evacuation centres, community hubs and emergency services facilities, helping displaced residents stay in contact and supporting first responders. In this context, we welcome the Australian Government's announcement this week regarding continued investment for emergency connectivity in regional Australia. And this announcement will include funding for up to 500 additional community Wi-Fi sites, as well as extending these critical services at the 1,068 existing sites across Australia under the Strengthening Telecommunications Against Natural Disasters, or STAND program. Our network provides critical infrastructure to the community and is our priority to ensure we're working closely with authorities, with electricity distributors, with emergency services to respond to events and to minimise network disruption and restore impacted services quickly, and I would say safely, for our teams and our delivery partners. On the 11th of March, we announced a cyclone relief fund of up to $7 million to support eligible retailers in providing financial assistance to affected households and businesses. The impact of ex-tropical cyclone has reinforced the importance of strong, resilient infrastructure, and our investments in expanding full fibre are critical for a more durable and reliable broadband network. And I'd like to extend my sincere thanks to the NBN Emergency Management team, as well as our delivery partners involved in this response. Finally, we have a strong commitment to an ongoing dialogue with our current and potential customers and with a range of industry stakeholders such as retailers, consumer advocacy groups, governments and regulators. We appreciate the ongoing involvement of our stakeholders in our consultations, and most recently that was part of NBN's replacement module process under the Special Access Undertaking Framework, and we encourage further and ongoing participation as we continue towards the next regulatory cycle. So together, in partnership, we can help to expand our connectivity foundations to lift Australia's digital capabilities and meet the current and future needs of households, of communities and of businesses. Thank you, Chair, for letting me read out that statement. We are now delighted to take the committee's questions.
Thank you very much. We'll go directly to Senator Davey.
Thank you very much. Thank you for appearing tonight. I'll jump straight in. I want to talk about the support during the recent disasters. You've outlined your deployment of portable generators, portable satellite services and the outages. You also talked about the $7 million in support to the retail operators to assist people in communities impacted. Can you explain what those supports look like?
Senator, so that's an up to $7 million relief fund that we are providing to the retail service providers. As you know, as a wholesaler, we obviously rely on the retail service providers to provide that fund through to their customers. So that was made available fairly quickly after the Saturday. We made that available on the Monday of the cyclone.
So will that be for the retailers to provide maybe a form of compensation to customers who were cut off the network?
Yes, Senator, it's Anna Perrin here. It's for if a customer had lost service for more than 24 hours, they are able to go and speak to their retailer, we will support them with that by, refunding that service or causing that service cost for that period of time.
And is that provided to retailers at a specific rate, or do the retailers come to you with the numbers of customers they want to provide the compensation to, and then you pay on demand up to that 7 million cap?
That's right. So we've there is a specific rate. We've aggregated it to try and make it as simple as possible for the process to work. So it's a $50 amount for each service. There are some conditions to that, as you would expect. You know, obviously a customer has to be within the impacted area, and the retailer makes a claim into NBN. Those claims are due to come into us by the end of March. So that's the time frame that we've set out to retailers. And they're working through that at the moment. So by the end, basically by this weekend, you expect the applications. Yes.
You expect the applications to come in from retailers, which will outline how many customers. You'll review their applications and provide the funding. Was a similar relief fund provided to retailers for communities in the recent North Queensland floods?
Senator, no, there wasn't. Let me jump in here and then I'll ask Anna to also provide some update here. This is only the third time that NBN has provided a discretionary disaster funding. The first time over the last 5 years was in the Victorian bushfires. That was in January 2020. Second time was 2022, and that was the Lismore floods. And the third time for this disaster recovery funding was this cyclone event. The difference between this event and the Far North Queensland monsoon event comes down to a couple of things. One is, again, the scale of Cyclone Alfred. And again, I just mentioned those numbers are close to 390,000 plus impacted services as a force majeure event versus the monsoon event in Far North Queensland, which impacted about 13,713 services over 150 or so sites.
Pretty sure some of the impacted communities up in Townsville felt it was a little bit more than just a general monsoon event. Who makes the final decision as to whether a relief fund like this, a disaster relief fund, will be rolled out?
So management and NBN make that decision, Senator.
Did you actually...
And if I can...
Sorry?
I was going to say that we consider a number of factors. We consider disaster declarations. We consider the impact on the network customers and RSPs. We also consider the scale of loss for customers, community, the level of disruption, the recovery outlook, and the relevance of support by retail service providers who offer relief as well. And I might just ask Anna just to jump in there because I think it may help the discussion. Obviously, as a wholesaler, we can endorse a relief fund, but RSPs obviously in certain circumstances also have different funds that they utilise as well.
Yes, so in natural disasters, NBN's role generally is to focus on network resilience, preparation, recovery, and also strong communications with retailers on our recovery activity and outlook. And that always includes, for example, priority assistance for vulnerable customers who might require additional support, or priority restoration. So that's the normal kind of mode of operation. We generally don't provide disaster relief. This occurs by exception. Usually it's retailers that do that. Obviously, they're the ones that own the customer relationship. It might sound part of the reason is it's actually quite it's a task to actually go and implement something like this for the retailers. I mean, they have to run a process with their customers and then come into us. So that's one of the considerations that we think through. We do also have rebates and things in place if we miss appointment times and we miss an SLA and something's not under a force majeure event. So there's other ways that we support those sorts of activities. But in general, we've only put in place disaster relief packages for major events. And of course, in the outset, the cyclone was due to be a major event. Thankfully, it wasn't as big, but that's why we put this in place.
So, I mean, I'm aware there are still customers, people in far north Queensland who are still disconnected from the internet through and from the NBN service. Did you actually receive any requests for assistance from communities in North Queensland, either during the flood event or in the immediate aftermath?
Not that I'm aware of in terms of financial. I mean, customers would obviously reach out to their retailers, Senator Davey. So that may have come into the retailer community. Certainly from discussions with retailers, that hasn't been a discussion that's come into us in terms of financial support. But of course, we have constant communication around the recovery of the network and what we're doing and when people can expect to see an NBN technician out there. And we, as you would imagine, we redirect technicians from connection work into assurance work. So we make sure that that's very well known.
You've had no correspondence or communication from local government representatives or mayors specifically requesting similar relief fund as has been offered to the communities impacted by Alfred?
Not that I'm aware of, Senator.
I'm not aware of it either.
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay, that's very interesting. You mentioned also, I will take that on notice because or if you could just double check whether you've had any correspondence from any local government representatives or mayors. Did you provide?
Sorry, Senator, if I could just more than happy to take that on notice. And I think to your point previously, I mean, obviously anyone without a service is impacted. So whether that's part of the 13,000 or whether you're part of the 390,000, and our aim always is to reconnect customers as soon as possible. In terms of, we would have to take on notice. I'm not aware of any correspondence that's come through, but obviously we'll take that on.
So, Senator, just to clarify, correspondence pertaining to support for end users, I'm not aware of any correspondence. We do engage with local councils, and we have had correspondence and engagement, for example, with Hinchinbrook, and that's in relation to contemplating such issues as power resilience and those kind of topics. So more around network resilience and emergency response framework, not pertaining to end customer relief, if you like.
Okay, so from Hinchinbrook, it was more about the physical response, such as portable generators and portable satellite kits that you've outlined.
That covered.
You mentioned also in your opening statement the stand network, and we know there's over 1,000 sites that have already had stand infrastructure installed. In these two impacted areas, North Queensland and then the South East Queensland Northern Rivers area impacted by Alfred, are there do you know how many stand locations there are in those two areas?
Senator, I'd have to take on notice in relation to North Queensland. I don't have that detail to hand. In relation to the ex-tropical cyclone Alfred, we identified about 79 stand locations in what we deem to be impacted amber and red postcodes across southeast Queensland and northern New South Wales. And I don't think you'd be surprised that we did see activity across those locations, including about 1,700 devices between the 5th of March and 17th of March, consuming about 600 gigabytes of data. Now, what we did, we looked at where, out of that cohort of 79 locations, which sites had elevated usage across the passage of the cyclone. There was about 26 sites across the region that experienced an increase in usage, which would say clearly, well, it would be indicative of particular use as an evacuation centre. And in particular, between Sunday the 9th of March and Wednesday the 12th of March, peaking at Monday the 10th of March with 91 gig. And that encompassed locations from Casino Showground through to Noosa Leisure Centre and everywhere in between.
But you don't have the numbers of Far North Queensland to hand?
I have to take that on notice, but happy to.
Well, while you're taking it on notice, have you got a spreadsheet of where all the current stand locations are across Australia? So
we do, and that's available on a mapping tool as well. But we can provide those details.
That'd be great. Just out of interest, were any stand facilities offline at the time of Tropical Cyclone Alfred? For any reason?
Well, the short answer is yes. For example, what we did, we looked at these 79 locations, and we obviously, in the case of ex-tropical cyclone Alfred, and as it was tropical cyclone Alfred, we had an opportunity to engage with our emergency management, a proactive response for a period of time. And what we find in some stand locations, they could be could be in a local footy club, for example, and we sometimes find, frankly, they're turned off. So one of the ways that we ensure we're match fit is trying to raise contacts with the authorised personnel to make sure that we can have the infrastructure actually switched on in the case of those circumstances that rely on general purpose power. And as one example, one that was front of mind to the team was Ingham Showgrounds, and we made several attempts to A, get there, and B, get text there. We ultimately got there as soon as we could, once it was safe to do so. But I would note that as far as I'm aware, the Ingham Showgrounds was not able, unfortunately, for the Ingham community to be open as an evacuation centre because it was subject to flooding. But that's an example, I suppose, illustrative of the sorts of processes we go through to enable ourselves to be match fit for the stand locations in the times of need.
Okay. That's it from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Senator Cadell.
Thank you very much. I want to go to Sky Muster straight away if I can. We're talking about it I think Senator Davey was talking about it last estimates, and there was some commercial sensitivities, but on the 4th of March there was a story in the AFR saying that Amazon set to beat Starlink to NBN deal. Any ideas how a story got out or leaked, or have we traced any information from your organisation on that?
Senator, maybe a couple of things from me. Let me say, I really can't comment on speculation from a journalist, and definitely I would politely put that back to the journalist in question around their source. But I can tell you that NBN takes our procurement policy, our probity, and our due diligence very seriously. And I think, as we mentioned last time that we met, this is a complex, it's a delicate, it's also a commercially sensitive negotiation. So again, I'm comfortable from an NBN perspective in terms of our compliance to and our satisfaction around the commercial sensitivity of this negotiation.
Okay, were any checks done of internal comms going outside that it didn't come from you guys?
Well, I think the premise of the question is that it's a leak of something that's a point of fact. I mean, it was ultimately press speculation.
Okay, I accept that was the premise. But did you do any checks? Were any checks of external comms of such a sensitive matter? Did we do any probity checks or any checks to see had there been communications from the NBN to anyone external on this?
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator.
Okay. Has a provider been selected?
Well, Senator, the process, as we've given testimony before, is a process of commercial incompetence.
Yep.
we're well advanced in that process, but at a critical stage in a very complex range of negotiations. So, I mean, ultimately, there's no deal to be done until the deal's ready to be done. So, and we're not at that stage where there is something that's inkable. We are far enough advanced to be comfortable that we can see a pathway to a low Earth orbit partnership being something that makes sense to NBN and to the community to offer services to most remote citizens at a point before the retirement of Sky Muster. But clearly, and I think, Senator, you alluded to some of these points in previous discussions, there are a range of careful considerations around sovereignty issues to be managed, data sovereignty, commercial issues, technology issues, operating and of course commercial issues. So we are, Senator, you'll be the first to know.
No, I will not be. I would hope the Minister would be the first to know. Speaking of that, does the Minister know the preferred proponent at the moment?
If that's a question, addressed to me, Senator Cannell, I'll take it on notice because, as you understand, I represent the Minister and I don't know her state of knowledge.
I was going to ask the NBN, have they briefed the Minister on the preferred proponent so far? Without wanting to know who or what, have you briefed them on the preferred proponent?
Well, over time, we've kept the department and the Minister's office engaged and appraised of updates.
Okay. Well, we're staying in the media space, and I know it is new. This is a right of rebuttal for you guys more than anything else. The March 13, the Australian reported that NBN's fixed wireless upgrade program had adjusted 100 new customers despite costing $700 million. I accept that it had only finished in the December quarter. So now that we're in a full quarter gone, I hope that's a significantly higher number. Do we have more than 100, 200 sign-ups on the fixed wireless upgrade?
Senator, the fixed wireless upgrade is not something that's limited to giving benefits to new customers, but it certainly does. But let me come back to that in a moment. We're transparent, as we always have been, around our numbers. We have the NBN network premises report, which the most recent number in February 25, 398,486 active premises on that on the fixed wireless network. That's 398,486 premises, multiplied by a family and a couple of kids, about 1 million Australians being supported by that network and getting the benefit of a significant speed uplift, as Ms Sweeney noted in the ACCC report, lifting from 47 to 99 megabits per second in any hours. But I do note that ACCC report spoke to a 93-odd megabit per second busy hour experience. Now, Senator, that's on our fixed wireless plus service. Yep. And I think it's relevant to note that the fixed wireless plus service is actually priced at our fixed line 50 megabits per second. So if you looked at the table in the ACCC report, you'd see, and this is not internal competition within NBN, Senator, but you'll see a rundown of 50 megabit speed tiers delivering more than 50 meg, because that's what we do. But the fixed wireless plus service offering supporting lived experience north of 93 meg. Actually, our internal measures are north of that. We've also liberated higher speed tiers up to, for around 80%, or ultimately would be 80% of our customer base, over 400 megabits per second. Now, I live with this service in my place in Western Victoria, and my community utilises this service, and it just, viscerally, I can just see the positive impacts it's having on the community and our ability to stay connected with the global digital economy. But we've also expanded the footprint. So I know you're really interested in the satellite capability. What we've done, though, Senator, is expand our footprint from 225,000 square kilometres to 345,000 square kilometres. That additional footprint is roughly equivalent to adding an area the size of the island of Ireland. So it's a significant area, not adding new towers, but expanding the coverage of our fixed wireless network, and about 122,000 premises that were previously mapped to satellite. So we have just finished. We've commenced now a marketing program to raise awareness and let customers across the footprint, whether they're existing customers who could benefit from higher speed tiers, for example, and we support our retailers in some of these activities, through to awareness in the former satellite footprint that they're ready to connect for fixed wireless. And I recall in the previous estimates there was an appetite to see some green shoots. I think I made a comment there is green shoots, Senator, in relation to our trading trajectory. But we're just about at that starting line post upgrade. 398,486 homes benefiting from that upgrade today.
Well, they're not, because they haven't transferred over. They could benefit from that upgrade.
No, Senator. They humbly have access to. They are using a network that has been upgraded.
Yep.
They don't have to do anything. They do not have to do a thing. Now, if they're on a fixed wireless service yesterday, per Ms. Sweeney's opening statement, they'd be getting 47 megabits per second.
Yep.
According to the ACCC measurements today, 98 megabits per second, without doing anything. That's the consequence for the existing customer base who are benefiting from an upgraded experience.
So the 100 that was reported, this is why I was I was trying to get to the bottom of this. The 100 is just 100 new customers on top of that.
Senator,
338,486.